Okay, so am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. And wow, so what's the deal with everybody flaking out on me this week?
I don't know. I think it's got
Must be a bad
something to.
time. Must be a bad time of the month for I don't know, streams. I know Ben said he may be late or he may not be able to come on due to not feeling well, and you've got to duck out early, and not only that, but even I am flaking a little bit because at 8 o'clock, come hell or high water, guest or no guest, or co-host or no co-host, I am stepping away to watch the new Simpsons Treehouse of Horror, and if I come back to an empty room, I come back to an empty room. But hopefully, we'll get a few in here to hold the fort down, so we can have at least a few hours of good show, and as far as I know, Gregor's coming. He always ducks in a little bit later, as do Ann and Phoenix, and I hope Ann's troubles are, on the mend as far as technically speaking.
Yeah, I think what it is like this time of year, the weather's changing and it's just conducive to a mental space where you just want to watch horror movies and read horror books. And
well, yeah,
kind of my thing.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. We talk about that stuff on here, so it complements it. I mean, yeah,
true. I know what I've been doing. I've been doing too many streams. I did the one stream of Indie Rock Dinosaur that's out there that turned out very, very well. We had Schism 206 back on. And then I did another one the night after that, which is one that I recorded. I've got to get that one uploaded sometime. You know how long that takes. Mm-hmm. And then next weekend, I have literally 3 planned between Friday and Saturday.
Well, now, wait a minute, though. You're going to be too tired to come on next Sunday.
No, I won't do that.
Okay, well, because we're next Sunday's episode 99, and as long as everybody doesn't flake out on me, we're still doing that little competition or contest or whatever, and real Amazon gift cards, but somebody's got to, they've got to be able to tell them like they're around a campfire, their crazy Uncle Al telling a ghost story. I mean, they've got to be able to, like you said, be able to do more than just read what they wrote, So, I mean, they've got to earn that, if I'm going to do it, So
I will make a proposition. How about I will be with you on the panel of judges?
So, no.
Why?
No, because then, I mean, for all we know, it'd only be Ben and Gregor participating.
Yeah,
we don't know for sure that Ann and Phoenix would participate, or even Michael. I mean, or anyone else wants to volunteer for this. I'm talking about, legitimate Amazon gift card, for the winner. So
yeah. Now I might actually stay the whole show this time. Like, okay. I think what it is I had just done so much, and then I was trying to cram finishing up Ronald's book in. Who is our guest, who should be coming on soon. I think he's having.
God, I hope so, because I'm serious. At 8 o'clock, I am ducking out. If he can't make it by 7:30, tell him to come like at 8:30 or something,
Mm.
And don't say who it is. We're talking about Ronald
Trump.
Yeah.
Yep, that is who we're talking about.
So,
but I got my book read. I'm content, and I have a drink here, so I'm just gonna chill. Whoa, I'm echoing. Okay. Are you still there? I'm alone.
Okay, I just had I hit the wrong button. Where am I supposed to stare on this to look like I'm staring into is it staring into the webcam or staring into the box next to mine?
I've wondered the same thing, and I probably don't do it right, and I probably look autistic when I do it. He's saying he can't see to bring. He's allowed mic and cam, but he can't see to bring it up. I don't know what that means. Ask him if he can hear us right now.
I think you're supposed to look at the actual camera itself in order to make it look like.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know though. I've only used a webcam a few times and I hate it.
Yeah, Yeah, you should never use a webcam. It's better that everybody has like a preconceived notion of what Gregor Zane really looks like.
I agree.
I'm going to give him a call and mute myself.
Okay.
So who are you talking about, Ben?
Our guest. Fairly well-known, up-and-coming, I guess, horror author, born and raised here in Tennessee, I guess, or at least he lives.
Oh, is it? Was it Ronald Kelly? Is that correct?
Yeah, provided everything works out. Now, I don't know if you heard, but I will be stepping away at 8:00, but it's only for a few minutes, like until 8:30, and I might even check in between commercial breaks. But Treehouse of Horror only happens once a year, and surely you and Zach can hold the fort down, for a little bit, right?
Well, sure. So, what's Treehouse of Horror? Is that the Simpsons?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And Dad and I always watched it. Mom always watched it too. Every year it's something.
Okay, so you and your dad are going to watch it when it's broadcast.
I might check in every commercial break. I hope it's not stuffed from beginning to end with bad Trump jokes. Because
that would be annoying. I mean, yeah. I mean, you got to hear about that guy, whether you love him or hate him,
and they're
every day, right? I mean, he shouldn't have to invade your books or your television shows or your,
They are the one. They were the ones that were pushing the idea of Trump as president before anybody.
That's true.
An episode like 10 or 20 years ago, as a joke, So I mean, it's just
right.
I cannot see this gentleman backstage at all. Okay, explain to him, Zach. Okay,
is he using Chrome? Because I mean, he needs to use Chrome. He can't use like Edge.
I'm not using Chrome.
I mean, well, what are you using? Internet Explorer?
No, Lord, no. I wanted it to work.
Well, right. I mean, I know that Edge doesn't work. I'm assuming that Internet Explorer probably doesn't either. But
I use Brave browser.
Okay. And I've never been able to get that to work on a machine, but I haven't tried on this machine. So to be honest,
it's great. It blocks so many ads and malware automatically. It is great. I never have to watch a single commercial on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Huh. Well, I'm going to have to give it another whirl. On my old box, I tried to get it installed a couple different times and it never worked, but I'll try it on this one.
How could I get it to work and you couldn't?
Well, I mean, I didn't try exceedingly hard either, right? I mean, like it just didn't work. I tried a couple times, didn't work. I didn't mess with it, right? I mean, because I had browsers that worked, Chrome, but.
All right. Ronald Kelly's joins fellow Tennessean. Now Gregor's the odd man out here.
Oh yeah, as far as not being a Tennessean, yeah.
So, the author of Timber Gray, the short story collection, The Halloween Store, Undertaker's Moon about werewolves. You've written at least one vampire novel. Now, I mean, I was just exposed to your work in the last few weeks, and so the first one that I read was Timber Gray, which is amazing. I mean, the guy isn't superhuman, but he has a reputation that lends the idea that he might be, but he's very fallible, and that's what makes it even more awesome when he kills these wolves by the dozen. I love that book. Undertaker's Moon, I'm a little bit into that, and of course, just bought the Halloween Store for the seasonal reasons. And so, how long have you been writing? Why am I just now hearing your name and about all these books?
I have no idea. I've been writing for like 30 plus years. I mean,
yeah, and he's also a legit zebra horror author from Tennessee, which I find pretty amazing. Because zebra, I would have known that I'd be talking to one from Tennessee later on when I was in high school getting into zebra. It's pretty dang cool. Just right around the corner.
I mean, it's amazing to me, and this is, I guess we're not really talking about the author here, but it's amazing to me that you loved zebra anyways, considering your age. Like you're just like going back in time. I mean, all those books came out before you were even born, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
sure.
amazing that you were collecting those books. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah,
You think that's a bit strange, Mr. Kelly? Don't you think that's a bit odd that a guy that's, 21 years old
22
in high school, 22, was collecting all these zebra books? Isn't that a bit strange?
Well, lately a lot of people are collecting zebra books. I mean, um, Grady Hendrix put out that book, Paperbacks from Hell, and it just everybody, they love the art. They started reading the books. They love the books, and started collecting them. It just blows me away that people are starting to really gravitate to zebra books and some of the old mass market paperbacks and collecting them like that. And they're paying some really high prices for them too.
Right.
I get to say I was
but it's like you have a nostalgia for an age you never lived in, right? So what were you going to say, Zach? I'm sorry.
I was going to say I was into them before Grady Hendrix. No, but I mean, it's back into that idea of, I guess you could say, retro futurism. We don't like modernity, and so we go backwards.
I get you. Yeah, yeah.
The 80s was a simpler time that I never lived in.
So, Mr. Kelly, what is going on with this Timber Gray book? Is this a departure? What's the inspiration for that? Because it seems like generally I've thought of you as being like a horror writer, but that doesn't seem like a horror book based on what Jeremy has told us about it. So what's the inspiration for that?
Well, it's just a traditional Western novel. It doesn't have any horror thing or anything like that. I mean, I could have very well made it into a horror book and have werewolves instead of regular wolves. But when I first started writing and trying to get published, I wanted to be a Western writer. But I had an agent at the time, and he had a couple of Westerns of mine and trying to shop them around. But the genre was so narrow as far as Western. You couldn't break into it. I did do a couple of the Jake Logan Westerns. That the Jake Logan series was ghostwritten by 4 or 5 different writers. And
so is Jake Logan the house name, or is that the name of the characters? I'm not familiar with
that. Was the house name. The character's name was John Slocum in the book. But I remember my agent, he called me and said, do you want to get into this Jake Logan? It's ghostwriting. You make pretty good money. I mean, I did make off the cup. I only wrote 2 of them, and I made like $5,000 each, and you could write one in 2 weeks, and it was like 150 pages. I mean, that was a good paycheck for 2 weeks' work.
Right.
And so I called Joe Lansdale. Joe had he ghostwritten before, and I asked him.
Yeah, he's done some men's adventure novels that were war related, right? I've got one of them. I haven't read it yet, but yeah.
And he said, yeah, I've ghostwritten before, and go for it if you want to. So I got in on it, and I did too. And then Berkeley canceled the series for a while, and right, I could have done that all year and really raked it up, but when they finally started back up, all the slots were filled, and I didn't get to do it anymore. So, but that was just a little departure. I like Westerns, and I like to write Westerns, and I may do some sometime in the future. But Timber Gray right now is the only one I have available, for people to read.
Is that a reprint?
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask, is it a reprint or is that fairly new?
Bad Moon Books put it out. I mean, my agent shopped around a long time, and we never could get it off the ground. And then I went to Bad Moon Books, and he said, "Yeah, I'll publish it for you." And so we put it out in trade paperback. It never did do too good, and it didn't sell too good. And then I put it out in ebook, and we do have an audio book too.
So have you heard of what's this publishing house, Jeremy, that's doing these splatter westerns?
That is Death's Head Press.
Are you familiar with that, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Have you approached them and said, "Hey, this seems like a perfect fit for me"? Maybe pitch them something.
Well, you know, it's funny because I have been talking to Paul Goblich at Thunderstorm Books for a long time. I've done like 15 books with Paul, and I had this idea for horror western serial, which would be like 5 books over 3 years, and so I've made a deal with Paul. We're gonna put out. It's gonna be like a zombie gunfighter and a mojo man who's on the trail of a band of vampire outlaws who's stolen this man's son, you know.
Okay.
And I originally pitched this to Berkeley back in 1992, 93 or something like that. And but Berkeley didn't think I could sustain it because it would be like a monster a book. You know, they would encounter a different monster or creature every book, and you can't sustain that for very long because you run out of monsters. But I've been wanting to do it for a long time, and Paul said, "Yeah, let's do it." And we're going to do each of these Thunderstorm books is going to have like 3 separate creatures or monsters per book that they encounter, and we're going to do 5 volumes over 3 years. So, and it's not going to be so much a splatterpunk, but almost traditional horror kind of western. And Alex McVeigh's going to do all the covers for him. He does a lot of my covers, and Zach McCain does.
That's who that dude is. I was friends with him on Facebook, but I didn't actually know who he was.
Yeah, he mentioned you the other night when I talked to him too.
Yeah, so I just finished that novel, Something Out There, which was of course, a Zebra novel. I've not looked in to see if it's come out from any other presses since then. I picked up a lot of Missing 411 vibes from that book. I'm sure you're, being a Tennessean, you're familiar with the Dennis Martin thing. Did that play any? Did you think about that at all when you were writing the book?
No,
I know that like the eventual. I mean, I won't say reveal, but I mean, what the creatures are definitely doesn't go in that direction. But just like the kind of the lore of the mountain kind of got me thinking in that direction. So that wasn't on your mind when you wrote the book?
No, I wrote that book in 1991, 92. So I don't know where I got the idea for that. I just had the idea for like a Tennessee mountain where there was a species of changelings and it was fun writing that book because, you know, I could have them change into anything I wanted to. And the Darken, actually the book was originally titled The Darken, and of course Zebra changed all my titles except Bloodkin, the vampire book, and but that was a fun book to write, and Zebra, they didn't know what to do with it first because they actually they didn't know whether to pick it as horror or science fiction or fantasy.
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely put it in the horror category, but it had a very, I guess, comforting feel to it. I guess you put it in the cozy horror feel. Now, working with Zebra, what was that like? Were they kind of impersonal? Were they cool?
Yeah, it was an impersonal relationship. I mean, it was a very isolated relationship. I didn't have any contact with other Zebra writers, and you know, this was way back before you know, social media or the internet. I mean, and you'd send your book to the agent, and he'd sell it for you, and then you'd go back and forth with the editor at the publishing house you got accepted to, and they, you know, if they accepted your book, sooner or later you get a big old proof. I mean, about the size of 2 phone books. I mean, it wasn't like today where you just get an email and it's in there. And
yeah, now I can't. Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I can't really tell what kind of Tennessean you are based on the accent. Were you from around there in? I guess it's somewhat outside of Knoxville, or have you always been there from around Nashville?
Just around Nashville. I mean, I've lived within 80 miles of Nashville all my life, so.
Yeah. I'd say we're about 6 hours apart right now.
Yeah.
I'm in the Tri-Cities myself, so that's what it like from say Kingsport. That would be like a 6 or 7 hour drive, wouldn't it? Yeah.
They're basically right outside of Knoxville.
Wow. So yeah. That and you've been you pretty successful. I mean, you actually have developed a reputation and a track record and a resume. I mean, out of writing, and you live here. That's amazing.
Well, I did write for a living, for like 6 years with Zebra, and until they shut their horror line down, and then I was out of a job. And,
it's kind of cool how it was considered like as a job back then, whereas today, I mean, even if you're getting published, it's literally just a hobby. Like me, I've been published by Journal Stone, which you consider cool, and I think the most I've made on one royalty check was $20.
So after Zebra, was it Berkeley or Zebra that you say that shut down, or both of them did, right? Or is that
around the mid '90s, a lot of mass market paperback publishers were shutting down their horror lines. But
right,
I wrote exclusively for Zebra back then.
So what did you have to do then after that money stream dried up? What did you just you got it's like a day job and then just continue to write and sell on the side as much as you could?
Well, actually, I got a day job and I just worked. I mean, I gave up writing for 10 years.
Okay, all right.
And I didn't read hard and I didn't write hard. So, I pretty much just worked a plain old job and raised a family since between 1996 and 2006.
Did you miss it?
Did you miss it? Did you miss writing, or were you just resigned to it? How was that?
Well, after Zebra shut down, I got kind of bitter.
Right.
I tried because my agent told me to write anything but horror, because at that point horror was sort of poisonous. I mean, a lot of the publishing houses didn't want to have anything to do with it. I mean, it would kind of gotten a glut in the genre, and people wasn't buying as much as they were, and they were getting burnt by bad books, badly written.
Yeah, that is the case, because one thing I wanted to talk to you about is I've read a lot of Zebra books over the years, way too many, and there are certain authors who are actually good authors and have a command of the language, whereas you're reading the book and you can read it consistently all the way through, and it's like snappy. Like it's not just cliche characters and clunky trying to fill a word count. Like you can tell they actually know how to get in the headspace to write a novel. You were one of those. Of course, Joe Lansdale, but he doesn't really count since he only had like one. Sometimes Ruby Jean Jensen and sometimes William W. Johnstone. But for the majority of the authors, it's like if they were published by Zebra, it's like they really just couldn't write, which is so weird. Well, because the books themselves is like products were, freaking cool. Like, I mean, they're fun to collect as a horror fan, but actually reading them, I mean, I've gotten burnt on so many Zebra books, and some of them, I mean, some of them are bad, but then some of them are good and they stick out. Like, for instance, Something Out There had that type of vibe, but why was Zebra always considered bottom of the barrel? I find that strange considering their covers were so cool.
Well, Zebra, they recruited a lot of writers, a lot of new writers. I mean, and a lot of these writers didn't have much experience. They had been published very much, and it was a learning experience for them. And like when I had been writing in the small press for like maybe 4 or 5 years having short stories published and everything. So
yeah,
I kind of
like Stephen Gresham, he did too. He's another one that I forgot to mention that you could tell he was one of the good writers, and he too had been published in the small press a lot before Zebra.
But Zebra was recruiting a lot of writers who it's like their first time, first novel and stuff, and they wasn't very polished, and Zebra, the editing staff on Zebra, I mean, it was almost non-existent, the editing process, because usually when I got a proof of my book or something, it was pretty much the same as it was when I first sent it to them. So Zebra wasn't very big about editing, and I think their main objective was getting books out, at least 2 or 3 a month.
Right. There was a high demand at the time.
Right. There was. Right. Yes.
Yeah. So
they never got one of those cool holographic covers, did you?
No, I never did. I never got any skeleton covers either. So, but the skeleton covers went out about 2 years before I came in. So, and sometimes I think, man, I wish I had at least one skeleton cover, but when I came in, the covers were more mainstream, and they got rid of all those goofy skeleton covers. So
yeah. So what was the culture around horror books, back then? Like, was everyone reading them? Were there fewer readers back then? I mean, what was it like? Because I mean, nowadays being a reader is kind of a weird, like, I'm not going to say isolated experience, but it's like literally you don't know other readers in real life. That seems to be the case with most other people, like I know in the writing community.
Right.
Was it like that back then?
Well, back then, I mean, you knew all the name writers. I mean, we didn't have the internet it was just coming in, and we didn't have social media, so you wasn't aware of a whole lot of you knew if you went to the conventions back then, you met and knew the writers who were being published. You didn't. Nowadays, I get on Facebook and I see all kinds of people who are self-publishing, and they're being published by the indie presses, and they're trying to get published. So you've got contact with a lot of different people that you didn't have contact with back then.
Yeah.
But did you know more people in your day-to-day life back then that actually read books for pleasure?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, people read more back then. Nowadays, it seems like, when people say horror, everybody thinks horror movies,
right?
Slashers and 80s, horror movies and stuff like that, and they don't think, they might think of Stephen King, but they're not going to pretty much not think of anybody else as far as the author is concerned.
Right. So what do you think it was in the cultural milieu in the 80s that contributed to the publishers being able to sell so many of these horror books back in that time?
I think King kind of in the early 70s got it kicked off, and people was reading his stuff, and then they trying other people's books, horror authors' books, and it just really got to the point where horror was very at least in the late 80s, early 90s was very, very popular genre, and there was a lot of fans, but in the mid 90s it started dropping off, and like Zach said, people started getting burnt by bad books, and
right,
and
so do you think it was just primarily King and the publishing industry just trying to basically just doing what they saw was successful as far as just copying like they do in the movie industry, that type of thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
We've talked to some other ones, and they said that, like we had Tom Montilion on here too, who's really cool. And he said, I forgot what he said the number was, but it was in the thousands that, if you were selling this much per book, it was considered, just below average, whereas today it would literally be marketed as a best-selling blockbuster. And maybe it's really just because back then, like, I can envision that there were books everywhere and mass market books everywhere. Whereas today, like, you go in and a freaking novel in hardcover is literally going to be $30. Right. And it's like, they kill, like, I mean, I hate to like make business decisions for them, but do they want people to freaking read? Like, I don't get it.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, paperback books, the mass market paperbacks were everywhere back then. I mean, they were in the drugstores, they were in supermarkets, they were in the airport terminals. I mean, if you wanted to buy a horror book, you didn't have to go very far to find one,
Yeah, and, I mean, I remember seeing what is it, Necroscope, right by the checkout lane in my local grocery store. Right, I mean, that's like the first time I ever saw that.
And there were more bookstores back then. I mean, a lot of them have died out. All the brick and mortar bookstores, they've really died out. And I mean, but we had tons of bookstores back then, and I had a lot of signs that used bookstores. There were a lot of used bookstores back then, and there's not so many.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, everywhere you went, and there was, like I said, there was, like you said, there was tons of bookstores back in the day. And I remember my mom would just drop me off at the bookstore and come back 2 hours later, right? And she would just go run her errands or whatever the case may be, and I would just look through these massive walls of, paperbacks that all had these lurid covers on them, and it was fantastic. I mean, like the horror novels, and then like the men's adventure novels and the post-apocalyptic novels. There was like a lot of this stuff was published by Berkeley and Zebra, like SOBs and the Mac Bolan type stuff. I mean, there was a lot of I don't know. There was markets back then that just don't exist now. There's really no market now for like a men's adventure novel. It's very similar to horror. Like, it died off too.
I think the market for men's adventure is there. They just won't touch it for various reasons.
Yeah. That's possible. It's possible, I suppose.
The last book that you wrote before you went on hiatus or gave up for a while, I guess you just kind of put what you conceived to be considered to be a childish toys away, and all right, time to grow up and be the man of the house, the family man, and whatnot. Is that what you were thinking? I mean,
well, yeah, in a way, yeah. It, me and my wife had been married since '91. We lived in Nashville. We wanted to raise a family. We didn't want to raise it in the city. We were both country folks, and so around the time, a little bit before Zebra shut down the horror line, we moved out to the country, way out in the country. We lived, I mean, the place that we lived, there was, cows on three sides of the house. So that's pretty rural. But when I actually when Zebra shut down, they had 2 more of my books scheduled, and I was really looking forward to having them published. And when they shut down, they just gave them back to me and said, "Here, and that made me bitter too, and I just I figured I'd had my shot, and it was over, and so I just went to work and kind of forgot about writing for a while.
So that was a 10-year period, right? And I think a similar thing happened to another author from that era, Brian McNaughton. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah. So he also, kind of took a 10-year hiatus and went out and got various jobs, and then ultimately came back and, started writing again. So, what was the impetus for you to start again, right? Because I mean, you have published recently, or you after this 10-year period, you got back into it. What happened that made you feel like you needed to get back into it?
Well, I had an old friend from back when I was, around the time of Fear, and he went to a lot of conventions. He was a good Brian Keene, and he was one of the moderators on his board, and when Brian had it up, and we get in contact, and he'd say, Ron, you need to get back in the genre, and you need to start writing. And I say, no, I'm through with that. I don't have any desire to do that anymore. And he said he brought me he went to a convention and brought me a big stack of books, a lot of Brian Keene books and James Newman and Brian Smith, and they were all signed to me, and they all knew who I was.
Mm-hmm.
And they were, one of the books that Brian signed for me said, you were a great inspiration, and thank you. And it just kind of sparked something in me. I thought, maybe it wasn't over with after all. Maybe I'd actually done something worthwhile back then.
So do you think that this 10-year period where you're out in the world having experiences, getting your hands dirty or whatnot, mm-hmm. do you think that ultimately added something to your new books that you've written? Did you think that it maybe it made you a better writer, maybe a little bit more empathetic, or maybe a little bit more of the world?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, when I was writing for Zebra, it was pretty much a learning experience for me, and I was still honing my craft and everything like that. And it seemed like when I came back after 10 years, I had a fresh perspective, and I actually think I wrote better. I wasn't, my writing wasn't quite as cumbersome. I mean, one of the bad things about writing with Zebra is they always wanted these big doorstopper books, and they wanted you to fill them with lots of characters and a lot of subplots, and sometimes it was hard to fit all that in because maybe you wanted to write a 200-page book and they wanted you to write a 500-page book.
Right. Yeah, I've noticed that's the number one thing about Zebra that I can't stand is that a length like that needs to be reserved for special epic books.
But actually, it was a stipulation in Zebra's contract that you write a book that length.
Yeah, but from an artistic point, it's just so weird because a lot of these, the best horror novels I've read have always been on the shorter side, and that helps them because they're more emotionally intense at certain parts. Kind of, plodding that out kind of takes away the intensity. I'm not saying like the horror intensity, but just I don't know, you just think of a horror story as shorter. It just seems natural.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't seem like Zebra was all that interested in what was between the covers, really, were they? I mean, they were just more interested in having a gaudy, lurid cover to get you to buy the book, and they just wanted it to be beautiful. And they wanted, they are awesome, right? I mean, I'm not saying that they're not, but I mean, it seems like they were mainly concerned with the cover being eye-catching, selling the book, and then the book being a certain length, so you felt like you're getting your money's worth, right?
Yeah, I mean that was their business. I mean, they were just out to market as many books as they could, in a year's time, and I mean, it was at a point in the horror, where people, they were hungry for horror, and they were buying them up, and that's and a whole lot of readers back then loved the big door stoppers, and they thought they got their money worth when they paid $3.95 for a big 500-page book. They think they got their money's worth.
And King probably set that too, right? I mean, as far as I mean,
like with it and Tommy Knockers and stuff like that. Yeah, he kind of set that up, because for a while in his career he did write really long books, So.
Right. Yeah. So there was another thing of just imitating what was successful. Yeah.
Needlessly long in many cases, but I think I remember. I haven't read it yet, but Toy Cemetery by Johnstone or William Johnstone.
Yeah. That's an amazing book.
I think Grady said that like Johnstone had threw a lot of like random subplots in there, like a werewolf goes up in there for no reason.
A werewolf ghost.
that's cool, but that was probably him filling time, filling out the book, padding it out to make it longer, if it maybe,
Yeah, he had fun with that one. I freaking love that book.
I've heard of that one. Yeah, I hadn't read it, but I've heard of it. But I really did made a conscious effort to I didn't want to throw a bunch of junk in there that didn't make sense or didn't belong there or anything. I tried my best to write a coherent narrative that would interest you and bring you through there, and you wouldn't lose interest, and I mean it'd be a fast read, and
right,
and I think I did that for the majority of the books I did. I did 8 books for Zebras, so in a 6-year period. So
that's good.
Yeah, you must have been writing like crazy to get those 400, 500, 2 or 3 of those a year.
Now the last book that they published, Blood Kin, I was, we were in Nashville, it was, we were hurting for money. I mean, Zebra didn't pay all that great. I mean, it was on the low end of the scale, what authors got paid back then. But I really need the money when I wrote Blood Kin, and I wrote it in 2 weeks.
Wow.
But I mean, I think it turned out really well. I mean, it was one of those books that you got the idea, and it would just. I mean, I put all the Southern horror stuff. It was a different kind of vampire book. I mean, the vampire, he didn't turn into bats and rats and stuff like that. He turned into weasels and crows and wild boars and stuff.
Interesting.
Flesh Welder. What is that? Sounds amazing. It looks amazing.
Flesh Welder was it was a novella that I put out in the small press back in 1988 or something like that. It's a post-apocalyptic story about a doctor who's he has the ability to weld flesh and bone like like a blue collar welder. He's found a way to repair people. And because there's there's wars going on and all that, and it's one of my better novellas. So.
Oh, and you got Wayne June does the audiobook?
Yeah, Wayne June did.
Oh man, that guy's great. Yeah.
That's I believe that's the only one he ever did. Croatoan Publishing, they put out the
well, no, I mean, the only one he ever did for you, you mean, or period?
Yes, for me, yeah.
Oh, okay, for you, okay, because I know he did Throne of Bones. I'm pretty sure that's the Brian McNaughton that I was talking about earlier. But
yeah,
okay, but I'm going to buy this Flesh Welder right now. It looks great.
All right,
hope you enjoy it.
Speaking of werewolves, so Undertaker's Moon, was that your first novel upon your return, or was it Hell Hollow?
No, it was Hell Hollow was the first one after I returned. Now, Undertaker's Moon is just Moon of the Werewolf. That was Moon of the Werewolf was my, let's see,
91.
Yeah, fourth Zebra novel, and it was originally titled Moon of the Werewolf, and of course Zebra changed the title and used the most generic werewolf title that they could come up with. And
Moon is definitely a better sounding title to me.
Yeah. And when I came back, the first publisher that contacted me was Nocturne Press. They went out of business, like a year after we got involved, and they wanted to do Undertaker's Moon, and Alex McVeigh did that wonderful blue werewolf cover. That's one of my favorite covers that I've ever had on a book.
It's very. I mean, it's very. You're talking about Undertaker's Moon.
The blue werewolf.
It's very crisp and colorful. Yeah. I've made it a little way into that. That's a multi-perspective book as far as characters, right? It's not settled on one perspective. Yeah. See, sometimes I can struggle with those, but other times it's like I make an instant connection with every character, and I haven't decided which way I'm going with as far as that one yet. But I am enjoying some of the stories I've read in the Halloween store. How many collections have you written now?
Oh, well, I've as far as published, I mean, I've got several small ones in ebook. The first one I had was Midnight Grinding. That came out with Cemetery Dance, put that out around the same time as Hell Hollow when I first came back. And, I think that was like 2009, 2010 that those two books came out. I put out a second collection called Cumberland Furnace and Other Fear Forged Fables. Bad Moon put that out. It's not available in paperback, but it is a smaller version of it's available in ebook. Let's see, I did a post-apocalyptic collection called After the Burn. Thunderstorm did that, and we've got that out in ebook right now. And I did another Halloween collection called Mr. Glowbones and Other Halloween Tales.
Yeah, I like the cover of that one. I like the dang skeleton shirt.
Now, I actually painted that cover myself. I painted the skeleton on there. So, because other than being a writer, I am an artist, and I'm not as polished as like Alex McVeigh or Zach McCain, but I like to dabble with art, and I actually wanted to be a comic book artist. When I was back in high school.
So what cover did you do, Mr. Glowbones? You say?
I did Mr. Glowbones, and I did the ebook cover for Restless Shadows, which was a sequel to my first novel, Hindsight.
Okay, right there.
That's Mr. Glowbones.
I like that one.
And it's funny because on the internet they started selling these Hawaiian shirts with jack-o'-lanterns on it, and I thought, I need to get a royalty for that because I came up with that shirt before anybody else did.
What are you more comfortable with, full-length novels and novellas, or short story collections?
Short story collections. I mean, I'm basically a short story writer. I mean, when I came up in the small press before I got with Zebra, that's what I wrote. I wrote short stories, and they're more satisfying to me than writing novels. Novels is a heavy investment. And sometimes you get to the end of it and it doesn't end exactly the way you want it to, and people with a novel, people mostly want a solid ending where everything's wrapped up and tied up, and with short stories I can let it hang at the end and let everybody decide what happened after that. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people, they want all the strings tied and tied up good, but I like the
I don't like the open-ended endings either myself, but I can give the author a little bit of leeway as far as just being a reader. I can give him a little bit of leeway with an open-ended ending, but what I hate is when authors say during interviews, I want the reader to decide for themselves what happened. I feel like it's a shared experience. And so I don't want me to tell you because you're not going to listen to that anyway, but it should be something that you can communicate to me, that makes it come to life even more, like, did you notice that this character said this, in the penultimate chapter? And did you know that what they were referring to had to do with this right here? I hate it when they're so open-ended that, there's no resolution whatsoever.
Right.
I mean, it's fine with a short story, but with a novel, I can see where you would say that. I mean,
Well,
the short story is a little bit more forgiving, I think, in that regard.
Right. You know, when Brian Keene wrote the Rising and he left it hanging at the end, a lot of people, I mean, that freaked a lot of people out, you know. But
it was unconventional at the time, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you foresee any of your books becoming, developed for the cinema? Despite all that's going on right now and how it's not a good time to be a moviegoer or a movie director or anything. I mean, have you ever had talks about that sort of thing?
Well, I actually did. I mean, I had some interest in somebody doing a film of Hell Hollow, and it was coming really close until COVID hit, you know, and I mean, it wasn't like, you know, they were ready to start recruiting a cast or anything like that. But I mean, we were in talks, and there was some interest, but yeah, I mean, it's this whole situation, you know, with COVID and everything's really, I mean, it's really put a damper on a lot of authors who had things lined up and had some interest, or, you know, just been left holding the bag, it seems like.
So, Ron, this is going to be awkward, and I guess I'm going to prove Chet Williamson right when he's called me self-indulgent and unprofessional. But I've got to step away now.
Mm-hmm.
We can wrap the interview there, or if you're having a good time, you can continue speaking with my co-hosts. I'll probably be checking back every few minutes, but this is a semi-family thing that, and it only comes once a year anyway, close to Halloween. And so I am, as the main host, am abandoning my perch for, a little bit. If you want to continue speaking with these gentlemen, feel free, or if you want to wrap there, that's fine too. It's been an honor speaking with you, and I'm glad to be familiarizing myself with your work now.
Well, it's nice meeting you too.
Sure. Can you put it back on the thingy?
Which thing?
Where we can see everyone. Okay. Yeah.
Which one was it? Was it that? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to mute, and Zach, if there's any technical, things you need, just text me. You got my number still, right?
Yeah.
And I will be in and out every, 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm sorry that this is terribly awkward, Mr. Kelly. If it were any other night, I wouldn't resort to this, but,
That's fine.
Okay. But if you want to continue talking, guys, go right ahead. I'll be back.
So with this Timber Gray, our host here, who's abandoning us now, told us about that. And, he read it. He really liked it quite a bit. It sounds like, I don't know why I think this, but, well, I know why I think this first piece, but not necessarily the second. It seems like there's maybe a Jack London feel to it. Is that,
yeah, I think so. I mean, I used to read a lot of Louis L'Amour, and that, I think that's got kind of a feel of that too. And I mean,
what about a Robert E. Howard? I mean, it seems like there might be like almost a epic fantasy tinge to it, right? It seems like it's almost got a Conan, but in the West kind of a vibe. That's what it sounds like. You know what I mean? Do you like Robert E. Howard? Am I way off? And okay.
Yeah. I liked a lot of the old pulp writers,
Right. It sounds like a really good pulp adventure book. So I just grabbed it from the library. So
speaking of pulp adventure and Zebra, were you a big fan of John Stone or not?
John Stone, I'd read a few of his books. I mean, I mostly read outside of Zebra. I mean, I didn't read a whole lot of Zebra books. I mean, I wrote them, but I didn't. I read some Rick Hopla, but I mostly read, like Robert McCammon and Lansdale and read a lot of King and Richard Matheson. I read a lot of Richard Matheson, but I didn't read a lot of Zebra books.
Yeah, I didn't know if you'd read any of his Westerns or not, because that was kind of what he's most well known for. And
right, yeah.
seemed like he kind of built the horror line and then went over and abandoned it to do westerns. But
well, maybe he did that after Zebra dropped. I don't know if that was it or not. But
you can still find his westerns put out, not now with the Zebra moniker, but I think it's Pinnacle or whatever. Still Kensington, that you can find his books in dang Walmart and whatnot nowadays.
Right. Well, I think they're being written by his. He's not alive anymore, so
right.
I think they're being written by his grandson or his son or something like that. But if you'll look, it'll say William Johnstone, and then I think it's J.A. Johnstone.
Yeah.
Underneath.
Let's see. Yeah. So did you read the genre when you were taking your 10-year hiatus, or were you so bitter you couldn't even read it?
No, I just put everything, on the back burner. I mean,
did you read westerns during that time frame? Did you still read books for pleasure?
Well, I didn't read a whole lot. I don't think. Just I just got soured on the whole writing business and didn't read a whole lot.
Well, I'm glad you came back.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I did too.
Yeah, because I mean, even though there are less readers nowadays, just the fact that books are so easily accessible is really a reason for everyone who wants to write to be writing, in my opinion, because it's not like, I mean, some people go at it with the wrong impression of trying to chase some kind of internet fame or, something like that. But I mean, just as far as contributing to literature for the fun of it, I mean, it's pretty novel, pardon the pun.
So do you have the rights back to all your old stuff, and have you self-published those on your own?
Well, I got Crossroad Press. They're doing it for you, okay? They do.
Yeah, they do
e-books. Yeah, I think they do. They do all my ebooks and audio books, and they're starting to do some paperbacks. So I do want to have, but it seems like I've got, as far as paperbacks, I've got Hell Hollow and Undertaker's Moon and Fear. Let's see, is that it? And The Buzzard Zone in paperback. But when people want to read Fear or Undertaker's Moon, they want to just go buy an old Zebra book. They don't want to buy the new one. They want the ones with old covers and stuff like that. I guess that's part of this resurgence where they want to
like vinyl records, right? Almost, it's what the classic feel, and then those painted covers are great. I mean, the covers in those old paperbacks were fantastic.
The funny thing about that was you would get a cover flat, with everything set up on it, and you didn't know that was the first time you found out that they changed the title. And sometimes you didn't like the cover because it didn't go with the story, because usually Zebra would give like the cover artist a little germ of an idea of what your book was about, and they do a cover, and it didn't, it really didn't have a whole lot to do with what was inside, because something out there, the big lizard thing coming over the top of the mountain wasn't in the book. I mean, so I don't know where they came up with that.
Back in the day, did you get kind of ticked off about that? And then like later on, did you think, you know what, maybe they knew what they were doing and that cover really is cool? Did you ever have a change of heart?
I did get ticked off about things. I mean, Father's Little Helper, which was 12 gauge, I used like in a subtitle, I said Father's Little Helper, because when this mass murderer went on his rampage, the main character, who was a serial killer, was a child, and his father told him to be Father's Little Helper, and they took that one little thing and put it on as the title, and I didn't like that. I thought, and I went to the editor and I said, can't you change this title back to 12 gauge? And they wouldn't do it. They had to say so, and so, but then I got used to it, and I was just happy I was being published.
What about like the cover art? Did you ever have any major objections to any of the cover art, or were you always in line with them as far as that goes?
No, I mean they made it where it was, it was eye catching and sellable, and I never really, except for that one time with something out there where that big lizard's coming over the top that wasn't in the book. But now
that is true. That lizard was not in the book.
no, it wasn't.
He was kind of in there. I mean, a couple times.
Well, I mean, if he'd been black and gray like in the book, I mean, because the Darkin, he was everything he turned into was black and gray, and then the other changelings were albino and they were white and pink, but this was a colored lizard coming over the top of the.
That's okay.
Funny. I'm back. It was Simpsons was preempted for baseball, so never mind.
Baseball sports are so lame. I can't stand them. They take away everything.
Especially when I think I'm watching the Treehouse of Horror. I don't know if it's even. Well, I don't know. Maybe I got the date wrong. I don't know. Anyway, that actually worked out okay. So, Thunderstorm Books. They deal mostly in limited edition. Books, right?
Right. Yeah.
But it almost always comes out later in a regular release, right?
Yeah. I just when one of my books comes out with Thunderstorm, I just make the deal to do the hardcover, the limited, and I always go somewhere. That's one thing that I learned after Zebra. Don't put all your eggs in one basket,
Right.
And I mean, keep your rights for the different, like for your paperbacks and your audiobooks and hardcovers, just keep it separate where you have the option of going to different places, because some indie presses and stuff go out of business. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot,
Right. Yeah.
Now, how do you jive with the writing culture? I remember a couple times there were some social media discrepancies, which we've all had those. I've had probably way more of those than anyone. I've made so many people mad at me from Brian Keene. I mean, so many people in the horror community hate me. But how do you jive with it? Do you?
I kind of get along with them. I mean, I do better on Facebook than I do Twitter. Twitter is, there's all these little clicks and if you don't step in their steps and dance to their music, they can turn on you like a pack of wild dogs.
So do you just long for the days just going back to conventions and only really getting the interaction there? Because I mean, yeah.
I don't go to very many conventions. Of course, this year it was it's pretty much not any conventions, right. But
I mean, Scares That Cares. Where's that? That's not that far from where you all are, right?
No, that'd be like a 8-hour drive from where I live. But and I was actually going to. Brian invited me to be a guest at Scares That Cares, and I think I had to bow out before the COVID even, because we had something. Me and my family had something scheduled that week.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So, but you're not a big convention goer, and you never have been, or you just haven't since your reemergence?
Well, I went to back when I was writing for Zebra. I mean, they had the first 2 World Horror Conventions in Nashville. I mean,
okay.
And I did go to a couple of those and saw a lot of great people. Robert Bloch and Carl A. Wagner and Charlie Grant was there. And
that'd be cool meeting Robert Bloch.
Yeah, I mean, I actually went. There was like a room upstairs in the hotel where they had like monster models set up, and it was like these specialized monster models people built, and I went up there to look at them, and there was Robert Bloch and Forrest J. Ackerman, the publisher of Famous Monsters there, and it just blew me away. And I actually did talk to them, and they were very, very gracious and down to earth. But yeah, when you went to back there, back to conventions back then, you would come across people like that. And I remember taking some books to have Richard Matheson sign, and I think I took I Am Legend and Hell House and
right.
The Stricken Man, but he's the only one that really floored me. It really, I mean, I went total fanboy on him.
On Ackerman?
No,
or,
on
Matheson. Matheson.
Richard Matheson.
Oh yeah, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
about it'd be freaking awesome.
What about screenplays? You dabbled with that? Any?
No, I never have. I don't think I know the mechanics of a screenplay well enough to try to write one. I mean,
gotta say, I've read a couple screenplays. I'm not gonna say it makes you look at movies differently, but it's like you really don't like, especially as a writer. It's kind of like so much of the things that you like about the movies do seem to come out like in the filming as opposed to the screenplay, because screenplay is just so bare bones.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who wrote the screenplay, right? I think in general, you're right, Zach. I mean, that's definitely the case. It seems to be very bare bones. I think some screenplay writers do get really deep into the details. But what were you going to say, Zach?
I was going to say the worst screenplay I've ever read, ironically, was by Stephen King. That one for that stupid movie with the cat and the gnome.
Oh yeah, Cat's Eye.
Yeah.
Now that's
a great anthology movie, though.
Yeah,
I mean, it was good. It was a good cheesy movie.
Yeah, I mean, most of those stories that was on that movie were from his Night Shift collection. I mean,
when the guy has to walk around the building, my God, man, that tenses me up every time I watch it, even today. I thought every story in that anthology movie was on point, and including the troll story, Cat's Eye.
Cat's Eye.
So the whole movie's called Cat's Eye.
Yeah.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Now the story of him walking around the building was better. I mean, it was the fictional version that he wrote was actually better than the movie version, I thought. Very successful.
Frank Edler of the Bazong podcast has a question. Are there any new writers that you're excited about?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few. And these might not be new writers to you, but like Jonathan Jantz. I love Jonathan. I've been reading like Summer Cannon and Wesley Southern, John Quick, Todd Kiesling. I've read some of his stuff. And I'm getting
these people. I'm not familiar with any of them.
I've heard of them. I've heard of them all, but I've not read any of them. Man.
I've read Jonathan Jan's first novel, House of Skin.
These are a lot of people coming out of the indie presses and stuff like that.
Yeah, Todd Kiesling, he's got a book that's got, I think, quite a bit of buzz right now. Right, what is it called?
Devil's Creek.
Yeah, Devil's Creek. Yeah, that's supposed to be really good. Have you read that one?
Yeah. I've got it on my Kindle. I hadn't sat down and read it.
That's supposed to be like a breakout novel for him, is my understanding. Yeah.
And I've read some Josh Malerman. Like Josh.
Right.
And of course, I've been reading Brian Keene and some of the earlier ones who were published by Leisure.
Right.
I started reading them when I came back.
How do you feel it's changed from before? Better or worse?
Well, I want to answer for him. Worse.
Okay.
Let the man answer.
Wait, what are you actually asking, though? I don't know that you're. What are you asking, though? Do you think
has it changed for the better or worse? And I'm talking about.
What do you mean it? What is it?
Horror fiction.
Okay. All right.
And I mean in terms of content, not in terms of politics. We know the politics are worse than ever, and the political correctness, social justice / whatever, whiny, like cliquish, like pressure tactics, peer pressure.
The Babylonian horror empire.
I don't care so much about that. Neither do they. That's just you reading too much into it.
I know that was a joke, Jeremy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I can't see you, Miss. You said you had the fancy webcam, but I can't see you to tell if you're joking or not. But
the inflection of my voice should make it come through.
Oh God, it's grating. That's all I know about it. No, but so what I mean is, in terms of content, has it improved, or do you feel that there are some hurdles to get over with modern fictions, that has sprung up since you came back?
Well, it's different. I mean, horror has a whole different feel than it did back when I was writing it, And when I was writing it seemed like you could read a book without even seeing who the author was, and you could tell who it was because everybody had a very unique voice back then. And,
right.
That's the funny thing about Zebra. Like, I think I finally found what you said is what I think about Zebra. It's like a lot of horror writers have a distinctive voice, and you were one of them in Zebra. But a lot of the Zebra writers, it's like they wrote without a style. Like they just kind of like how, like, say the difference between a John Carpenter Halloween movie and then a Friday the 13th movie. Like Friday the 13th kind of style. It's not that it's worse, but I'm sure you get what I mean.
Well, one thing I had for me is going for me was, regional. I mean, I was writing Southern horror. I mean, it was all set in the South,
right.
And there wasn't a lot of writers writing that back then, and people seemed to be hungry for something different. I mean, you had like Charlie Grant doing New England horror, and King was doing his Maine horror, and if and then I came in and when I started selling short stories at the beginning, people were snapping them up. I mean, the editors were snapping them up because they were something different, and had a different voice to it, different mood to it, and
right.
And but that's always worked for me. Sometimes I think when I write nowadays, I don't put as much of the Southern stuff in. Sometimes I'm just more concerned with just writing a good story. But lately, I've really gotten creative and everything like that, and I am going kind of gravitating back to a lot of the rural stories and stuff.
So before when you were talking about the difference between modern horror and the horror from back in the day, you seem like you were going towards a path where you were saying back in the day there was way more distinctive voices. Were you saying that is in contrast to what you see out there today, that there's not quite as many distinctive voices as there were back in the 80s, early 90s?
Well, I don't read a whole lot. I mean, I write more than I read now.
Right.
But the ones I have read, there's 2 or 3 that, if their name was left off the book, I couldn't really tell which one was which,
Yeah. Right.
I'm not going to say who that is, but.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to ask you either. Right? So, okay. So that's an interesting thing.
Oh, I was going to say the problem I have with a lot of modern horror is that a lot of it's way too much about horror. Like the writers will be referencing horror movies, and sometimes horror writers. Yeah, I really can't stand that.
Well, say you got this thing now where everybody's nostalgic about the 80s.
Right.
Shoot, when I in the 80s, I was in my late 20s. But there's not anything for me to be nostalgic about the 80s, but. Because I grew up in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
But, I mean, I see a lot of that injected into movies and books now where, let's get nostalgic about the 80s and 90s. And that doesn't appeal to me that much.
In the middle of the story. Yeah.
Nobody wants to take anything forward. Everybody wants to reminisce, and that gets on my nerves.
That's because
in a way, I'm like that too. I like to, like especially like in the Halloween collections. I like to go for the nostalgia, but that's germane to
that's germane though. I mean, that's what I mean. You would expect that from a Halloween story, right? I mean, you're looking for a particular I don't know. There's a particular promise in the premise of a Halloween story, and I think the nostalgia is almost a requirement in a certain way, right? Because especially folks that are as old as I am, as old as you are, when we were Halloween to us meant you could just run around in the streets till late at night with your buddies and your brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? And there was no, you got to do it from 6 to 8, and then when it's dark, you got to go home, right? I mean, it was an all night affair, running wild through the streets, causing trouble, right? I mean, and that's, a huge appeal to Halloween. And I think when you're writing a Halloween story, you've got to capture that.
Mm-hmm. But, that like you said, our parents they didn't know where we were on Halloween. They didn't care. I mean, they were at home passing out candy, and I think that kind of colors some of the fiction nowadays, because things are different now, and there was a lot of things that nobody worried about back then that people are scared to death of now.
Well, correct. I think a lot of ways that's. I don't want to say it's completely a media-induced panic over something that's not real. In some ways, it is real, but I think when it's like you're talking about two different types of nostalgia. There, a lot of the people, when they do nostalgia stuff today, it's nostalgic for past media, whereas what Gregor's talking about is literally nostalgic for past life experiences.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Which is
it's more of a nostalgia for a past shared life experience, right? When we're talking about the specific Halloween stories that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it's not just, I'm going to be writing a homage to, Halloween, the movie Halloween, right? I mean, I would never do such a thing, but definitely for the nostalgic feeling of being a kid back in the 80s. Running loose in the streets, right, on Halloween. That's something that I genuinely would like to get the feeling out of when I'm reading a Halloween story.
Right.
What do you like? What do you like writing better in terms of vampires or werewolves or any other horror archetype? Like, I'm sure you've written a serial killer novel at some point. What is your favorite archetype to write about?
Well, I don't really have one. When I wrote for Zebra, I consciously wanted to write something different every time. I didn't want to write 7 or 8 evil doll books or evil children books.
Right.
And Jensen.
that kind of drove Zebra up the wall, because every time I wrote one, it was completely different from the one before. And I did, I've written books about ghosts and werewolves and vampires. I mean, I've covered all the bases, and I wrote a zombie book a few years ago. It didn't go over too good because I think everybody's kind of sick of zombies now.
Yeah, you're late to the party on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I did a good job, and I gave some new perspective to some stuff, and I think it was one of the best books I ever wrote. But it just everybody got so sick of zombies that and if I hadn't procrastinated and done it 3 years earlier, it might have done a whole lot better.
Is there a horror archetype creature or monster that you haven't written yet that you would like to write?
I'd like to write a book about the Bell Witch, because it's a local legend, but so many people's delved into that that I don't think I could. I think it'd just be rehashing some stuff that people's already written about the Bell Witch. But
have you written? Go ahead.
Well, right now I'm just kind of when a lot of short stories, I just take ordinary everyday situations, put a dark twist on it or something like that. And I've always done that with short stories. And but I don't see myself doing a lot of stuff with vampires and zombies. Vampires and werewolves, because I've already covered that ground, and unless I do a sequel to an older book, maybe. But
well, you've got this Western thing that has some of these monsters in it, right? I mean, these.
I'll be satisfied doing that for a while.
Right. Have you written a monster that like a water monster, right? Like a sea monster or a lake monster? Have you written a monster, like a water monster story?
No, I've never done that before, I don't think.
Yeah. So that one of the ones you haven't covered?
Yeah, I guess so.
I hear a home phone ringing in the background. Somebody still has a home phone.
I think that's in the next room. I think my wife got a call or something.
It's a landline?
Somebody's actually got a landline. Yeah, wow.
Her cell phone, she just has it on the old-fashioned ring.
Oh, okay.
So what is your latest work anyway? Is it Buzzard Zone or?
No, Buzzard Zone was a few years ago. The latest one is Central Six stuff from Shamrock, Silver Shamrock, and both
that and Shamrock. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So you've never heard of them?
Yeah, they've been putting out some good stuff, as from what I understand.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do the Central Six stuff, but I put out a couple of collections through Thunderstorm. I put out the Six stuff, and that was like 2009, and more Six stuff a couple of years ago, and I wanted to put out like the Essential Six stuff with a new collection of stories, all three of them together. And I talked to Ken McKinley, and he said, yeah, let's do it. And so we put that together, and Alex McVeigh did the big tick cover of it. And it's selling good, and people, the reviews are really good on it. It's mostly my old splatterpunk kind of stories. Back in the 90s, everybody was wanting to outdo each other and writing the most disgusting stories that they could. And Skip Inspector and David J. Schow and a bunch of them were doing like cutting edge. Back then it was considered cutting edge. Now it's just like extreme, splatterpunk stories. But yeah, I did a lot of them back then, and that's what I put in the six stuff collections.
There are fictional like factions when it comes to horror. Like some are more traditionalist, like I would say your Thomas Monteleones and Chet Williamson, and then you have ones that are more on the extreme side that came up, and cut their teeth on the extreme stuff. Like Skip Inspector and David Schow and Kathy Koja, maybe. I guess you strike me as more of a neutral territory guy on that argument.
I do. Yeah, I jump back and forth. I mean, I've jumped back and forth before, trying to, but it's not, like it wasn't like conscious, like I'm going to write what sells best, at that particular time or anything. I just like to have a varied palette of, different writing styles and stuff I can do. It's not like, I'm jumping on the bandwagon for the latest craze or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So your collection, the Halloween store, right? Mm-hmm. So did you publish the Halloween store? Is the Halloween store an actual story in the collection?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Was that published prior to that? And where was that published prior?
No, that's a new story. I had like 5 new stories in the Halloween store and 2 old stories. Now the 2 old stories, when I used to write short stories, back when the short small press days, you'd write a seasonal story like a Halloween story or a Christmas story, and maybe the editor didn't want a seasonal story, and you'd go back and you'd take the Halloween or the Christmas out. But now I'm going back and put them back in and put them in collections, and they, it fits really well.
So how many tales are in this Halloween store?
It's 7 tales and 2 essays, nostalgic essays. And I really had a lot of fun writing this. I only got the idea to even put it together like in early August,
Wow.
And I thought, everybody's so sick of hearing about COVID and social, civil unrest and
Right.
tearing down statues and all this, and let's just have a little fun. Let's go back and nobody knows what Halloween's going to be like this year because I went in Walmart yesterday and they had all the Halloween candy 50% off, and that's crazy for
Halloween.
Halloween.
Because that's what happens right the day after Halloween, right?
Yeah, but now they're trying to get rid of it because nobody's planning on having Halloween, just trick or treating and stuff. So
they just want to kill everything that even vaguely smacks of tradition
or fun, right? Yeah. So everybody go out and get this Halloween store book, man. This looks pretty good, and this just came out, right? I mean,
it came out September 25th or something like that. And
this looks good.
I'm currently working on a Christmas horror collection, and it's going to have 10 stories in it, and I think half of them's going to be old stories and half of them's brand new stories, and I think it's really coming together great. And the artist who did the Halloween story cover is doing a cover for this one, and it is going to blow your socks off.
Probably not going to be released this Christmas, though, right? I mean,
yeah, it will be. Yeah, I'm working on it hard.
Wow, you must have a professional work ethic and word count and everything. Then,
well, most of them are reprints, though, right?
Well, I mean, I think there were 5 in the Christmas collection that's going to be reprints, but they're the Halloween versions of the stories that the editors may be changing to just regular stories. But Crossroad Press is very fast to work with, and
right.
I mean, I'm gonna probably be done with it this week and get it over there to them, and they're gonna do the ebook and paperback files, and I'll go back and do some corrections and stuff, and we hope to have it out right after Thanksgiving. So.
That must be an awesome feeling to be able to say that you give a projection on when you're going to release it, and you can actually back it up. See, I mean, when I used to try to think I was going to publish this or that, I was basically bullshitting every time I tried to give a projection, and here I am, with all these unfinished, works.
Hey, Jeremy.
And yeah.
You know how you fix that?
Yeah, I know. Work. Yeah. But that must be an awesome feeling to know that you can, I mean, like a worksman, just like at your table, finishing this project or that. I mean, that must be a great feeling.
It is. I mean, when I was writing for Zebra, I didn't have that. I mean, I didn't have any say-so about when anything was coming out or how it was going to be presented. And I've kind of gotten to the point where I can kind of call the shots, and I say I want this on the cover, and that's what we're going to have on the cover. And I'm having fun putting these little collections together, and people's really, eating them up because. I was selling some copies of the Halloween store, to readers, and I signed the title page and do a little artwork on the title page for them, and I've just ordered my 4th box of books because people's wanting this book so bad, and I'll probably do the same thing with the Christmas book. But I mean, the Halloween stories got great reviews. Everybody, I think it was just exactly the right time to put out another Halloween collection like this.
So, how many years does this Halloween collection span as far as like the stories? Right. I mean, are some of them ones you wrote in like the 80s, early 90s? Some you wrote recently.
There was 2 that. One of them was Blood, Sweat, Shoes that was in Shock Rock back in 1992, I think.
Okay.
It was originally a Halloween story, and I put the Halloween, references back in it. And I think another one is a Cemetery Dance story that was in like Cemetery Dance number 3 or something like that.
Okay.
But most of them are new stories, and and they cover different. I mean, I've got one that's set during the 1920s.
Oh, nice.
Called Pretty Little Lanterns, and it's kind of a it's almost novella length. I mean, it's got some length to it.
Okay.
There's a character in Timber Gray that I really didn't envision having any kind of redemption arc, but I really like the fact that you gave this character one, and you probably know who I'm talking about. I don't want to spoil. Excuse me, I don't want to spoil it. But you gave this one surprising character a good redemption arc when he's going the way of Despicable, like almost instantly when we first meet him.
Right.
I thought that was great how you gave him that, and we saw, something different instead of the inevitable slow, quick decline of this character's mental health.
Right. I mean, I've done that before in books. I mean, like in Pitfall, my second book, one of the characters who were, the antagonist was a Apache Indian, and there was a character, a despicable redneck character in there that just gave him a hard time at the beginning of the novel, and by the end of it, they were working together to fight this horde of Tasmanian devils that had been brought into the country and used like fighting dogs and stuff, and they got loose, and there was some supernatural to it. They were kind of possessed demonically, and I mean, that book was like a roller coaster ride, and you look at the cover there, and it's not your typical zebra cover. It's I mean, I got the cover flat of that, and I thought, man, I've made it. Look at my name. It's half the cover is my name. Looking back, I would have loved to have just a regular old cover for it. With some snarling Tasmanian devils on the cover.
Yeah, this looks like this is supposed to be not even a horror novel.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if they were trying to, if that was their intention or not, that they were trying to make me look more mainstream, like. There was a lot of books out like that with just the name and the title and maybe a little bitty illustration on it or something to hook you and all that. But I mean, it's so good. It wasn't a really good seller, but and it's not one that people, when they think of Ron Kelly, they don't think of Pitfall. But I love that book. I mean, it is a roller coaster ride book, and I mean, it moves fast.
Yeah, I mean, this almost looks like a literary novel to me, as far as the marketing of the cover, right? I mean, as far as it doesn't look like it doesn't even look like a thriller, really.
Right, and when Thunderstorm did the Essential Ronald Kelly collection, where we redid all the zebra books in hardcover, I had Alex McVeigh do a new cover, and it's a lot more, it's a lot more of a hardcover. It's like an arm sticking up out of a horde of Tasmanian devils.
Where's that cover? Pull that up, Jeremy. Let's take a look at that. That sounds great.
Now, from
you could it's the same illustration on the ebook, so you could pull that. Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's quite a bit better. Yeah.
What are your feelings on book piracy? Because a lot of your peers, like, sort of justify it in a backwards way, because they say if the person's gonna buy my book if they like it, they're gonna buy it later if they like it when they pirate it. How do you feel?
Well, I don't get any money off pirated books, and I like to get paid for what I do, and I don't think that's a very good argument that they're going to buy it later, because I don't think they want to. They don't want to pay the money for it, and that's an easy way to get it. And
the same person who is the ringleader in justifying it is the same person that expects to be paid to do author interviews, like, say, on a podcast, or get paid for this and that, get paid for everything, But
I'm gonna say
okay, it doesn't make any sense to me. And every time
I feel bad stealing books, but I almost have a thing in my mind where I say, if the author is dead, it's fair game because they don't need the money.
Well, if it's like public domain, where
right,
it's free, or you can go on Kindle and get get free books or very affordable books of people whose their copyrights have lapsed, and
right. Or
anybody
Project
can publish it.
Gutenberg, you can go there and get it for free if it's a public domain book.
Yeah, but I think if
like okay, for instance, I sent Jeremy some copies I was able to find of the old.
Shut up!
Okay.
They weren't Ronald Kelly's, that's for sure.
No, they weren't. I actually bought his bookstore, so I guess he technically didn't get any money anyway, even though
out of print books. They were out of print books.
Yes.
I swear.
Yeah, you bought used books. I mean, you're buying the Zebra books of Ronald Kelly's. He's not getting any money out of that, right? But I mean, he still can appreciate that, right? I mean, he's gotten paid for that,
yeah. But I see people on eBay selling my book. I saw the other day somebody had a copy of my book for $684, and that's just stupid. It's just
that, are they? Unless it's
I don't think anybody paid that much for one of my books. I forgot which book it was, but I think it was Blood Kin.
You should put some of your own out there and see if you can get somebody to pay $400 for it. You should set your own eBay store up there.
Yeah, well, I don't have any of my own. I got like a set of left over for me, but I used to have a lot of them, and I sold them at conventions and stuff like that. I wish I still had some.
Right.
So, do you have any like lasting relationships with people who worked in Zebra, like any editors at all, or did they all just go away?
No, I'm I pretty much cut those strings when they they cut the strings when they shut down, because nobody ever. I mean, I only heard about it from my agent and all the people I'd worked with. The Zebra was just nobody
cut loose, right?
It was just like I'd never existed to them, and even when Zebra started doing a few books, I think in the mid 90s or something, some horror, and I kind of went back and said, maybe we can do some more together. They just kind of blew me off. So,
yeah, I mean, Zebra was a machine, right? I mean, it was not like a little boutique publishing house or something, right? I mean, it was a machine, meat grinder kind of thing.
Right. They were only concerned about getting the books out and making money off it. They didn't really care about the author. That's a good thing about a lot of the indie presses and specialty presses is, there's people who really love the genre and they care about the authors and they respect the authors and
right.
And that's one thing I really love about writing now. But back then it was just, we were indentured servants or something like that. And they wasn't paying. I mean, they pay an advance up front on the book, but I mean, you got a check every 6 months or something like that, and that was hard to make a living off of when you had to wait that long for a check.
Yeah, and you had to churn them out to get, your strategy was to keep on writing the books. Yeah.
Right.
Did you write under any pseudonyms other than the ones that you ghost wrote for those westerns?
No, that's the only ones I when I started writing. See, I had a creative writing teacher, mm-hmm. and she said I never went to college. I just the family I grew up with. You got a high school and you put on your steel-toe boots and you went to work.
Right.
But she was horrified that I wasn't going to college. She said, well, you're never going to be a published writer if you don't go to college. And so I set out to just prove her wrong,
Good. And you don't need to go to college at all to be a writer.
Right,
I mean,
yes.
Period, right? I mean, you'd be better off not doing it,
Yeah, I would say so because all the people that, like the English majors I was acquainted with in college, they either just didn't write or they were super lame for various reasons. It's like most of the people going, or I'm not going to say all, but most of them, this day and age when college is super expensive, if they're going for something like English, they're coming from some kind of money and they're not really forced to be creative, I guess. It's just, I don't know. It's more of like, I don't know how to put it into words, but yeah, no, I've always stayed away from creative writing.
Yeah, I mean, all that matters is the product, whether or not it's good, right? Whether or not it's saleable. You know, I mean, you don't need to have a college degree and then be $60,000+ in debt to get permission to write a book about werewolves running around ripping people's faces off. You know, I mean, come on.
But yeah, the reason I use my own name, my real name when I write is because, you know, when she said that, I thought, well, I'm gonna prove you wrong, and I want you when you see my name out there, you're gonna know who it is. You know.
Did you punch them?
Did you ever send her a book?
No, I kind of lost touch of some of the teachers and stuff like that. Later on, when I when I got on Facebook, there was a few teachers that remembered me, and
isn't that
not
story?
This one,
Harlan punched his professor who said that, didn't he?
Yeah. He punched him, and then after that, when he started getting published, would send them a copy of every book that he had published.
That sounds like him.
Yeah.
How does it?
It's funny. It's funny. Me and another guy tried to put out a Southern horror anthology back in the 90s, and it didn't get picked up. It almost got picked up by Little Brown, and but we had like Joe Lansdale and McCammon set up, and we invited Harlan Nelson to submit a story, and he actually wrote us back and said, if I wrote a story, I would write about why tornadoes always hit trailer parks, you know. And I thought, yeah, come on, write that story for us, you know. But then he ended the story by saying, well, if I did, I would need X amount of dollars and X amount of this and X amount of that. And that kind of, ended it there. But
Hey, Jeremy, you told us before, but tell our guests your letter that you received from Harlan Ellison.
Well, you want me to read it?
It's a story worth repeating. You know it is.
Harlan Ellison?
Yeah, the letter that he wrote you.
He ended it with "Get the fuck out of Tennessee." Should I read it again?
Ronald, do you want him to read it?
Yeah, if he wants to, if he can find it.
Oh, heck, he can show it to us now. He's never done the webcam before. He started doing it once I started doing it, and now I'm not doing it anymore.
Well, I say this is the first time I've done it because, that's okay.
Yeah.
I have to locate it. Keep talking.
Gregor never does it because he has a goat's head and he doesn't want to horrify our viewers.
That's exactly right.
He's got a nice ceiling fan up there, though.
Yeah. And I don't do it because, right now I'm dying and they're taking me to the graveyard tomorrow. So this is my goodbye stream.
So what's wrong with you? You got some kind of illness?
Yeah, I don't know. I just woke up sick as a dog this morning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You
feel a little better.
Rona.
What?
You probably have Rona.
Well, if I did, I would be out biting people and spitting in their faces. But no, I don't have the symptoms. I just have my head hurts and I just feel really bad.
So have you started taking the natural remedy, which is alcohol, for that?
No, I haven't been drinking, even though I probably should be.
Yeah, you should be drinking vodka, I think, is what.
Probably.
I was going to make a hot toddy earlier, but I fell asleep instead.
Oh, that's just wrong.
It's got honey in it. It's good for you.
No.
Yeah.
FYI right there stamped. He's got an FYI. He had an FYI stamp that he put. It says, Dear Mr. Maddox, this was July 9th, 2003 when he wrote it. Dear Mr. Maddox, I'm in receipt of your letter of July 7th, and clearly you have mistaken me for the Delphic Oracle. I do not hold the secrets of life, which are what you're asking me to codify for you. Is it codify or codify? It's codify, right?
So I think it's either one.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds kind of gay.
I have a hard enough time running my own life without pretending to be a great autodidact savant proffering wisdom to young men such as yourself. But I'll give you what you want, as much of it as I possess, which ain't very. If you promise never to do this to me again, it makes me very twitchy and it's creepy. 1, you listen to your high school commencement address and you bleat, "Don't I deserve some time off?" The answer is no. The universe doesn't know you're here, son, and if it did, it wouldn't give a shit. And if it, you're on your own. You want to rest, so go rest. And if you get up from your nap and you're 35 or 40, which is what I'm close to being now, yeah, and you've got squat to show for it, which I do, well, you're the one who felt weary. Jesus, kid, Jeezus, Jesus, kid, you are what, 20? Don't you think it's a bit premature to be wailing about ennui and the cold, stony face of life that has turned away from you? 2, stop ennobling your sophomoric bewilderment at the complexity of running your own life and just get on with it. Working in a bookstore won't do it. That is a wimp out. Bookstore is just an extension of school and the dilettante existence. Go to the North Woods and sign on for a stretch in a logging camp. You'll write, by God, G-A God, and go read the Sherlock Holmes stories by Conan Doyle, all of them, because they will teach you deductive logic and how to observe and ratiocination, all of which will prepare you to live by the big secret, which is, number 3, chance favors the prepared mind, Louis Pasteur. That's it, Maddox. That's all of it. So now I've taken time out of my life to save your life. Go the hints and make of it what you will. Jesus, Prince Michigan, why me? How do they find me? Sagely, Harlan Ellison. P.S. Get the fuck out of Tennessee.
That's classic.
Right here. He had it in such a way that it was like snagged on to this right here. It was folded around like that at the bottom. So it was a separate thing, but it was like still connected. See, like that. That's like how he had it.
So how did you feel when you actually got that when you're in your 20s? I mean, how did you feel? How did it make you feel reading that at the time? Were you pissed off? Were you elated? What was your? I was
just glad to be able to say I got a letter from Harlan Ellison. I didn't think that we would be on the same wavelength, that his advice would open, just like strike oil in my soul. But it felt good enough to know that I have communicated with him. What's the term for letters?
Snail mail?
No. Well, it would have sounded fancier if I remembered how you say
epistolary?
Correspondent. Epistolary.
Well, yeah. I mean, correspondent, I guess.
Anyway, well, okay. The moment's gone now, though. I ruined it. So. But it felt good just to know that, I had some correspondence with Harlan Ellison, which I was surprised he even responded at all.
Right. You probably pissed him off real good, and that's why he decided to write that to you.
I think Harlan liked to get opportunities like that because he could go on a little rant every now and then.
Right. He loved getting pissed off. It was like his fuel. Yeah.
Right. And he seemed to write them to impress himself. I mean, he liked to to be able to come up with some really unique stuff, and I think it amused himself that he did stuff like that.
Exactly.
I like how he's like using all these, this fancy verbiage, and then he's like, "Go read Sherlock Holmes. It'll teach you the mysteries of life." Like, what?
Well, no,
have you read any Sherlock Holmes?
I haven't, but
it's not bad advice. Those are really good stories.
They are fantastic stories.
Yeah, stories, but like secrets of life.
Well, no, it's talking about like deductive reasoning and shit.
It will help you. He said,
how to write a mystery.
Yeah, it would help you think in such a way that you can put things together in a story brick by brick better. And by learning how to observe human behavior.
Right. That was the key. Yeah.
Sherlock Holmes and Watson. It wasn't about really deciphering the mysteries of life, but the mysteries of minutia of life, I guess.
Right. How to be an effective observer, right? It was partly what he was talking about.
And honestly, I tried to, at that point, I started with Hound of the Baskervilles, and I still have yet to read it. Detective stories, especially ones of the the notoriety of Sherlock Holmes, I've never been able to sink my teeth into them. The last detective story I read was one about an undead like zombie detective that's addicted to a drug in the afterlife called dust. So that gives you.
If you can't get into Sherlock Holmes, read Jim Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah, Raymond Chandler.
What did you cut your teeth on, Ronald? When
what's that?
What kind of fiction did you cut your teeth on that informed your style?
Well, I when I started reading horror, I started reading the classics. I think the first full-length horror novel I read was Dracula. I mean, that's I think I was 13 years old, and that's a daunting novel to tackle at 13. And but I loved the old Universal monster movie, so I wanted to see what they were based on, and I've read like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, and all that, and then I started I started reading King, and then getting into like more mainstream kind of horror and stuff like that.
Did you ever read House on the Borderland by William Hope Hodgson?
No, I never read that.
Oh, man, you are missing out. I can't believe that was written back when it was. It's so much more imaginative than a lot of the things that came even just a few decades later. It inspired Lovecraft even. It's a really weird work about these pig people that live underground on the estate of this guy who lives with his sister, and they're very isolated. And he finds out about these pig people that live underground, and he starts going down into their lair, or the proximity of where their lair is, and he goes on like strange vision quests based on what he sees there. It's like it takes him out of existence and shows him some weird stuff on another level of reality. It's really wild, and it's eloquently written too.
Yeah, it is good.
Mm-hmm. Sounds interesting. Now I've tried to tackle Lovecraft. I'm not a big Lovecraft fan because I just it's just I guess the language and everything, and it takes an acquired taste to read Lovecraft, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah, it's kind of dry.
It took me a couple reads of Lovecraft stories before he really clicked with me.
What is it like to I'm sure that you've lost several peers in your corner of literature. I mean, Jose Gonzalez a few years ago. Let's see, Tom Piccirilli,
and
he was in a lot of pain, when he went. And I mean, Jack Ketchum,
Dallas.
That one's still fresh, unfortunately. So, I mean, did you know most of these guys? I mean,
no, they pretty much came. They were popular when I first came back. So, I mean, I did know Brian King and a few people, but not a whole lot of the new writers when I came back in 2006.
But I mean, does it ever get you down? When like another brilliant mind is lost. I mean,
yeah, it does. I mean, it's even when some of the old writers that were around when I was around, there's a lot of them gone now. I mean, a lot of the people I went to the First World Horror Convention with, Carl Ed Wagner and Charlie Grant and Robert Bloch, they're all gone. And you look back and you think, of course I was, I was early 30s when I went to that. But now I'm just about to turn 61, so I feel like I'm next in line. But
well, I thought maybe early 50s at the latest. So I did. You didn't strike me as 60, which by
no. Well, I don't feel 60, so I don't claim it right now. But
oh no, I think we've kept you long enough, but I do feel like there's something I'm missing that I wanted to include in the interview. I don't know. Can you guys think of anything? I'll bet I'll think of it as soon as you leave. But,
you ever want to write a sequel to something out there?
Yeah, not that one, but I am planning on writing a sequel to Fear. I've been toying with that, and I've got a good idea for a sequel to Fear. So
that's the one with the king on the cover, correct?
Yes, and
I have that one.
I'm probably gonna be tackling that in 2021. So
yeah, it's just so weird though. Like me, when I'm building up the zebra novels and what they are in my mind, like I just have like a picture of like it's freaking fall and people are actually reading them. I've got a feeling it was a lot less glamorous. And like, did you ever walk into a bookstore and just like look at your books on the racks, or did that never happen?
Yeah, I would go to the bookstores, and a lot of times, there was a lot of bookstores that didn't carry zebra books. I mean, they carried Tor and Adele Abyss and all that. But
I always thought it would be the other way around. I mean, I know those publishers were bigger, but for some reason, I imagined Zebra being everywhere just because they're like a.
Well, a lot of the bookstores, they were literary snobs. I mean, they kind of looked down at Zebra books and all that.
But every one of them carries Tor Fantasy. See?
Yeah. Tor and Dale Abyss were the big. I remember going to the First World Horror Convention, and there was all the big mass market published authors were sitting in the chairs, and all of us Zebra book authors were standing against the back wall.
Yeah, Zebra struck me as the kind of thing you would like mostly see in like grocery stores and such.
Yeah, they focused on that more than
the B. Dalton I went to always carried the Zebra books. They had a massive wall of them.
Wait, the what?
B. Dalton was the chain.
Was that like a chain that was everywhere, or just up there in Ohio or Chicago?
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah,
we had some B. Daltons down our way too.
I'm pretty sure they shut down like in like I don't know the early 2000s.
But
remember.
Bookland. I remember Bookland. Who remembers Bookland?
I don't know that I've ever been to a Bookland.
For some reason, their selections were always so much more wide and sprawling than like B. Dalton or Walden Books or Books A Million. Even Books A Million, I thought Bookland just had a richer selection.
Yeah, I remember Bookland. And I did have books there. The funny thing is when I would go, I would go to the book section, the horror sections, and bookstores did have horror sections back then, and there would be somebody, and people would be almost expressly focused on Stephen King, and I'd say, and being in the alphabet, I was right next to Stephen King all the time, so alphabetically, and I would say that's my, well, you'd think so, but I would say that's my book right there, and they'd look at me like I was, you're an idiot, sure you are,
right.
But,
books have authors, yeah, right.
Well, they didn't expect one to be standing there next to them, I guess, but
right,
yeah,
they probably thought you're lying.
But I mean, like, if you why are you here? Why you're not rich?
Right. But that's kind of everybody it still goes on. Everybody's focused on King and
yep, and
don't rarely look at other authors and I hate to say this, but there's some authors that can write better than King and they're just not getting the attention that I think McCammon is just as good as King. myself.
Yeah, McCammon's pretty cool. The thing about McCammon is I get the feeling he's like a genuine artist, whereas a lot of the writers, I mean, you could maybe even put King in that category. It feels like they just go on autopilot, whereas when McCammon talks about his books, he's more moody about it. It's not that more interesting, whereas King will be like, yeah, I had a bunch, smoked a bunch of crack and then wrote this, and I don't even know. And this is too much to talk about in this discussion, but on my other podcast, we talked about all the things that, like the kind of negative philosophical undercurrents that you'll see in King's work that, maybe more was going on, but I don't need to go into that in this podcast.
Well, I think that was a well-rounded discussion, and I appreciate you giving us the time, Ronald.
Thank you.
It's been fun.
And I look forward to reading Flesh Welder.
Okay.
It does look awesome. I didn't even know about that until tonight. So, yeah, I'm going to check that out, too. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I wish I could have hopped on sooner.
And he has a Christmas anthology coming up this holiday season. So
it's called Seasons Creepings. Tales of Holiday Horrors. So, yeah, just watch on social media, and I'm gonna be promoting that and showing the cover off.
Very good.
Hey, one more thing, then. Since you're getting into that Christmas horror spirit, what would you say was the better movie, Christmas Evil or Silent Night, Deadly Night?
Well, I've never seen either one of them, so I can tell you that. But because I when it got to all the slasher movies, I mean, I watched the original Halloween and maybe Halloween 2, but I just never could get into the slasher movies and stuff back then. But I mostly went to like Carpenter's The Thing and movies like that when I was watching horror in the theater.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, thank you very much, Ronald. And wow, it's great to know that a horror veteran lurks just 6 hours away from where I'm sitting now. That's great. Yeah. There's a lot more authors from here than I'm beginning to realize. There's a lot of horror authors that are active and from around here that I just never really considered.
Yeah, I'm finding that out myself. I didn't know there was so many in Tennessee and around Tennessee, but it's good. I mean, I'm glad about it.
Well, thank you, sir. Look forward to
your
collection.
Thank you.
You have a good evening.
You too. Yeah. Thank you.
You know how to close it out?
You can just close the window that it's in. Yeah, there we go.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, it was a fun little discussion.
That was our first guest in weeks.
I'll have to listen to the rest of it later.
That was our first guest in several weeks. Damn, Simpsons Treehouse of Horror got preempted, so I ended up.
You sure it was supposed to be tonight, not next week?
I may have gotten the date wrong. Yeah, I hope so. Doesn't seem to me that doesn't make much sense that baseball would preempt. Okay, it says right here, 4 hours ago, Simpsons episode delayed until November.
Oh,
what?
That's them going, screw you.
That's dumb.
It's not Halloween anymore in November. What do you mean November?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it would be next week, right? I mean, they're probably going to play it on November 1st, which would be stupid.
It's not fair.
I mean, Simpsons has been a zombie for years now, but you'd think that they would at least, do the House of Horror, do the Treehouse of Horror in fucking October.
Right. It's like the only thing that anybody cares about, right?
I mean, due to Game 7 of the National League Championship Series, baseball can suck my razor wire laden dick.
Yeah, I'd watch that.
Yeah,
baseball is pretty lame. All sports are lame, though.
I understand why people like them. I just don't care about them.
You can show a horror Halloween special in November. That's brilliant, guys. It's not even the first time we've done it.
Yeah, who watches baseball in October? It's supposed to be when you only watch it.
Why are we even having baseball? It shouldn't be because of the coof.
No, we shouldn't have baseball at all. Even if there was.
Do you hate it? Do you hate America?
Perhaps.
Why was baseball always considered like the quintessential American sport? I thought that would just be like American football.
Football is now. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a marketing thing more than anything, right?
I do enjoy Cracker Jack. I mean, seriously, that stuff is pretty awesome.
It is pretty good, yes.
It's been a while since I've
Do you like
it's good.
Better than Fiddle Faddle?
The fuck is Fiddle Faddle? Are you just making stuff up?
It's like fancy. It's like gimmicky popcorn or something.
It's like Cracker Jack, but it's just fancier. You guys don't have Fiddle Faddle out where you guys are, or down where you guys are?
Fiddle Faddle sounds like
always a lot of. Well, when I was going to ETSU, there were always these farmers markets, and these guys would come and do like the kettle corn where they have like the candy popcorn. That stuff was freaking good.
Well, Fiddle Faddle's a brand name. You find it in the grocery store. Yeah.
Fiddle Faddle, Crunch and Munch.
Crunch and Munch, yeah, that's another one, yeah.
Like
speaking of ETSU, guess who they're going to have? Stephen Graham Jones.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to have a guest speaker, Stephen Graham Jones, at his college.
Are you guys going to go see it?
Alma mater.
You guys going to go look at him?
I'm not, but I'm assuming you are, right, Zach? I mean,
nah, university gives me PTSD.
You're going to pussy out of seeing Stephen Graham Jones in person?
It takes me 2 hours to drive up there. Why would I drive 2 hours to see him and then come back?
Because it's Stephen Graham Jones, and you might get something out of it. I'm telling you.
I didn't like the Fast Red Road.
Don't miss this opportunity because
I have talked to more authors on this podcast than I don't know more.
But it would be good. It would be good for you, is what I'm saying. You don't get to meet him in person that often, and I mean, you wouldn't have to go to the other side of the United States to see one. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You know.
Okay, I'll do it under one condition.
I'm not going to be there. No.
No, what you should go, and we will do a live Quiet Place episode interview.
I cannot afford to travel that far right now.
Johnson City's right next to you.
Johnson City.
Yeah, ETSU. You live in Kingsport. Well, Bluntville.
We'll talk about it.
You guys definitely need to meet in Johnson City.
Yeah.
Johnson City, but we'll think about it. I'll think about
it. I kind of feel bad because Stephen Graham Jones, he pumps out a ton of work, and the only thing I've read from him so far is Attack of the 50-Foot Indian.
Flush Boy is hilarious. From beginning to end, it is truly hilarious.
Yeah, I've not read that. I've only read, I think Mapping the Interior is the only one I read.
Yeah, I've read his zombie novel, and I read his first novel, The Fast Red Road, which, granted, that was before he, actually started being cool. That was just his first thing, and he even says, in interviews that, I think he was just trying to be pretentious in that one. He says it was only after that he started letting go of the literary baggage and writing the genre fiction that he wanted to. I mean, it's hard to make heads or tails of that book. It's freaking impossible.
Flush Boy has got a guy who works at a drive-through urinal.
Wow,
really odd. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how he pulled it off, but it's truly. I mean, it's as good as any comedy you'd see in the theaters. I mean,
yeah, Attack of the 50-Foot Indian is that's exactly what it's about.
Huh. I didn't know he wrote anything that was like that. You know.
Wait a minute, that's also about a drive-through urinal.
No, it's a comedy.
Attack of the 50-Foot Indian. Yeah, it's a satire.
Yeah.
Zombie Bake Off's the one I'm most interested in.
You can't find.
I didn't know he wrote anything that was supposed to be humorous or satirical. So
yeah, I can find it real quick.
I've got Lead Feather on my shelf.
Zombie Bake Off's out of print, I think.
Doesn't he have one called what is it? Zombie Sharks with Metal Teeth or something like that?
Yeah, it's got that one, yeah.
Yeah, I'd never heard of Flush Boy.
Oh heck, it ain't there.
I told you he was lazy fascist.
Yeah, I thought it would be at my place.
Yeah, I actually watched an online lecture that he did with Craig Clevenger about believability in writing.
What did they talk about with it?
What'd you take away from it?
I can't remember off the top of my head right now, but it was basically just about writing, even making like unbelievable things believable.
Oh, I've also read The Least of My Scars. I really did not like that one.
Why is that?
Well, I didn't dislike it. I just didn't really get it. Like, I was kind of bored with it. But his zombie novel, though, I really did like that one. I really, really enjoyed it.
My mom read The Least of My Scars, and she said, "You're not going to go over there and meet this guy, are you?" She was joking, but
I've heard a lot of good things about one of his newer books, The Only Good Indians. I've heard that's really good.
And he also Phoenix was high on praise for Mongrels, which also came out recently, I think.
Yeah, that got a lot of praise too.
He releases like a madman. It's amazing. He's got it down to a science now. That's a good storyteller right there.
I think his newest one is Night of the Mannequins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got it. I just haven't read it. There's actually a lot of his books sitting either on my shelves or on my Kindle and that I haven't read yet. But
I actually went to the library the other day and I actually looked for some of his books and I couldn't find any. I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, I got Night of the Mannequins, The Only Good Indians, Mongrels, It Came from Del Rio, Lead Feather, Flush Boy, After the People Lights Have Gone Off, The Last Final Girl, which I read, and Mapping the Interior. I've got all the good shit on him.
Do you have a dang copy of Demon Theory that I could borrow?
No, don't have that one.
That sucks because it's out of print, and it looks like you can only get it as a freaking audiobook. And you know how I am about dang audiobooks that are fiction.
What? Oh.
I only like audiobooks that are nonfiction for some reason.
I you know where I said that I didn't have room on my shelves anymore? I still got some physical copies of books recently that there was no other way to read them but as physical copies. They don't exist as Kindle books or PDFs or anything, and so I had to pick up a bunch of them physical. But there is literally no more room. I got The Mad Throne by Brad Munson, which is like an above-average fantasy novel, apparently. And I don't remember what attracted me to it, but I got that.
Uh-huh.
This artist, I don't know his name right now. CF something. I don't know. He apparently is an underground artist. This looks like a children's book, but it's actually not. I don't know what it's about totally, but it's called William Softkey and the Purple Spider, and it's something to do with an underground library in the desert that's guarded by spiders or some shit.
Yeah, that looks weird.
And yeah, let's see.
Like pixel art on the front.
I think so. Yeah. It kind of looks like an 80s computer game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Galaxy Club by Brendan Connell. A mysterious character is on the highway and stumbles into a small village in northern New Mexico. A blue-skinned child is starting trouble down at the creek with a dragon. Somewhere between the two lie buried treasure, a delusional cop, and a deadbeat secret cult.
Like on the cover, is that Zach and his grandpa?
Wait a second, let me see.
It looks like you and your grandpa.
Oh my God, he actually thought. Serious.
Let me see again.
Yeah, Zach, check it out. Your grandpa and you on the cover of a book by a guy you don't even know. Isn't that amazing?
I didn't have long hair.
You might have to sue if that was the case.
Oh, okay. Well, he didn't have long hair back then, guys. So
okay. Well, it's not him then. Yeah.
Okay.
My grandpa had a beard.
I thought that I bought this because I thought that it was by this booktube reviewer guy named Brad Proctor. It's a different Brad Proctor that wrote it, though. Strange Things and Hamsters. Is that a good angle of that?
No,
it's kind of it's kind of a Blayre
car wreck.
Yeah.
Warren, Clyde, and Daniel arrived in Carlybrook. They detected something very odd. It was the fact that people didn't seem particularly alarmed, as they might normally be when a 4-foot mouse, hamster, and ornitholestes arrive into their universe by way of a sudden explosion. Of their home universe, they have but one memory, the pyromaniacal iguana that blew them through the dimensional portal in the first place. They meet two human women, Tanya, the sweet high school student who rescues Clyde from the biology class, and Sherry, who may or may not be attempting to kill Warren. Together with the women, they set out on a search for the iguana, hoping that will help them find the portal, not knowing that in their own universe, Earl the Wonder Frog was trying to rescue them, not knowing that in this universe, the Dimensional Welding Service was already on its way to close the portal forever.
Wow.
Fingers and Hamsters. Crown of Beaks. This is like a really weird detective novel that has it was actually a Goodreads description that sold me on it, not a synopsis. It was a Goodreads review that sold me on it. Hang on. This shit is too good to not recite. It was enough to sell me on it. But
who wrote it though? Who wrote Crown of Beaks?
Eric Martini. Is that
okay?
Martini.
I was hoping he would have some kind of bird-like thing in his name, but he didn't.
Let's see. A crucified body wrapped like a mummy in packaging tape is found hanging from a wire attached to the roof line of both the Israeli and American pavilions on the opening day of the Venice Biennale. Initially, however, everyone assumes the figure is an example of hyperrealist sculpture. It isn't until the third day, when the rotting head attracts several hungry and overly aggressive seagulls, that officials realize they have a murder on their hands. To make matters worse, the victim is none other than the famous contemporary Italian artist Marcello Mercado. Detective Inspector Paola Contini of Venice and Stieg Malloy of Interpol join forces to investigate a case that takes them far beyond the borders of Italy and far beyond the confines of the art world. The two detectives soon find themselves chasing down all sorts of bizarre clues: a severed hand in a box of chocolates, a farm overrun with demon-like animals bent on destruction, satanic cultists, a mysterious block of ice that appears to contain the body of yet another victim, a mad scientist experimenting on humans, a secret lair, strange robotic creatures, and all of it part of some hidden master plan to destroy the world as we know it.
Wow. That does sound like a good book.
Yeah.
And it's got a great title, Crown of Beaks.
Right. And I don't really know what this is. I like the cover, but also I think I bought it because it was set during one of those World's Fairs that took place in Knoxville, Tennessee in 1982. Mm-hmm. The World's Fair was in Knoxville, Tennessee in 1982, and it's a short story collection of the weird and improbable, and so that's what attracted me to that. Sun Spheres by who is that? Andrew Farkas. I don't know.
Farkas.
The cover was cool, but those are the physical books that I've gotten lately, which I don't make a habit of, but being a completist, and of all things weird, I had to track it.
So did you get all those from Amazon or various different vendors?
Amazon, yeah.
Okay. Well, I've never heard of any of those. That's why I like seeing you in my Goodreads feed when you click on something want to read. I'm like, oh man, I never heard of any of these things.
Yeah, there's a guy that's even better at sniffing out these obscure titles than me. His name's Osiris. He's on Goodreads. He goes by the name Osiris something. But he's always turning over rocks that lead to these things that even I could never conceive could be a book. Books about the most obscure things. I mean,
man, the most fun thing ever is just finding random stuff in actual used bookstores.
Yeah, that's true.
It can be kind of tough though when they separate everything by genre so like crazily. But every now and then, like there's this place in Sevierville that it's like in one of those kind of trendy antique malls. But one of the boutiques or one of the booths they have is just for old books. And they have so many crazy, obscure things.
Look, though,
and you say it's in Sevierville?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good name.
Look at that. Here's Osiris's latest recommendation here, or whatever, the beetle chewing equipment of East New Guinea. That's the kind of shit that Osiris turns up.
Osiris Oliphant. Okay.
The dude is even better at me at sniffing out weird, obscure stuff. Don't say what, Zach. I spoke clearly. I enunciated.
Do it in a French accent.
Anyway.
Like how Carl Weezer does croissant.
Don't bring up Carl Weezer again. Don't.
Oliphant.
Don't. Coffee. This is somebody that's probably going to troll us. Unless it's Ann.
Speak.
Should I bark or something? What the hell?
Hey, it's Michael No.
What's up?
Hey, buddy.
I was about to bark, but I thought that'd be rude.
This guy actually was following the Palahniuk reading assignment, man. The book club deal, and he actually finished Invisible Monsters. What'd you think, man?
It was definitely interesting. I'll tell you that much. It was weird, man. It's like one of those books that's like extremely disjointed, and you have to really read it to get the full scope of the story, because he doesn't like reveal a whole lot until halfway through, and it's like all the characters are connected, but you have to read the book to figure out how and why they're connected. It's just it was a lot of fun.
I think he wrote that before Fight Club, but didn't publish it until after he became he was embraced due to Fight Club, you know. So
well, there's two versions of it, I believe. There's the one I read, which was the ebook, and then there was a remix version where it's actually written the way he intended it, which is like a choose your own adventure kind of deal.
Huh.
It will, like at the end of the page, will say like jump to page 104. And you'll go to 104, and then it'll say jump to page 1, and it's.
Yeah, I read that. I read the remix version twice. I read it once following the instructions, and once just straight through.
Yeah, I want to read the remix version next.
Yeah, the remix version does also have like some extra chapters.
That's what I heard. So I mean, after reading the ebook, I'm like, okay, this is cool. I almost gave up on it because it just did not make any sense. And I'm like, there's like certain things I picked up on right away, but I'm like, nah, that's not right. But then at the end, I'm like, okay, I was right. Yeah, if you haven't read it, I recommend it.
Yeah, it's a good book.
Nobody ever talks about Survivor. I heard that one was brilliant.
Yeah, I like that quite a bit as well.
TV show.
No, it was a book, Palahniuk book. But yeah, that's a really good book, Survivor. It's been forever since I've read it, but yeah, that was really good.
I'm about to read that one next.
It's about the guy, the pilot of a downed airplane. It was right around the near September 11th, right? It was somewhere within a year of that date, right?
Yeah, I think it came out before it, though.
Okay, but the whole book is the black box recording of a pilot or a hijacker or something, right?
Yeah, I think it's a guy that steals a plane, or he becomes it seems like he inadvertently becomes the pilot of a plane or something to that effect. I can't remember. It's been so long since I've read it, but I do remember liking it quite a bit.
Yeah, the paperback for Flush Boy is only $8.85, but the Kindle is $9.49.
That is insane.
Yeah,
that's weird.
And Kindle books seem to be more expensive than regular books for some reason. You would figure the opposite.
I think it's because there's a sale or something. But yeah.
Well, I think they're just trying to protect the paperback market, right? As far as pricing their ebooks so high.
That might be it.
That's my understanding. Is what they're attempting to do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody reads real books anymore. It's all digital now, which it's more convenient.
I think, I don't know. I guess it depends on who you talk to, right? I mean, I read exclusively digital, except for comic books, right? I'll read those in physical format, but it seems like I know a fair amount of people that swear by or still just exclusively read a paper copy.
Yeah, flip flop. It just depends on the book. If I have it handy on my Kindle, I'll just read it there, or my Moon Reader, which is a little easier.
Yeah, I read everything on Kindle now.
Same, except for those that I picked up because they weren't on the Kindle. So.
Right. Yeah. If there was something that I just could not get on Kindle, I would still buy the physical copy and read it. So have you started any of those books, Jeremy?
Let's see. Don't believe so. No, not yet. I keep telling myself I'm gonna read everything on Kindle first and then get to back to the physical stuff, because I'm worried that maybe someday the Kindle thing will just stop being a thing, like didn't go away. Oh my God. Do you know how much that would ruin me if that happened after I've been loading up my Kindle to the point where I'm like at 4,100 books now? Can you imagine how much despair that would drop on if suddenly Kindle was just, you can't even access what you paid for anymore? Oh my God, I would be so distraught.
Yeah, well, hopefully nobody drops a EMP bomb or whatever, And
I think it will be kind of awesome.
No, what? What are you talking about?
Well, we'll finally have to go full Kaczynski mode and just, start surviving in shacks.
That would be horrible. That would ruin me.
Yeah, I would be upset about it.
I guess that's why it would be awesome, does that? Because it would ruin me.
No, that's not true.
Ted Kaczynski be like, you always on your damn phone.
You kids and your crazy electronics. When I was your age, I built my own bombs. I didn't need the internet.
That's him. He's here with us.
What's everybody reading?
I'm reading a Phoenix book and a Magaha book.
Which one are you reading? Indie Rock Cabin?
Yeah, I'm reading the Indie Rock Cabin. I picked it up not long after it came out. Started it, wasn't in the mood for it, and then I picked it up again just recently, and I'm liking it quite a bit. So it was just a mood thing when I initially picked it up. I was just like, I'm not in the mood for something like this right at this point.
It's a mood book, to be honest.
What is it that you are really liking about it right now? Because I'm wondering if it's the same reason that I do.
Well, I mean, I could tell you one thing. I don't like the cover, but what I like is the writing on the inside. I don't know. I think the writing's really. I think the writing's really good, and it's also a really unique, idiosyncratic voice that I find appealing. Right, and it is pretty smooth, the writing, and it's also just. Like I said, idiosyncratic. It's an odd story. I don't really have any idea really where it's going. I've never read anything about what it's supposed to even be about. I mean, other than the basic premise, I think, right? That there's guys camping and he sees this cabin and he knows his ex-girlfriend's up in there, right? I mean, but I don't know anything else about it really. So I have no idea where it's going, and I find that kind of I like that aspect of it. I don't know. I think that it has a real what another thing that's really weird about it is that, and I find interesting, is that I guess it's written in third person omniscient, but then the author breaks the fourth wall here and there, which is kind of odd.
I don't remember breaking the fourth wall in that one.
Yeah, I mean, it is written in third person omniscient, right? I mean, because there's I mean, but it's really the Dawson guy's character, right?
You're right. I'm remembering now because sometimes I will do that, considering the kind of freedom that comes from doing like third person omniscient, and sometimes I do that without like. I view it more as like a literary device than actually thinking about it like in that way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it didn't really bother me. I'm generally not all for that breaking the fourth wall thing, but it's weird because it seems as if the voice of the novel is Dawson. However, it's really told in third person omniscient, which is an odd choice, but it works for some reason. Like it just seems.
When I do third person, I have to do that, and every time I switch a quote unquote narrator, like I have to do like a section break because you are right. I try to get I kind of try to mirror the third person with the thoughts of the character that's the main central focus, because like I'm still doing it third person. That's fully focused on whoever the central character in that scene is.
Well, yeah, I mean, which is third person close or whatever they call it, right? But this is third person omniscient, but you're really still focusing on Dawson, right? Because there's like a prime example of the breaking the fourth wall thing is like, hey, we got up, or they got up and they had breakfast, they had fried biscuits. Yeah, you heard that right, and that's direct appeal to the reader, right? Yeah. So I mean, but it's still like the voice of the novel is Dawson's voice. Really, it seems like to me, I mean, it's good. It's really the writing is really good. It could use another proofread, but the writing and the storytelling is very good. And then one thing, I don't know why I find this interesting or fascinating, is that this bathhouse at the campground, it's got music playing in the background. Is that something that's real?
Yeah, that's 100% real. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a bizarre thing.
There at that campground a week or two ago. My family went up there just to camp again, and we actually stayed at a cabin, not the cabin I'm envisioning,
right?
Like a cabin that's like actually at the campground in question, whereas that cabin is kind of like a far off thing that I did kind of create. It was really weird going back and seeing a cabin that was like that.
Right.
Yes, I had like subconsciously been aware of it, but because I've been there to that particular place a lot. So,
but that's weird to me that there'd be this thing it's a combination. Now let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. It's a combination bathhouse with showers and stuff for people that are parking their campers around. Right, is the impression I get, and then it's a place where you can take a shower. Right. And then I'm assuming it's a toilet as well. Yeah. But then it's also like on one side of it's an arcade, like a video game arcade.
Yep, that is real. It's at the top level.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's the old manor in Oregon. Well, I'm sorry, Zach. I just wanted to compare here. When I was at the Edgefield Manor in Oregon a few years ago, they kind of got like a sort of setup like that. Which like there are bathtubs. There are showers, and I love that even though it's a communal thing, they're all closed off in their own thing. They didn't have a video arcade in that, but that was basically a bathhouse set up there too. But I mean, they were so much, they were so isolated from each other, it's sequestered from each other that it's almost like you did have a private shower to yourself. So, I mean, that's kind of a bathhouse type thing there. So, yeah, these things do happen. They didn't have music or video arcades, though.
Then what kind of music is playing at this place in real life? Like in the bathhouse while you're taking a shower, what are you listening to?
It's this, I think the correct term, no, it's not indie rock. I think the correct term is actually old time, which is basically bluegrass that's not annoying. It's like actually soothing. And
that's a little frightening.
Well, it's very, very soothing. Like it's I'm not really an expert on it. I mean, I was at college and I went to a lot of people who were actually in college to study bluegrass and old time music. And I've always freaking hated bluegrass and everything country with a passion. But there's something about old times that, like, when you hear it, like it just really is freaking awesome.
It's a cousin to bluegrass. Is that what you're saying, kind of thing?
Well, I actually think it technically would have come before. Okay, just imagine all those instruments, like guitar and
right,
maybe a banjo and mandolin, but it's not doing this stupid freaking down annoying thing. Like, it's actually soothing. It's the best way to describe it.
I think if I was naked in a bathhouse, bluegrass is the last thing I'd want to hear.
As long as you don't hear dueling banjos.
Yeah. I think that's the best book I've written, other than the one I'm writing now. Though the one I'm pretty happy with the one I'm doing right now.
I'll be honest, Dinosaurs and Potted Plants. There are parts of it that almost annoy me. With, like, why did you make this choice here, and why? There are parts of it that actually annoyed me.
Hopefully, it'll actually come out so other people can be annoyed by them. But
that would be nice.
Yeah, I've literally heard nothing from the publisher in like months, and it was supposed to come out in July 31st. So I'd rather just take it.
Maybe you should take the rights back and don't be mean about it, because clearly there's been some,
extenuating circumstances. Yeah,
you can take it back and still be respectful, I think, unless I don't think he would fight you on it, and
I'm just gonna leave it with him, and I mean, I know he's already done some work on it. So.
Well, that's true.
So, but you liked Indie Rock Cabin quite a bit, though, right, Jeremy?
Yeah. See, to me,
don't tell me the end or spoil it for me. But go ahead.
But to me, it had this comforting vibe that, in my experience,
it does have a comforting vibe to it. Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I was in the mood for it recently, because it had a real kind of I don't know, a soothing atmosphere kind of thing. I don't know. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Well, it was the kind of comforting vibe that I've only ever gotten in the South. I see. Okay. Like, even if when I went to Atlanta, I didn't get that vibe. When I went to Oregon, I didn't get that vibe. It was always some other vibe. But in the South, there's a certain level of comfort that I associated it with reading this book. And I think one of the things is that I really like the character of Uncle Dean. I think he's he steals the thunder from everyone in that book, Yeah, he's really good. Yeah,
I enjoy that. I'm actually, he may pop back up in some later writings, but it'll be in an interesting way. This story is pretty self-contained.
Right. Yeah, so I'm enjoying it quite a bit so far. I'm about 25% through. And then I'm also reading Separation Healing by Phoenix. And then I'm reading some weird book called Lizards Eat Butterflies, which is like I don't know. It's a weird. I don't know even how you describe it. It's like a nonfiction book, kind of like a big giant essay about various different topics. I don't even know how to even describe it, but it's interesting.
See, that title made it sound fascinating. An antidote to the self-help addiction.
Yeah, it's not really a self-help book. It's more of like an anti-self-help book in a way. And it's I don't know. It's just this guy that's some sort of a weird prodigy super genius that's a consultant for various different, I don't know, like he's some kind of consultant that gets hired to think differently and solve problems for exceedingly wealthy and influential organizations globally. Like he's just some kind of some kind of super genius kid guy, but he's old now. And he's some kind of weird super genius problem solver, kind of like akin to say somebody like a Buckminster Fuller is kind of the impression I get. And it's an interesting book. I mean, he's kind of in a certain way condescending in his tone at some points, somewhat annoying at other times, but he does have interesting take on things, that's for sure.
Child prodigies always seem to grow up to just be ice chewing psychopaths. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah.
Like Bobby Fischer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I can, I can imagine that being that isolated from the rest of the world would be kind of make you insane, I would imagine, right? I mean, who are you going to talk to, right? Like in this day and age, now at least you could probably find another person, right, that you could relate to. But back in Bobby Fischer's day, I mean, how is he going to find anybody that he could actually relate to, or any other kind of like a super genius type person, you know? Yeah, it'd be hard to live.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I've been reading that, and then I started Last Day, I think is what it's called, by Brian Smith, and I was just like, oh man, I think it's just too much. I mean, I like Brian Smith quite a bit, but I didn't feel like reading something that was that brutal. So I switched to Indie Rock Cabin, which was a lot like, nicer. It was a better, like a more cozy. I was in the mood for something that wasn't about people getting killed every single chapter, So, and then I started reading Go Tell It on the Mountain by James Baldwin, and I'll probably read that when I get done, or like get more into that when I get done with Indie Rock Cabin. Has anybody ever heard of that book?
Yeah, I've read that.
I haven't even heard of it.
You've read it, Ben?
Yeah, I read it back
Did
in
you
college.
like it? Because it seems like it's a I've only read like maybe the first chapter, but I really like the writing style, and it seems like it's going to be pretty good. Did you like it?
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, but I think seems like I finished something too. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, I finished that. What is it called? The Festering ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good, like it just really needed some editing work, like the story itself wasn't bad. It was pretty decent, like an action horror kind of thing. One thing that was interesting about it, or a little bit different about it, was that, all the main characters were women, and then it wasn't like they were hanging a lantern on the fact that they were all women. They just happened to be that, right? It wasn't like, anybody wanted a cookie for having all the characters be women. You know what I mean? So that was refreshing that, it was a book that featured all female protagonists and nobody wanted a pat on the head for it, right? So it was pretty good. I would probably read another book in that series. Potentially this individual maybe have got an editor since the first one, and this individual seems to have put out a lot of books, and I think this is one of her earlier ones. So, I might give another one a whirl. It was fast paced enough and interesting enough to keep me entertained, but it wasn't like anyway like groundbreaking or startling awesomeness of any sort. But it was definitely, like I would say, journeyman effort that was entertaining, so. Have you heard of that book other than me saying something about it last time?
What, Lizards Eat Butterflies?
No, the Festering ones.
Yeah, it came up and popped up in my recommendation feed. The same, last weekend, the same day that you mentioned it.
Okay, yeah, the Lizard Eats Butterflies. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I recommend that or not either. It's entertaining. It's interesting, but I'm actually really enjoying Indie Rock Cabin. I just get to the point where he meets the groundskeeper and they get the there's a hovercraft that's been revealed. So I mean, it's very, like you say, a very cozy read. I'm really enjoying it, so I'm looking forward to finishing it.
Thank you.
What about Ben?
Started reading Columbine by Dave Cullen. I'm not that far into it, and what it is so far is like a recap of the events, but the way he describes the day of the shooting is very visceral and disturbing.
Yeah, that book is really good, dude. Wait till you finish it. I was surprised.
Yeah, and I'm also, I'd say, about halfway through Jeremy Robert Johnson's The Loop.
What's the take on that so far?
I think it's really good. It starts off a little slow, like sort of intentionally to try to get to know the characters, but when it kicks into high gear, it just doesn't stop.
Yeah, you're a lot slower with your reads. You never read more than 2 at a time, if even that. So yeah.
Yeah, I have been slow reading lately.
Weren't you reading another Volman?
What?
Weren't you reading another Volman though?
I read that a while ago.
But there wasn't another one?
No. The Lucky Star. Yeah, I read that a while ago. I don't know if it's going to be sometime before I start another one of his books. I'll probably try some of his nonfiction next.
I wonder if he'll ever finish that 7-volume. How many has he got left? 3?
He's only got 1 or 2 now, I think. I think he released the newest one, a new installment in that.
Let's see.
Yeah, I've been reading multiple books at the same time too, Jeremy, like you for some reason. Lately I've been reading like five books at the same time. I don't know why I'm doing that.
Yeah, I used to be able to focus on one at a time. I cannot do it anymore because then I would never read if I only limited myself to one, because I have to be able to jump I have to be able to propel myself from one to another, and then work my way back around. It's an attention span thing. I'm convinced it's an obsessive compulsive or ADHD thing.
Yeah.
Sure. But
I generally just read one book at a time, but for whatever reason, every once in a while I get into these stints or whatever where I just read 3 or 4 or 5 at a time. I don't know why.
It plays with your subconscious in a funny way when you do read several at once, in an exciting way. It's like you start picking up on things like, hey, these two have this in common, but they're nothing alike.
Right. That's where you get into the vanities.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And I there are some more books I did want to mention a little bit later, but Zach, what have you been up to with reading?
Well, recently, or literally right before we started this show, I finished Ronald Kelly's Something Out There, which was a fun book. There was definitely the problem wherein it was way too long. It didn't need to be 400 pages. And Ronald Kelly himself, as we talked about, would admit that, because Zebra wanted all their freaking authors to write super length novels. But I read that one. I am reading a book on hauntology.
Now that's actually published. Isn't that published by Douglas Lane's?
No, it's that one right there. He has published some of the Mark Fisher stuff, who was a, probably the main hauntology writer, but this one is an academic book. I'm reading that in preparation for a podcast, Indie Rock Dinosaur episode I'm doing with a Catholic dude who is super big into hauntology and Catholic death metal.
What is hauntology?
Yeah.
Well, it's very interesting. Vaporwave kind of deviates from it. You can take it in one of 2 ways, and it's all this kind of nostalgia for a past time. It's considered a form of hauntology, wherein they go out into the weeds with it because I believe they don't have a legitimate frame of worldview and just kind of come up with stuff. I mean, that's what freaking academics and philosophers who aren't theologians do. But it's this idea that,
a good way to describe it is it's phenomenology that focuses heavily on things from the past that stick around in people's minds.
Yeah, but it's not just things that stick around in people's minds, as in they had to have been there. I don't believe it's basically it's like summed up in the phrase retrofuturism. It's thinking back to the past and the past's future. Like say, like back in the 50s, everyone thought we were going to be flying around in robot cars or something right now. It's kind of that idea, but using that past view of a future to be like, we're kind of screwed up now and we need to get back on track. There are different ways to frame it up. Ultimately, I believe it's this really, it devolves into I don't really know how to frame it other than like kind of like an idolatry for like a perfect state that doesn't exist, but people thought at one time that it could exist. And so you do see a lot of, right-wing people thinking back to, we've kind of deviated from, what made Western society great. And it's kind of about reclaiming that. But a lot of these people, particularly in this book, they make it out to be way more than it is. To me, it's just a freaking mental phenomenon. You're like annoyed right now and you look back to the past and we need to reclaim or something like that. It's ultimately it has some cool aesthetics. I don't think things like this would catch on if there wasn't that cool aesthetic of like say vaporwave or the crazy surrealistic type things like I don't really know good examples, but basically it's all aesthetic. It's not I don't think there's a lot of meat to the idea of hauntology, but it produces some freaking cool stuff that looks cool.
It's all when you said hauntology, I was thinking like a religion based around Han Solo. I was like on board. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm in. So,
now
I'm...
Okay, the best way to look at the aesthetic of hauntology, in my opinion, is the music video "Come On, Let's Go" by Broadcast. Like it just automatically pops into my mind. But I think vaporwave is a form of hauntology. I think 80s nostalgia, particularly like, in my case, people who weren't alive in the 80s, is a form of hauntology. We're haunted by an idea in the past, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had better music in the 80s, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different than that. It's like homesick for a future that never was. That's the best way to put it. It's like
right, like there was a flying car or something like that would be a trope. I guess that would be a hauntology trope.
Yeah.
So is me enjoying reading about the Roman Empire, or a kid going nuts and being obsessed over dinosaurs? Are those hauntology?
I don't actually think those two. Yeah, those two aren't. I would say my current obsession with nu metal is. But as far as like dinosaurs, I mean, it's really like specifically cultural. Like the Roman Empire, that might be taken a little too far back. It's kind of like a more like looking at your grandparents and like, yeah, we could be like them, but instead we're freaking like, the variety of problems we face today.
Okay, so you're reading that. You're reading this. What else are you reading?
Let me go back to my Goodreads. It's been the main thing. I'm going to get, now that I finished Ronald Kelly's novel, I'm going to go back and finish Revelation, a distant triumph song by Siegbert Beckett, who's my current favorite theologian. I'm going to go back and finish that. And then I'm going to tackle one that's a little bit more of a dense theology book called Law and Gospel by Walt. I can't pronounce his name. He's one of like the main Lutheran theologians. And I wanted to read him because A, he is one of the main ones. And B, I got into a big freaking Facebook spat with this dude who came at me and there have been books written about this really weird freaking phenomena where all these people will get influenced by they're Christian, but they'll get influenced by the really worst of the worst, like internet freaking false teachers and literally telling them they should be under Mosaic law as Christians, and just all kinds of weird stuff. Like imagine reading the New Testament completely freaking wrong and thinking that we're supposed to be under Mosaic law. And
what is Mosaic law again?
It's like the Jewish law, right?
Yeah, the old Jewish law, like
stuff like don't eat pork, cut the tip of your neck off, things like that.
Yeah, don't fuck your sister.
Although I am glad that I'm circumcised. I am glad about that.
Yeah,
you're glad about what, Jeremy?
I'm glad I'm circumcised. There is that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the thing about these people is I've been in talk with several of them. They literally just flat out either ignore all the New Testament books authored by the Apostle Paul, or they say that he doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, it's freaking crazy stuff, but literally it's like these guys are just Christians who want to LARP as Jews. Like that's the only
I think all you guys, when you intellectualize religion to this degree that you're talking about, well, we've got the inside scoop. This is wrong and this is wrong and this is right. It's like all you're doing is you're arguing with other religious people who pretty much believe in the same God. And I mean, it's just I think that's I would hate being that way.
Well, it's kind of necessary because I mean I do believe.
Well, not me, it's not. I wouldn't live that way. I mean,
I believe that sound doctrine is definitely uber necessary. The main thing is a lot of it's really simple.
Well, I don't mean to keep talking over you. I believe a personal relationship between me and my Creator and my Savior, and I mean, I realize he's not a respecter of persons, but he also loves his children, and so I do believe a personal relationship results out of that, where a lot of times you kind of have to fill in the blanks and wonder if what he's really, thinking as far as, if he's watching your life unfold. But I don't believe in this, we have to stay on this linear path of religious text, and we cannot deviate from that at all. I believe that everybody comes down at the end of their lives with different results.
It's not that you're saved on having perfect theology or anything, but there are, like, for instance, false doctrine definitely needs to be combated against.
What's a false doctrine, though? What could you define as that?
They're everywhere. I mean, it's literally, I would say it's literally, it's talked about in the Bible too, false teachers and unsound doctrine that literally make people leave the faith. So you have to have an accurate.
But the books of the Bible were selected by humans and written by humans, right?
Right.
No. That's
okay. Let me just Zach, answer that question, right? So
no, that's
I want to know what you think. I don't want, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly want to know what you think.
Appeared out of nowhere. Yeah, nobody had to transcribe it. With God working through them. Come on, man.
At that point, you're literally denying the Bible. That's the one. There is a scripture that says all scripture is God breathed and useful for teaching. So it's all divine revelation, and the canon of the New Testament's pretty much nailed down. The only canonical disagreements people have had throughout history seem to be with the Deuterocanon of the Old Testament. As far as the New Testament, that's pretty cut and dry.
But wait, okay, so I don't want to get into a situation where we're arguing, right, or something, right? So I'm just truly, genuinely curious, right? So when you say that's all revealed text, what do you mean by that?
Simply, it's literally God writing it. It's humans wrote it, but it's divine revelation. And when you see all the things that connect throughout the whole Bible, specifically the messianic prophecies that came true in the New Testament, you see it's not humans creating it. It is, divine revelation.
Okay.
And like all the Bible pretty much, like it all, it's all cohesive. What false doctrine does is, okay, there's so many specific things.
So let me just ask you this, because you're going to get down into the weeds on it. I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like, let me just ask you this. So, okay, so it's an assembly of documents, right, that were assembled by humans. So is it your belief that not only did God operate through the authors of these individual books, but God also operated through the assemblers and the folks who determined what was canonical?
I would say yes. And also, when you're looking back, okay, here's a good example. When Martin Luther assembled the canon that we use today, pretty much all Protestants use also the Catholics and Orthodox will put the specific books that he didn't include as canon, as in divine scripture. He was going back, and the people, the Jews in Jesus' time, basically had the canon figured out, and so he went based on that. The other, I think it's 7 books that comprise the Deuterocanon, are basically considered by most everyone to be either literature or commentary that was written back then. And so it's useful to read, but not divinely inspired. But when you get to the New Testament, it's way more cut and dry. Like that canon,
what's the criteria that's used to determine whether or not a particular book is revealed or it's simply just commentary?
Okay, so first off, the books that comprise the Old Testament, everyone's in agreement on those. The other books were, first off,
that's just simply consensus, right? So,
well, no, it's a little more. It is kind of cut and dry because then,
when you say that, right, everybody agrees on it. That's the definition of a consensus. So, what my question though is this, right? What is it what criteria is used? What's the quality of the work that somebody would say, oh, this is revealed, this is just simply a work of literature or commentary or something, right? What is the quality of it that would hint, what would be the clue that you would be given as a reader that it's a revealed text? Is there an actual...
Well, the books of the Old Testament that we have, they knew they were revealed back then. The ones that people, the Deuterocanon, back then the Jews didn't, consider them canon. The only ones who did were Gentiles who got their hands on the stuff, and it wasn't. So basically, they were wrong about it. And when you look at those books, they contradict Scripture a lot. And actually, one of them, Maccabees, flat out says in the book that it's not divinely inspired, which I think is funny. So that makes that kind of cut and dry. Then the New Testament completely, everyone is in agreement on the
all you guys are in your little factions. And when I say little factions, I don't mean that to say,
it sounds like you've been talking to a Unitarian.
I don't even know what a Unitarian believes, but
they're literally
all these different factions are lining up and saying, hey, we've got the inside scoop, and all you guys are wrong, and you're false teachers.
Well, I mean, it's really more cut and dry than that, because we have a history of theology.
You're all preaching about God. Why can't you focus on that and be happy with that and accept it different?
That's one thing that we do preach. That's the okay. Especially Lutherans, we say that they're true Christians in literally every denomination, because it's sola fide, grace through faith alone. That's kind of one of the main things. As far as the theology, it doesn't really appear out of a vacuum. We have both the early church fathers and testing those interpretations.
Why is someone as young as you so? And I'm not belittling it. You have your own path, and that's cool. Why is someone at your age so zeroed in, so like targeted in on theology? What's wrong with just being being religious? Why the theology aspect? Are you having a calling? Maybe you should be a pastor and put that to good use if that's the path you're going down.
I would actually say the answer is in the Bible. I mean, it helps you, learning about, reading the Bible is super profitable.
But theology is supplemental to.
That doesn't answer the question, though, I guess, right? I mean, you're not answering the question that he asked you.
Why am I doing it? Like, I mean, I definitely feel compelled to. I think about these issues pretty much 24/7. And
but maybe you should be a pastor. Maybe that's your calling if you feel that compelled to talk about it at this young an age. But to me, theology is supplemental to a relationship with God and Christ. To me, I mean,
well, actually, the funny thing is, Lutherans would say that too, but we would say that doctrine, as in really nailing down what the Bible is saying, is super important because, for instance, there are multiple passages in the Bible where it's literally saying if you think you're adding something to salvation and it's not God, that's kind of like almost taking away salvation and putting it on your own shoulders. And then, of course, you couldn't get there yourself. Well, there are a lot of people, specifically, multiple denominations, that will just flat out say the opposite. And it's like, I would say showing them scripturally that they're wrong with scripture is, on something that important is super important. And, sola scriptura, the Bible alone, kind of confirms that. Because
I feel like arguing at all about religion is detrimental to both parties, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that
it makes for good radio.
A humble thing. Yeah,
it makes for good radio, and that's the real reason that I engage in it sometimes. But I think that it's detrimental to both sides because both of you, with both of you, you can say it's written into your soul by God, and that can be true. But both parties believe it, to the core of their being, that it was written into their soul by God, and one of them has to be wrong, but most likely it's both of them. Why? Because neither of you were there in the biblical times, and so, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I also think that just, as far as this kind of stuff goes, I think there's just like levels of engagement, right? I mean, I think that
always going to be some uncertainty, no matter how certain you are about things in your religion.
Right. I mean, I get that, and that makes sense. But I'm saying, as far as like, why is Zach so into this particular aspect of religious thought, whereas you are more, personally, it's more of a personal, even a gut related thing, right? Whereas Zach seems to be more engaged with, say, an intellectual pursuit and kind of like solving a mystery kind of a thing, right?
No, I wouldn't really label it as intellectual as much as I would just following what the Bible says. Because, I mean, it does say, following your heart is kind of a bad idea because, your emotions can...
Dude, if you tell that to an entire generation of people, they're not going to be any better off than they are right now burning shit down.
Well, that's why you need stability, though.
That's my main problem.
Yeah, but we're just getting into minutia of weird stuff right now, right? So, I mean, that just seems like you're just calling out some, like you're not really, I mean, that just seems like a real weird blanket statement that, come on.
It's wrong to follow your heart.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like you're just,
come on, man.
I mean, that.
Maybe there's a better way to say it. Maybe there's a better way to say it, right?
Well, I think that was an off-the-cuff comment that's not really backed up with anything, really.
Well, actually, your heart doesn't actually think, so you can't actually follow it.
So let me ask you this.
That is the verse I was quoting. That wasn't just, or not quoting, but paraphrasing.
Okay, but
basically about there being truth and then there being something that you just makes you feel good, but it's not true. Are you
not following your heart by doing this?
Yeah, but I mean, I would say that the understanding, like, the overarching truth is the main pursuit, and that's ultimately what's good for you. That's why it's laid out in Scripture to kind of.
Everybody is susceptible, is open to being, called check, but to believe that you have some sort of superiority over other people.
No, I don't believe I have superiority.
Well, but the people you're involved with, I think they do. I really think they do. And that
one of my main things with religion is from my perspective, like being a Christian at one point, no matter what religion you are, whether it be Baptist or Catholic or whatever, no matter what religion you are, that religion's right, everybody else is wrong, they're going to hell. Which never makes sense.
No, it's not really true, because we, again, there is.
I mean, that's often true, but not always true. But you can't deny that there are denominations, right, that preach that.
Yeah, I mean there are, but again, you've got to be able to scripturally prove why they're wrong, because they believe they're right. If they're wrong scripturally, you can easily, like for instance, Roman Catholics. I firmly believe somehow in the theological development, they just got the idea of sanctification and works plus faith is what saves you, whereas the Bible is abundantly clear that there is one point of justification, as in getting saved. Everything else past that is like God working with you to help you, but it's not like you don't have to do a certain number of things to get saved. It's all about faith and God saving you, basically.
Right.
And
okay.
I
So
would point to them and be like, okay, that scripturally you're all teaching is obviously wrong. And so what the Catholics will do, since they just have, at that time, the Council of Trent will say, I'm going to declare a pretty much easily understood biblical truth, literally anathema, or, condemned if you say that. And it's like, we're just going to take the clear teaching of the Bible over that. It's kind of, and then you see later on, they change their positions a lot, which, if someone truly has infallible authority, they're literally going to be right 100% of the time. And if you look at Pope Francis, that's the thing. We say that no one is 100% right, but that doesn't mean that you can just be out there with bad doctrine. It's like the Bible's there. We have to go according to what it says, not, literally contrary to what it says. And that's kind of my point.
Well, there are 10 million different, figuratively speaking, there's 10 million different versions of what it says for us to do. And so
my two answers to that would be that A, there are, of course, true Christians who will be saved in every denomination. B, just because there are all these differences of thought doesn't mean that they're all right, basically. You have to test it with, against Scripture.
Okay, so here's a question for you, right? So, one of the common criticisms of religion, and all religions, not just Christianity, but it seems to be something that people really like to pick on Christians about, is, they have like this facile criticism, which is like, oh, I can't believe you guys believe that, Noah built an ark and did this, or that there was Adam and Eve, and that there's like these fantastical things that occurred in the Old Testament, right? And they're like, oh, you guys are believing in fairy tales, right? So, to me, that seems like a pretty easy, lame criticism, right?
Yes.
Of a religious text, right? Now, I don't know what you believe, but I would think that what it seems to me is that a lot of these things are, that the Christians or religious folks or whatever think of a lot of these things as, allegories, stories that have been passed down for generations and ultimately were just, put into text, histories that were morphed over time. Well, let me finish, right? And then also genuine history, right? That the Old Testament especially is probably a mix of these things, and now let me finish. And that my thinking is the fact that they might be allegorical, or they might be stories that have morphed over time through the retelling. I don't know that necessarily means that they're any less valuable or any less true, right? They're just not necessarily literally true. Now,
well, I literally take all of it to be true. I mean, and not that you need it, but they've did all kinds of things that show that the ark was, entirely feasible. And I hate going in this direction because I don't even like. I just believe it all 100% at face value, and if it's in the Bible, is that all these different cultures have a flood myth, and
I agree with that, right? That there's all these different cultures have a flood myth, blah 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 blah. How is it that the story? I guess what I'm getting at is this, right? So you say that you personally, and that you think that these stories from the Bible, like say Noah's Ark, for example, or I don't know, what's this, Lot's wife turning into salt or whatever the case may be, right? A pillar of salt or whatever. You think that stuff is literally true, that there was actually, and I'm not trying to make a value judgment, intelligence judgment, or anything like that when I ask this question. I just, I'm asking it sincerely, wanting to know the answer. So you think that these things are all literally true?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, and then is that common amongst the Lutheran religion or Lutheranism
to be honest, it's pretty much it's common throughout all of Christian history. The only ones, Unitarians, who you would literally just say they're not Christian because they just don't believe the Bible.
That's what you compared me to.
No. I think there are levels. Some people I think it's hard to, for a Christian to look at these things and be actually, intimidated by people that would. Now, I'm not saying Gregor's doing this, but would come up to you and say, "Do you really believe that?" And that just goes back to, in the Garden of Eden, the snake thing, did.
Well, I can understand, right, where you would get to the point, right, where you would say, yeah, I believe it, because if you believe in an all-powerful being that can do anything, right, then, and especially considering these particular stories that we're talking about from Old Testament, where God was in the heads of people, right, constantly, right, and he was intervening in the daily lives of actual humans, and this thing was, this God was all powerful, that he would be able to instruct a human and how to build an ark, and then get all these animals to show up, right? I guess I could see kind of where you would get to that point, right? But
I would also say that it's not, and the Bible does say this too, it's not a necessarily completely, you don't get there mentally. Faith is literally, Christ within you. It's not, there is, I don't like to use the term supernatural, but it's not a mental activity completely. There is, the Holy Spirit would be working there. And it basically, A, you get that in baptism. B, you really start to understand the overall biblical meta narrative, as in everything is good, even down to the certain physical pleasures that we take in things, because God created it and it is good for us within that meta narrative. But you also have to understand where we are in the meta narrative, as in fallen, post, Garden of Eden, needing to be redeemed. And see, that's, understanding a lot of those more, I don't want to say super philosophical issues, but it makes things make sense. Because some people, they'll give Christianity a bad name because they'll either be body haters, like they'll literally say, oh, you can't, even having sex with your wife would be a sin. Obviously that's not true, because God created it that for us, but you have to understand these things are creations, and we are creations, and they do have like a place within that meta narrative, and it's kind of understanding like how everything has a place, if that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm just curious. I mean, are there Christian or religious? Well, I guess Christian, but because we're talking about the Bible of Abraham now, at least in my mind. So, are there Christian denominations that see it the way that I was talking about it? Like, these are stories that were passed down generationally, and that they might not be literally true, but there is truth in them, and that truth, right? Because of the fact that they were passed down generationally, is kind of proof in and of itself that there is truth and there is value, and that there potentially that in and of itself is kind of a proof of. I don't know, like what you said with the meta narrative, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to mean that any of this stuff is literally true. I mean, it seems like a lot of it has to be history, kind of somewhat twisted history, and that allegories and somewhat practical philosophy. It seems like but what I've read thus far of the Bible, a lot of it seems like it to be a mixture of all of these things. You know what I mean?
Well, look at how detailed it is, like down to literally every genealogy and all this stuff. I'm sure there are Christians who take that view. I would say that they are wrong and aren't trusting in the truth that has been revealed to us in Scripture.
Mm-hmm.
I believe like for instance, modern I guess rabbinical Jews will deny a lot of things in the Old Testament, whereas Christians will say it's all 100% accurate. It's just it's not necessarily it was given there for us, not for us to say maybe that part's false and then maybe that part's true. Like once you just kind of like remove that.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is this, right? I mean, this I guess focus on true and false, right? True, seems to me, in a certain sense, to be kind of beside the point, right? I think it's in my mind, it's more of like, does it have value, right? Does the text of these books have value, right? To humanity, right, or Western civilization, or just humanity as a whole. And in my mind, it's like, yeah, I think it does, right? And it might even give you some clue as to whether or not a God exists, or whatever the case may be. But just the fact that it's endured, in my mind, almost gives it some sort of proof of it just being valuable, regardless of whether or not you think it's a proof of God. At least it's some sort of historical document, right? And also a practical philosophy and a moral guide, right? Which I think
I would say it's all those things plus literally true. And like you say how it endured. I mean, that's obviously a good thing in its favor. I mean, think about it. It literally, overthrew the pagan Roman Empire, and now you have the Roman Catholic Church. And of course, I will say there are definitely Christians in the Roman Catholic Church, although I believe some of the official doctrine is wrong. But I mean, you really look at how far it has endured, and it's really, it's literally created Western civilization, as we know it. You can't take that out of it. We wouldn't be where we are, and it's not because I'm not saying that. Basically, I will say it is the truth, and it's the good truth, and people who adhere to it are successful because that's just what happens. Not that there's not persecution, of course. But I mean, just look at the joys it's pretty much brought humanity as a whole throughout centuries.
Right, but I also kind of think, right, that if you get to the point where you say this is literal truth, right, that the Bible in itself is literally true, it seems to me if you come to that conclusion, then it's kind of a halting of intellectual pursuit, right? Of digging deeper, trying to find the truth of what.
No. I would say, because I mean, I would say, philosophical things. It's ultimately, to use Ecclesiastes, that's, chasing after the wind. You have to understand we are like everything good was created by God. And so you kind of have, obviously you have to give him credit and then just accept the Bible as it is. People, when they start trying to find some kind of, a Gnostic truth and, actually.
Well, you weren't supposed to say Gnostic again for like 3 or 4 episodes. So I'm not talking about Gnostic truth, right? I'm just saying, like, to my mind, right?
Well, okay, here's the funny thing. People who do that, for instance, I don't even want to mention his name because I do not want to promote him, but Swedenborg, the dude who founded Swedenborgianism, that's kind of
Swedenborg.
Yeah, well, that's
Swedenborg.
Is that like a Borg that goes Jürgen Flurgen?
No,
like a combination of one of the Borg is in the Swedish chef.
Nah, I would say he's literally in hell right now. It's like once trying to find some kind of like, basically trying to almost tell God that they're kind of like taking authority over him, they commit the same heresies time and time again. And if that's one truth for Christianity, it's look at how similar the people who oppose it, they always do it in the same way with the same heresies that pop up time and time again. And what these guys literally do is they think that they're intellectuals above the Bible, but they'll still have the Bible, but then they'll start denying Christ. And it's the same.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really talking about that though, right? I'm just saying that, like, it just seems to me, right, that when you get to the point where you're saying this is the literal truth, and then there's like,
it
seems like me like a stop to intellectual pursuit to me, right? When you're trying to hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, right? And I think that the opposite with, I mean, I hate to offend anybody, right? But folks that are avowed atheists, I think that that's also, when you come to that conclusion, that's also a halting of intellectual pursuit, right? I think that when you get to either extreme, I think that you're halting your intellectual pursuit to say with such certainty, right, that this is literal truth, and that with such certainty that that this God doesn't exist or something, right? So I think that in my mind, both of those ends are a stop. You're stopping to seeking truth. You're no longer asking questions. I think that's a halt of intellectual pursuit, right?
I think that, I mean, you're obviously a very intelligent individual. I think you need to read, a lot of very sound, good doctrine and theology to see the kind of, the intellectual stuff that is definitely within the Bible. But, you can miss it if you're just reading it, by yourself, because it's a complicated, super complicated, and there's all kinds of spiritual truth in the Bible. And it's, if you're just reading it, I think what you would need is a, good theology doctrine and a good teacher to, kind of show you what is going on that you might be, missing. Because I mean, there's a lot of, stuff. I mean, obviously stuff that's way over my head.
Maybe, right? I mean, sure, maybe,
not everybody
right?
needs a teacher, though. Some people want to discover it for themselves and interpret it themselves. I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's certainly value in that. Somebody else can do that, but I have always been somebody that is a kind of like a jerk that wants to do it on my own and fail, and then realize 10 years later that I should have listened to the guy that was telling me to do something a certain way. I mean, I failed high school art class, right? Yeah. So, I mean, that
wasn't really what I was talking about. What I was saying is you need someone, talk about the Bible that's engaged in a very, intellectual way.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would certainly like to talk to somebody that was, that was knowledgeable about things, of the theological. I mean, not that you're not, right, but somebody that has studied it for 40 years or something like that. It would be interesting to pick somebody's brain. But I also, and I'm not trying to be dismissive or rude, but it seems as if Jeremy probably wants to switch gears and talk about something else. We've been
not out of any kind of, well, let's suppress him, not out of any kind of mean-spiritedness.
No.
For one, because I don't want to alienate Ben. He's on here coughing up, what's left of his lung.
I don't have the coof.
But he still made it on, and also because there were still some other things that I wanted to speak about, both for my own catharsis and also for everyone here's interests.
Right, and this isn't Indie Rock Dinosaur, right? So I mean,
no, but I mean, I invited.
But it was an interesting detour. But I do understand that it's not the main crux of the show, and I'm trying to steer away. Yeah.
And he wouldn't have taken it this far if I hadn't encouraged it,
and if I hadn't been the guy that was also pressing.
This is nothing hateful or disrespectful or anything, Zach.
No, I'm not disrespectful of anybody's religion or anybody's lack thereof.
Yeah.
So.
This is where
I mean, this it was brought up, so I was just responding.
Right.
Oh, I know, and I'm just saying. I think that Jeremy's probably like, all right, let's talk about some books.
I wanted to let
I'm reserving my judgment about the Bible until the third book is finally published.
That's what I'm.
There you go.
It was published. It's called the Book of Mormon.
No.
I actually read that.
No, wait. It was actually yes. That depends on who you ask. Depending on who you ask, the third book's actually the Quran.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, it would be the Quran, right? They're all books. They're all Abrahamic.
Oh yeah,
right?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, the Quran would actually be the third book.
Yeah, I mean that's the Abraham.
The Book
trilogy,
of Mormon.
Right?
The Book of Mormon would be more like fan fiction.
And Zach,
I read that.
I would say they're both fan fiction written by the devil.
If you or anybody else over in the Indie Rock Dinosaur crowd, wants to use this audio and refute it, I might not listen to it, but if you want to do that to make content, that's cool. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But so I just want to let you know it's nothing personal. It's just there were a few things I don't want to forget about, in the midst, because we're getting up to like 20 to 11 p.m. my time, our time, and there were still some things I wanted to get in that concern the next few episodes and all kinds of stuff.
Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's do it.
But I just want to make sure that you take away that there's nothing, disrespectful going on here when I switch gears, right?
Yeah.
You do understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is not shutting you down or anything like that. This actually concerns you too. So, wait, somebody sniffling?
That was me. Sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure nobody was like upset or anything. Okay.
I'm not upset, just dying.
Yeah.
All right. Can you die a little quieter?
Yeah.
I'll try to.
Nobody gives a fuck about your death moans, Ben. Hold it in. Be a man, you fucking pussy.
So for next week, we had the thing where we're going to try to tell ghost stories, but we're going to tell them like the way Zach said, by vocally instead of and like thinking on our feet, like a crazy Uncle Al telling stories to kids around the campfire. How he would, not how we would as writers reading our own work.
Right. I already know what I'm going to talk about. It's actually true. So. And
what's on the line? An Amazon gift card. I haven't determined the amount. I haven't determined the amount yet, but yeah, I'm going to do it. And there may be a second place gift card. I don't know yet. What do you guys think about this?
No, just no to gift cards or one gift card.
Okay. There will be one gift card then. Okay. That'll make the competition.
I want to be a judge.
We need a participation trophy just for showing up.
You want to be a judge, but we and I mean, honestly, I think that I should be one of the judges since I'm going to be the one putting it on the card. So I feel like, I don't know. I might read one. I might not read one, but I might tell one just for fun, maybe as an example to start things off. But I don't know. I feel like a panel of me, Frank, and maybe Void. Zach, you say you want to be the judge, but then that only leaves, that only leaves Ben, Gregor, and maybe Michael and Phoenix if they want to tell. See what I mean? It would come down to possibly just Ben and Gregor competing, and where's the fun in that, right?
Yeah, but I just know I'm probably not gonna write a story for it.
No, you don't. You don't want to write a story. You want to tell it like you're always saying. How it's to hear people tell stories. It needs to be from a certain presentation standpoint, and not them reading their static, work. On
the heart.
Like we're around a campfire and we're telling stories like the old-fashioned way, right?
Yeah, from the taint.
Yeah, but I'm good at fiction. I'm not good at that type.
You said yourself though that that's the better way to tell stories vocally.
Yeah, I didn't say I could do it.
Well, I mean, if we're only going to have Ben and Gregor doing it, though, I mean, you see what I mean? That's not enough participants.
We got.
I'm definitely in.
We got Ann. We got Michael.
I honestly, I'm worried that Ann's getting kind of tired of coming on.
Oh, she texted me and said that her. I think it's all about that internet connection at her place, but she should be moving from it though. So hopefully it gets fixed in the future.
So you don't think that she's just getting tired of? Because
I never got the impression that she was getting tired of it.
I don't know. She has been.
I mean, it's pretty amazing that she's on it as much as she is. Really, I mean,
I feel like she's been more frustrated lately. With certain things she says about it, and she has the right to feel how she feels. But I feel like maybe it's the whole experience has been more frustrating for her lately, and it worries me that she might just want to. I hope I'm wrong.
You can't do anything about it, anyways, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
But I think that she actually enjoys coming onto the show, to be frank. So I never got any impression that she didn't.
I hope so. So I'm hoping though that Frank can be part of the panel as one of the judges.
Wait, how about he contributes and then I will take his spot as a judge?
Okay, Frank, if you are listening at this moment and you get this, let me know if that is those are acceptable terms, if you would rather participate instead of judge, and then I will let Zach have that spot. Otherwise, I think it's going to be we're going to be in want of participants if Zach is on the same panel as Frank and possibly Void. We don't need more than 2 or 3 judges, I don't think. But
we can do the scorecards, like hold up a 10 or hold up a 6.
Michael, you're definitely gonna.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm off next one. I should be off next Sunday.
Okay, great. So we've got at least 3, and like I said, I'm just gonna do it for fun because there's no sense in giving myself a gift card. So,
do I get paid for being a judge?
No, you do not.
You can't get paid in abuse.
It's just for fun, man. It's like if you were sitting around a campfire with Uncle Al or at summer camp and telling, stories that, stick their hooks in you. I think that if the one I want to tell comes off as good as I imagine it, I think maybe, yeah, I think it's going to kick ass just for fun. But
hopefully it's Jason Sinclair-esque.
No, no. This is a whole other degree of wild, but yeah, just I guess try to be working on it either out loud or in your minds. Like, how do I tell this with the best, the best way presentationally?
Got it.
I'm excited.
I think I got mine too. I already think I have one.
We're actually doing this, boys, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. This could be fun. This could be fun. It could be a disaster too. But who knows? It could be fun if it's a disaster too.
Correct.
Well, I'll get in touch with Frank if he's not listening right now. And if you guys know anybody else who wants to be involved, let me know, and I'll get with them and see if they're serious about it. Only serious applicants, though. I mean,
we'll get Ham Kush on here.
Who was that dang dude?
I don't know, but Ham and Kush are both Jewish names, or are they Jewish tribes of the old? I'm pretty sure they're both Jewish tribes from the original Jewish.
Ham is a meat that Jews don't eat, and Kush is weed.
I know, but I swear there's a tribe named Ham. There's a tribe named Ham.
Sandwich.
Ask Bible Boy. What does he think?
Ham is the son of Noah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Ham is. Aren't they? I don't know, like the ones that were tossed out for some reason.
I have no clue.
Noah
bad.
Him indirectly via his son Canaan. That's what I'm reading here. But it comes from the Talmud, so
it's like a Hebrew name or something, right? Yeah. Ham.
The Talmud also says that Gentiles should be boiled in sewage, their own sewage or something, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't pay attention to the Talmud.
The Kush tribe. The Kush tribe was also fell out of favor because they were lazy and smoked and ate too much.
Oh, Kush is actually the son of Ham. It looks like. I mean, that's what it says here. Yeah, Kush is the son of Ham.
I mean, this guy was going for some kind of biblical thing with that.
I think he was just going for meat and weed.
Okay. That sounds plausible. That's,
And maybe he ended up being
or like Kush that's flavored like ham.
Oh, that sounds good.
that does sound kind of good. I even smoke, but I would
using slices of ham to roll blunts,
or like you can smoke your ham with Kush.
I got a hold.
There you go.
Yeah. I got a hold of this stuff the other day that made me sleep so snug that I felt like I was encased in carbonite in a good way. It was like being Han Solo in a carbonite that embraced me instead of suffocated me.
Wow. That sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, it was good. Oh my God.
You're going to hell.
But it was worth it, I'm sure.
What was the other thing?
You had some books you wanted to talk about later on in the episode?
I do, but I don't know if Zach made it through all his reading list with that digression. Did you, Zach?
I can't remember. I think. Okay, I talked about Revelation, Distant Triumph Song. I talked about Hauntology. I think I made it through. Because for the past couple of days, I've just been getting through the Something Out There, which
the Kelly book. Yeah.
What about?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I've been reading stories on that one. It's really freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Silver Stream. You've read it.
Oh yeah. I read that when I was a young man, strapping young man.
Yeah, it looks freaking awesome. I mean, it is awesome. I can't wait to finish the stories in it. And there are a couple of stories in there I've read before, like The Night They Missed the Horror Show by Lansdale, which is classic.
Yeah.
When are you going to read Pro Lego Mania?
Don't read that.
Oh, by Jordan Cooper. Yeah, I tried to get him on Indie Rock Dinosaur actually.
Pro Lego Mania. Get it?
No.
Oh, Zach, Lego Maniac. Okay.
Pro Legomina.
I also got those examinations at Council of Trent, but I haven't read them yet, though.
Looks like it says Pro Lego Mania. Okay, I already
we all know that Zach is already the Lego maniac.
I don't like Legos, and I never have.
Me neither.
That's because they cured you of your Lego mania.
It really does seem like a thing for autistic people.
You know what?
Zach used to be a Lego maniac. Then they gave him Thorazine. Now all he does is watch TV
and read the Bible.
Thorazine.
Oh wait, I read 50 Shades of Deadly. Man, that book was good. Have you guys read that?
I'm gonna have to read that.
You mean 50 Shades of Grey Aliens?
No, I'm reading that too. But I also read 50 Shades of Deadly by Jimmy Pudge.
Oh, that book is awesome. I have read everything that Pudge has written.
Yeah, I really am enjoying Jimmy Pudge. I think I'm a Jimmy Pudge fan now. Yeah.
I've actually talked to him a few times. The dude he's out there, man, but he's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Have you read any Jimmy Pudge, Jeremy? Seems like you must have.
Yeah, I read all those titles that he used to every few weeks make free, or they were already dirt cheap, like 99 cents. Bad Billy, Cornbread, Ice Cream Man, Teddy Bear.
Oh, Bad Billy, that looks freaking scary. Look at that dude.
Yeah, it's really it's.
Oh, it's gonna give me nightmares. Oh.
I read the Booty Goblin.
I love that book. Booty.
Yeah. There it is. Booty Goblin. And he just goes around saying booty, and grabbing their asses.
Yeah.
Is he? Fuck. What was the name of that guy who made that song "Booty, Rockin' Everywhere"? What was that name of that guy?
I don't know.
Oh shit, I don't know.
This one here, he wrote when The Great Gatsby was getting another film adaptation, and it had something. It was kind of The Great Gatsby plot was a jumping off point for him to pursue something about her as a zombie or something in Kitty's Revenge.
Freaking Great Gatsby sequel. I have to read this.
He makes fun from beginning to end of established literary popularity contests. You know, anything that was popular at the moment, he will take and throw it into a swirl of his own, Pudge plot.
Yeah.
Do you all like The Great Gatsby or no?
No.
I freaking love that book.
I think it's all right.
It's been a minute since I've read it. I don't remember it.
But I haven't gotten through it.
What's Bronte about by Pudge?
It's about a pimp whose hoes get killed and he's out for revenge.
That's the only one I think I have it, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, that's his newest one, or is close to newest one. It just came out recently. I read that. That was good. I think I've maybe read 3 Jimmy Pudges. I think that I will keep reading them.
Yeah, definitely. I have like an out of print one when Dub's Guy from Dynatox, which I heard that he had messaged me and said, this is coming out. It's going to be a limited edition. So I'm like, fuck, I got to grab it.
Is Jimmy Pudge actually pudgy?
I don't know.
Well,
yeah.
He didn't look like it in his Facebook picture.
The one I saw, I thought he looked like he was at one time, possibly, but maybe not as much.
I had him confused with that dude that had the same picture of him every day on Facebook. I think it was John
Conrad.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I had those two confused.
So wait, you didn't talk to Pudge? Is that what you said? You said when you thought you were talking to Pudge, you weren't? Or
Oh, no. I was talking to someone who does talk to him frequently because he deleted his Facebook.
Okay.
He does that a lot. He'll be on Facebook just to kind of talk to people, and then he'll release, put out all these adventures that he does, which they may not be true, but they seem true. And he'll just fucking disappear for months on end.
Yeah, that's how I don't know how I became friends with him on Facebook, but I did, and I really enjoyed his little slice of life stories that he would write on there about working at the gas station.
Right.
Yeah.
It was one dude shit all over the toilet seat, and of course I got to go in there and clean it up. And then
they're really really good stories.
Oh, you think that's bad? One time at work, this gigantic, plump guy, I'll say. I don't want to call him fat, but okay, I mean, he was.
You already called him gigantic. What the fuck else are you gonna call him?
Gigantic.
He got stuck on the toilet seat, and someone, I don't know who, thank God it wasn't me, had to go in there and help. He was stuck on the toilet seat.
How in the hell does that even happen?
I don't know.
Suction or something?
I'm glad I didn't have to go in there. I guess it was a manager that did it. I felt bad for the manager and him, but more for the manager. God, how do you let yourself get stuck in such a simple thing? I mean,
I don't know. You'd hope it's a wake up call.
Yeah.
At that point, you would just go home and just end it all right there. Because, how are you going to how are you going to wake up the next morning oh my God, I'm that fat fuck that got stuck on the toilet seat?
Yeah.
Well, if you weigh 1,000 pounds, and can get stuck on a toilet seat, you've been trying to end it all for years. I mean,
yeah.
You're probably already gonna die in about 5 years.
Well, like the one dude, he was like weighed got like 800 or 900 pounds, and he like decided, all right, time to make a life change. I'm gonna lose some weight. But the problem was that he was so fucking large, they had to tear I think a hole in his. They had to tear out a wall in his house just to get him out.
Wow.
My mom used to watch those freaking 600-pound life show on TV. Those, I watched a couple of those. They're depressing.
Yeah,
sad.
It's really hard to watch it because one of the people, if they're not sad, they're just assholes. And
they would actually died.
Well, that's not surprising,
wasn't it?
And they would always whenever they would show them eating, they would just show it in the most disgusting way, just fucking zooming in on it, emphasizing their chewing noises. Is I don't want to fucking watch this. What are you doing?
He had a big bucket of chicken and the fucking tub of ice cream and the Twinkies and his fucking gut hanging out. They'd always be naked. It's when you
his clothes can't fucking fit him.
Why are you naked? And the gravy be on their titties, and it was damn.
They tell them to talk in a certain way that's really a really childlike, weird way to talk, and they all do it the same way, and it's the producers have to be telling them to say, "When I get up, I go eat," and my mama says, I mean, it's freaking annoying.
I need to go.
I'll wash myself with a rag on a stick.
That's my poop bucket over there.
I mean, it's just
bring me my poop bucket.
I mean, those shows are just designed to make you, regular fat people feel good about themselves, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly. Thank God I'm not that.
Yeah.
Hoarder shows are worse, or they can be.
Those are fucking amazing. I cannot. It's if I'm flipping through, dude, and I see a hoarder show, I'm there for the long haul, man.
I used to date a girl who lived in a freaking hoarder household.
Oh, that poor girl.
No, she was a hoarder too.
Jeremy's a cat hoarder.
Yeah.
Well, those are living things, though. That I mean,
Well, you only have 2 or 3 of them, don't you?
He's got 15.
Yeah.
Plus,
well, most of them
your
live
house smell
outside.
like cat pee?
No, I clean a lot. That's how.
Yeah, see, this girl, they, in addition to being a hoarder, they didn't clean after their cats, and it freaking stunk.
No, clean. You got to clean that. Oh God, you got to clean. That stuff will accumulate, and you'll never be clean again if you don't. Oh God, you've got to clean.
I used to do apartment management, and the people just let their cat piss everywhere, and it'd be what the fuck?
That's why dogs are better.
Dogs will do it too.
Yeah, if you let them, it's the humans that let them do it, right? I mean,
dogs will just shit on the floor.
Dogs are trained, but
cats will just say "screw you," and it's almost like you can't train.
I mean, there are people that just get lazy and they don't care, and they just let their dogs poop all over the place, right? And there are people that lazy and don't care. Their toilet that stops working, they just let the poop pile up, and when the poop's piled up in the toilet, they just start pooping in the tub, right? I mean,
I swore off watching any hoarder show is when this girl was insistent on keeping her bathroom filthy for one more night, like an addict, getting high one last time. She worded it exactly like that.
Wow.
Okay, this reminds me. I just remembered this story. The house that one of the ones I grew up in, this is after we moved out of it. The person who moved in was a hoarder, and her brother went missing, and they literally found him dead under the piles of trash in one of the bedrooms or something.
Wow.
No, wait a minute. TV show or is that when you knew?
No, well, I mean, I didn't know them personally, but they are the people who bought the house after us.
That's some serious hoarding.
That's criminal. That's criminal right there.
Yeah,
some criminal negligence right there. Yeah.
How do you not know that somebody's missing? I mean,
How do you not smell the decay?
Well, I'm sure it's like if the hoarding's bad enough.
Garbage because he was under garbage.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been so much garbage that it's sealed off the smell, right?
Well, everybody's heard of the Collier brothers, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like one of them ended up dying under a pile of the shit they had hoarded in their apartment, and the other one was disabled and ended up like slowly starving to death in his chair.
They had cars hoarded into their living room. They had stacks of newspapers up into the ceiling. I mean, all kinds of shit. Old bird cages, all this shit that they didn't even need to have in there. They didn't even have birds, but they had bird cages. And they had a car that they somehow managed to get into their living room. And it was surrounded and covered up with newspaper stacks. They had one of them would tunnel through the newspaper bales, bundles, or whatever to bring food to his brother who was blind. He would crawl through a tunnel of newspaper shreddings to get to his blind brother and bring him food. That is insane. That is another world. They were in another reality. I mean, geez.
Yeah. What is the mindset that seeps in when you become that distance from it, where it's not even an issue? You know what I mean? I can understand like collecting things, but then this is like the extreme version of it. Like, wait a second, this newspaper is like 30 years old. I might want to read it again. You know what I mean? It's just like
it's even not even bizarre. Things like that. It's just random freaking objects. Like, imagine looking at a corner that doesn't have anything in it and be like, I think this needs a bunch of freaking trash in it. Like, I just don't get it.
Well, I mean, I think it's a matter of procrastination, right? I mean, I think a lot of it has to do with procrastination and just like, go ahead.
Well, like at some point, it's like anything you can do to procrastinate doing it would completely outweigh like the effort it would take to just get rid of some stuff.
I mean, that's what you would think, right? But if you can eat and you can watch your TV show and have some place to poop, then they're fine, right? I mean, they don't care if the junk just piles up all around them, right?
Right. It's important to them. I mean,
I don't even know that. I mean, I think there's probably several different types of, hoarders. Some of it's probably important to them, and I think some of it's just a matter of they just get so lazy and defeated by the fact that they put off cleaning it for so long that they just don't even know where to start.
I mean, that may be it. Like with the Collier brothers, like they were definitely wealthy enough they could have easily hired people to do it, but they just didn't. They just refused to leave the apartment and refused to let anyone in.
Yeah.
I think someone who worked at the front desk of the Sunshine Hotel in a documentary, he once gave a good kind of peek into the mindset of those types who have to be, in the middle of a hovel of filth and everything. And again, he was speaking from experience when he used to smoke crack, and he was a resident of the Sunshine Hotel instead of a tenant, instead of a front desk manager. He said that he felt like it was almost like going back to the womb to be surrounded by Chinese menus stacked up to here and racing forms and old newspapers, and it's like he was going back to the womb by surrounding himself with all this.
Yeah.
You must not have a very high opinion of vaginas.
Actually,
I believe I was able to have.
He gets into a rant about that later in the documentary and saying basically saying the pussy, if you don't get pussy, then you're mentally ill. You actually did value it pretty.
Wow.
It's a good documentary. It's called Hell.
What's it called?
It's like a guy is saying it like, being back in surrounded by trash makes me makes me feel like I'm in the womb again. And he goes on, the kind of things that zero pussy does to a motherfucker.
What was the documentary called again?
Sunshine Hotel. There's what the cover looks like.
What's it on?
Well, I watched it on Bravo back in like 2003. I've got it on DVD, but I don't have a DVD player anymore. So here it is on IMDb. There it is.
I have 2 DVD players.
Do you? But it's a good documentary, you know, and that's where I didn't even know what hoarding was until they talked about it on that documentary. So there's
look into it.
It covers a lot of the people who live in those in those flop houses like that, you know, and it tracks them through their daily lives. It's pretty fascinating, but hard to find.
I believe I was able to have like a semi-coherent theological discussion, given all the freaking whiskey I've had during like this whole 4 hours of conversation.
Yeah, that's the secret to your powers.
Well,
there it is.
Coherent discussion at all. There is what?
That's the Jesus juice. That's what that is.
Sunshine Hotel is available on Amazon for Prime subscribers.
Oh, is it free?
Is it really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, because I checked out The Evil Within on Prime. That was fucking amazing.
Wait,
you did watch it? Good.
Check out.
Yeah, because I was off work last week and I ran out of shit to do.
What was it?
Like with
The Evil Within.
Oh yeah, so freaking good, isn't it?
Oh
my god,
that movie is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like the backstory is like more fascinating than the actual film.
Oh yeah, yeah. But
You
the
know,
film is just so good because it's so unconventional, and it's also so, I don't know, it just has such a great, unique quality to it.
It does. It definitely sucks you in right from the first frame.
Yeah.
The ventriloquist scene towards the end, I won't spoil it, but that's pretty. It actually succeeds on a spooky level.
Yeah.
I think the scene that freaked me out the most.
Movies I've watched.
What was that, Mike?
I was saying the part that freaked me out the most, where he was telling him, he's like, "You got to go kill a baby." I'm like, "Not the kids, man. What's wrong with you?" He's like, and he justified it. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Go ahead and kill the baby. Fuck it.
Yeah.
How about the human head?
Oh, Jesus Christ. The movie was just amazing. Like I said, I was on the couch all week last week. I was catching up on movies, much reading. It was amazing.
The past 2 movies I've watched kind of been horrible. I finally watched I think it's a full moon movie, Killjoy.
Yeah, that's
funny. Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It looks terrible.
Yeah, then I watched a 2007 movie called Headless Horseman, and it was so cheesy, but like comforting and like cozy will be the best word for it. But it's like literally the perfect type of Headless Horseman movie you could want. Perfect. It's what Sleepy Hollow High should have been.
So this Sunshine Hotel is kind of like just like a just like Bukowski neighborhood kind of exploration, right?
Yeah, the Sunshine Hotel goes all the way back to like the 1920s and maybe even earlier than that, and it's like kind of a last ditch, place for people like on the down and out, like at the
Skid Row. Yeah,
they go there and they can rent like a very small enclosure that you can barely call a hotel room,
right?
And it's reinforced by chicken wire. Wow. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are walls, but they're very small. So, and there's a veteran who talks about how he was, made an example out of by a corrupt justice system. That's not an unfamiliar story. It's happened before.
Right.
There's another guy who proffered himself as a sort of philosopher of life, and he kept telling himself he was going to do this and do that, but he ended up staying, for decades, living in the Sunshine Hotel on the balcony. There's another guy another veteran who kind of shakes like this, he shakes while he's talking because of, neurological damage from, the war that the battle he saw.
Right.
There's there's a transvestite, who turned tricks, to make their rent. There's another guy, is just a normal old guy that sounds kind of like a Groucho type voice, or the Muppet. What's the Muppet with the kind of scratchy kind of voice?
Oscar the Grouch?
No, maybe.
Or Sully?
No, it was either Oscar the Grouch or
is he the guy that plays
Grover?
piano?
Grover? I guess, yeah, Rolf or Oscar the Grouch. Yeah, he's kind of got that kind of voice, that's suited for blues singers and stuff,
Okay.
Talking about how his whole family got split up. He had 15 brothers and sisters, and he doesn't know any of them are now, and he complains about how he has to wash his face in the sink, in the same place where all these filthy, nasty, other dudes spit and piss when they're drunk, and so it's a very revealing life. All these different walks of life, they can barely stand each other, but it's all they've got is, oh God, it's scary when you think about it. The Sunshine Hotel, that's all they've got, and then and whatever beer they can afford,
Yeah, just it's scary to think that a lot of people, and maybe yourself included, and myself included, right, is that one horrible day away from that, right? You can just have one tragic day, right, and you can be in that type of situation, right?
Sometimes all you got to do is wake up.
Yeah.
But it seems like with all the outreach available now, and it may not be perfect, but it seems like when it was filmed in 98, 99, you would think that they there could have been outreach programs and community assistance for them to get back on their feet. I don't know. Maybe it was in its infant stages then.
You got to want it, though, right?
Exactly.
Some of them aren't in their right mind to want it.
Right.
See, that's
so, Mr. No, you say you got caught up on some reading. What did you read?
I finished Invisible Monsters in 2 days, I think, 3 days maybe.
That's a quick one, yeah.
That wasn't bad. I started reading. It was good, and then I started reading today. I started reading Richard Lehman's Come Out Tonight, which I've read that 8 or 9 times already.
Yeah, I missed the Lehman train. If I had read it in junior high or maybe high school, I probably would have had an entirely different idea. I mean, as far as I would have probably liked it, right, if I'd read it back then. Right. I think a lot of people who really think fondly of Lehman found him during their adolescence, it seems.
I found him a little bit older. It was probably maybe 19, 20. Well, no, I was a little older, 21, 22 maybe.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, my mother-in-law, as a matter of fact, gave me my first Lehman book. She gave me the stake of all things. She's like, I don't like this. Maybe you'll like it. So I thought, all right, I'll check it out. And that was all it took.
Yeah, I tried to read a couple of them. I couldn't get into them, but I also tried to read them within the last few years, right? So I never got tried. I never heard of them. I don't think ever when I was a young horror reader. So
a lot of those were hard to find for a while. I know when I started my collection, they were really expensive, and then they came down in price, and so I was able to get the majority of them, and then they started going back up again. So I'm just glad I got them when I did.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Ben?
Well, I was going to say I found him when I was in my 20s. The first one I read was Night in the Lonesome October, and that's one of his best books. So that probably got me pulled in because the other books I've read of his.
Read it, Nick.
That's in my top 5.
Yeah, because a lot of his other books, Endless Night is good for the most part, but the ending is just terrible. And I also read To Wake the Dead, which was the one of his posthumous books, and it feels like 2 novellas stitched together.
Oh yeah, we're talking about that. Yeah.
Isn't that funny that Roger Zelazny wrote a novel by the same name though, A Night in the Lonesome October? Roger Zelazny and Richard Lehman both wrote.
Yeah.
Well, is it Lonely and Lonesome, or is it the exact same title?
Exact same title, yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay. I thought one was Lonesome and one was Lonely.
No, both Lonesome, yeah.
Oh, okay. Huh.
So what is great about this one? What is it about this one that makes it special?
I suppose how different it is. It feels almost like more of almost a magic realist kind of book than it does straight horror. There's not really a strong plot. It's basically this college kid who's dumped by his girlfriend starts going for night walks and starts seeing like weird things on his walks. And it's just really a really fascinating read, even though it does have some of his trademarks, like the fact that he it feels like he wrote half the damn thing with his dick in his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, the one I tried to read the, what is it? The is it one called is there one called The Traveling Vampire Show?
Yeah, that was awesome. I love that one.
See, I couldn't get into that one. And then I tried to read one, and you know how you say, Ben, that like it seemed like a lot of it is, it's like he's writing with one hand holding his dong. It was like that, but it was also like that, but he was also, had his dick in his hand while he's writing scenes about abusing a little girl. And I thought that was a bit icky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like that in Endless Night when it's when it's talking from the killer's perspective, and he's very graphically describing women that they sexually abused in a way that feels almost pornographic.
Right. Yeah, that's the kind of the impression I got. I can't remember what book this was that I was reading. I was kind of like, I don't really want to read this. It seems like a creepy guy being kind of creepy for his own personal pleasure more than to try to I don't know, just seems something off about it. But and then the Traveling Vampire Show, I don't know, I just got tired of it.
It kind of seems like he just had a very strange id, because people who talk about him and like even in interviews he really does come off like a very just normal, genuine guy.
Right. Yeah, he does. I saw one of his interviews. I'm just like, is that he's way too nice to be writing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
It probably is the thing. He's just like writing like from his almost subconscious, and he just has some very fucked up repressed things down there.
Yeah, either that or he's intentionally trying to make it pornographic to make you feel even more uncomfortable about it, right? I mean, some of these things, so who knows what his motivation was as far as that goes.
I know one of the things he talked about, when I saw the interview that I saw, he had said that his books feature very bad people doing very bad things. And that's just how he summarized it, which was kind of, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, my books do too, but I mean, I don't try to make the abuse of children erotic, right? So, I mean, that's kind of what, he was doing in the book that I read, or at least that's how it came off, right? But maybe he's doing that on purpose to make it even more disturbing. I don't know. So
yeah, I've heard One Rainy Night is really good. I recently got that.
I have that on hardback.
Yeah. Apparently that was just sort of his response to the LA riots. I guess like the plot of it is like a black boy gets killed in a hate crime, and the father puts a curse on the town that causes rain that comes down that makes people go berserk and start committing murders.
Yeah, it's a really good book. It's probably one of his better ones.
He must have written like 50, maybe more, right?
Oh, he's written a ton of work.
Yeah,
and that's just like his like regular stuff. He also wrote like a ton of like these little very short novella books that were like for adults with special needs. He's written a bunch of like he wrote a few westerns. He wrote some like kids books under pen names. He wrote like a ton of stuff.
What are these novella books for people with special needs? What's that?
I can't remember what they were called, but they were like these like thin books that were, I don't know, like between 50 or 100 pages or so.
Uh-huh.
They were written in very simple language, and they were intended for, like I said, adults with special needs.
Were they like pared down literary classics or just original fiction?
They were original stories, and they were also like horror and mystery and things like that. Sort of what he wrote, except in a lot simpler language. I can't remember what they were called. I think they were called fastbacks or something like that.
Yeah, they were called fastbacks. They're extremely hard to find.
Yeah.
I'd like to read those.
Yeah, I would too. Let's see. Fastbacks, it brings up a band name.
Yeah. But the weird thing about Layman, man, he was like huge, like in England, Europe, everywhere else but here.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's crazy.
But,
yeah, because I think part of it was one of his early books, what was it, The Woods Are Dark or something like that. It was like the American version was heavily edited and it had a really terrible cover, so it basically tanked his career.
Yeah, it was like this hideous. I have a copy of it. I actually found it. And it was like this hideous green foil cover. And yeah, I mean, it was just one of those. It's like, what the fuck am I reading? And then I read the book, without even, finally ignoring the cover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, all right, this is kind of cool. I dig this. And then years later, I found they re-released it after his death with everything that was cut out put back in, which made the book better because you got from different standpoints.
So that's one of the fastbacks right there, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all had covers like that, almost like the kind of covers you'd see on like a cheesy kids book at the time or something like that.
What is that even supposed to be? What is going on?
Like a hand cuffed, and cuff is like cuff to a briefcase or loose. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's a very weird composition.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Yeah,
it's cuffed to a briefcase. Yeah,
I can see it now after you tell me what it is.
Some kind of freaking robot thing or something.
Yeah, no, it's like a hand.
It's like
I'm looking at.
Like a boiler room thing?
It's like a dude wearing a suit with there's a cuff of his shirt there, and he's got a hand, and he's got a handcuff around his,
Johnson
wrist.
Yeah.
And
it's cuffed to his briefcase.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to tell what it was at first, but now you say it, I can see it. It's very weird.
Yeah, I thought it was a dude's head.
Hey, guess what? Today was our bro Phoenix's birthday.
Yeah, that's what
Happy birthday, Phoenix. He probably won't be able to come on, but I will be celebrating, and I hope his life, meaning in his life, has gone up like 100%.
Yeah, happy birthday, Phoenix! If you're listening.
Yeah, happy birthday, Phoenix.
I just told him. We told him. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but the fastbacks, like I remember, like I don't know, I was like going through Richard Lehman's bibliography and came across these things, and they kind of confused me, and like I had to like dig to find out that like fastbacks was like they were just like these short books intended for people with special needs.
Huh. That's an interesting project,
Yeah. As a collector, I wanted to try to track them down myself to put them in my collection, but I'm not going to spend that kind of money on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are weirdly expensive. I guess they really were just either published in very limited quantities or were only sent directly to certain centers or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
And it's the name, too. I think it's under Richard Kelly. I think most of them are.
How popular is Braille as a print format? Do any of these authors, the type of authors that are mentioned on this show, do any of them ever get translated into Braille? Is Stephen King in Braille somewhere? I mean,
I would say that King is in Braille, yeah.
Probably more audiobooks, right? But
yeah, maybe audiobooks have been more popular in that realm, but I assume that
would be horrible.
What?
So being blind and having to read Braille, that'd be freaking horrible.
But for them, it's second nature because they're used to it, right?
Yeah, I'm sure like most people who at least are blind from a young age learn to read Braille very early.
Yeah.
So probably not any other than Stephen King that would be in Braille, right?
Well, I think there's also machines that like there's like little pegs or whatever, right? Where that if you can basically feed a program into it, and then the pegs change, so you don't necessarily have to have the whole book printed in Braille, right? It's like a machine where that the bumps change on the machine to where that you can read over it without having to have a whole printed thing in Braille, right? I'm pretty sure that they have those machines now.
Sounds like
I think I know what you mean. When I was in elementary school, there was a a blind girl who used that machine.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot more work.
What do you mean?
What was?
Oh, I mean, it's the terrain changes under your fingertips, right? Like,
does it keep going at a pace?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
and you just like a scroll, it keeps.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I mean, I haven't seen one in a while, but I'm pretty sure that I'm not just talking about a dream I had. I'm pretty sure that this thing is real, right? I mean, but yeah, there's like all kinds of different technology as far as that goes. But I would imagine, yeah, that a lot of blind people probably would just listen to an audio book, right, and have for quite some time. But I would imagine that there are some types of materials that is probably better to read in Braille, I would think.
What was that one movie where there was like a blind character carrying a book, and eventually it's revealed that it's supposed to be a Braille Bible or something like that? I think that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's actually a really stupid twist, because if you actually look up what an actual Braille Bible looks like, I mean, they're in multiple volumes, and just one is fucking huge.
Yeah.
It doesn't look anything like a regular Bible.
Right, you could not carry it in your post-apocalyptic adventure. Yeah,
you'd have to have
like a donkey. You ride a couple of donkeys, you know.
Yeah,
a hand cart.
Yeah, you need something. A couple of wagons, a couple of slaves to do it. You know, like. I mean,
so Mike,
just have like a donkey with like half of it on one end, half of the other.
Right.
What is that book he's carrying? Oh, yeah, I can see it on the spine. It's a Braille Bible.
Right.
So, Mike, we got Layman and Palahniuk. What else?
I did read Batman 100 finally, which was Batman number 100, which was amazing. It was the conclusion to the Joker War.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, now set that up, because we talked about it briefly. I filled everybody in, but I'm sure the story has evolved a little bit since then. So basically, the Joker finds a way to take over Wayne Enterprises, right?
Exactly. So he's got the clowns like destroying Gotham, and finally, in the end, the final book.
Careful.
Well, yeah. I mean, you'd have to read it, but yeah, I mean. In terms of just being a Batman story, it's probably one of the best ones I've read in a while. Because a lot of fans got. Go ahead.
Is Three Jokers connected to this, or is it its own?
No.
Okay.
It's its own thing. Well, you should be reading that anyway.
How many Joker stories do they have going on at once?
Let's see.
Just two right now.
Batman has a whole rogues gallery.
Yeah. But
give the Joker a rest for a minute.
Wait, did you say we should not be reading Three Jokers?
No, you should be reading that.
Oh, okay.
You definitely should be. Well, see, and that's the thing too, is like if you're a fan of the comic, you kind of understand that there's like a relationship between the Joker and the Batman. They need each other. If the Joker goes away, there's no Batman. If that makes any sense.
Well, I mean, I get that, but I mean, I think also Ben has a good point that there is a huge rogues gallery that they could be drawing from to tell some additional stories. But I mean, how many Batman comics do they publish at a time? Right? There's Detective Comics, Batman. There's like 6 titles that they run concurrently.
Justice League. There's Justice League. He's in that too. I mean,
yeah. Well, for me as a collector and on my pool list. I have going right now the Three Jokers, Batman Detective, Batman's Grave. There's Batman: The New Adventures, which is a spin-off from the TV show. And I think that's it. Just like I think 5 or 6.
Batman Graves.
That is actually wrapping up a 12-issue run. That is, it brings Batman back as kind of a detective, where a lot of comics have lost sight of that.
Right.
Where, it's just, and he's still dark and brooding or whatever, but at least this time he's using his brain instead of, all right, let's put him in space and see what happens.
Right.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually, because, you did see a lot of that. Like, off the top of my head, I remember, like, a Six Flags promotional comic that has Batman using more detective skills than a lot of the modern ones do.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what Tinian and everybody else has done. They've kind of brought him back to the dark in the detective era, whereas a lot of them are like, let's put Batman in space and see what happens. And it's just like, we don't want Batman in space. You want him to be the detective.
That thing where he fought Alien, the xenomorphs from Alien.
It's like, what's that one comic? I'm Batman, and I can breathe in space.
Right.
No, seriously, wasn't there a Batman versus Alien?
Yes,
there was. I haven't read it.
I've heard that there's a Batman versus Elmer Fudd comic, and I've heard it's actually really good.
Great. Wait a minute, because I gotta show this. I'm proud to own this.
But I mean, Marvel does the same thing. There's like 6 Spider-Man titles they run at the same time, and 10 X-Men titles they run at the same time.
Well, yeah. Right now, if you're a Marvel fan, it's kind of like, fuck me. You might as well just fork over your wallet, because I've got. I just finished up the Empire series, which I still haven't read all of it yet. But then that was like fucking 12, 13 books. And then right into that, you go into the Ten of Swords, which is another 12 fucking books.
Wow.
So if you read comics, it's just ridiculous. And then their thing now was like, for like every like 25th anniversary, everybody needs their own special like 90-page 100 book.
Yeah.
With like $10 a pop. And then if you see like an alternate cover, that's another $10. So it's just fucking like, damn, dude.
Check this out.
Capable of reading comics.
Check this out. No, but it's actually done really plausible, the whole Batman versus Elmer Fudd thing. He's like, an Arkham escapee or something. He's like, be very, very quiet. I'm hunting a Batman.
I got to find that.
It's not the only one, though. Foghorn Leghorn and Jonah Hex. Okay?
I have the Nightwing, and I think it's Nightwing and Sylvester.
Wonder Woman, Tasmanian Devil. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Lobo Roadrunner. That is great.
You want to show a disturbing cover, Jeremy? Bring up the Lex Luthor and Porky Pig cover. That is just fucking nightmare fuel.
So are you a DC person, Michael?
I am.
Wow.
That is nightmare fuel.
Wow, that is a frightening Porky Pig.
Yeah, it is.
We're not going to sing happy birthday, are we? I mean, isn't it enough that we said it?
We can play the Residence version of Birthday Boy.
Oh, Phoenix is on, eh?
Yeah.
How old are you, Phoenix?
I turned 31.
Cool.
No way.
Nice job.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I had no control over it.
Congratulations on not dying.
Right.
Yeah, I know. No, it's another year. It's insane. I may actually get through the next 30 years.
So what'd you do to celebrate your birthday?
So I had dinner with my parents, which was nice. And I got to hang out with a friend. I got an Italian soda, which was nice. And
what is that? Some kind of sex move?
Italian soda?
Yeah.
You've never had
one? Made it to 31.
No, I've never had an Italian soda.
They're really good. That? Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain. I actually don't quite know what it is. I think it's basically soda water with flavoring.
Bring up a picture.
So you probably don't want to Google Italian soda.
No, it's probably has some like old man jizzing on somebody's face or something.
So to me, it looks like one of those old-fashioned things you'd get in like an old 1950s.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, they're so great because you get like whatever flavor you want. They have everything.
Huh.
Yeah.
They do.
So did you get any presents?
My mom bought me chips and salsa, which was sweet. So I'm excited for that. I went to a place called El Chihuahua, which is a Mexican restaurant, and I got chili rellenos, which is nice. Those are good.
That is good. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I had the Italian soda at lunchtime, and I hung out with a friend. I wanted to do more, but there's only so much time in the day, so I have to do it tomorrow. But gonna catch up with some friends. And
did you give yourself any presents?
Well, that's a good question. I actually feel very like like grateful for the opportunities I've had and stuff. So like a lot of it for me is like I want to find ways of investing in like my community and like the people around me and stuff. And I feel like I have some ideas on how to do that, but I guess that would be my present. I just don't know what that would be yet. But like even if it's just investing in like my books or something, like giving some of my books away, like I think
like
that'd be
charity.
Cool. What?
Charity? You mean?
If my books were for charity.
Save the kids of New York.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know if people would like that book, honestly. I was surprised because my mom bought Midnight Mania and I was like, are you sure you want to read that? Like, which I appreciated, obviously, but I just wasn't sure if she would enjoy it. Because it's like totally inspired by, like, as I said last time, Bukowski and Burroughs and other people. And it's not always like likable, you know? It's not always, the point isn't always to be likable. But if my mom, I don't know if she would see it through that lens of like wanting it to be likable, and it's like not.
Not knowing your mother, I have no idea.
No, that's fair. Yeah. She's been supporting me with a lot of my books and stuff, which has been nice. So she wants to read more of my books, I think. She's already read a lot of them, actually. She said she didn't like The Scrapyard, which was poetry. I guess Jeremy wouldn't like that either. But she said she didn't really care for the style. I mean, that book was different because it was like more concise. So it might have thrown people off if they were expecting something like, I would say, quote unquote, deeper. But she did read Separation Healing, but she didn't tell me what she thought of it. So I don't know. And I'm like afraid to ask. So
probably doesn't understand it.
Well, she really didn't like the style. I don't know if that book specifically, but she said like with my style, I don't think that it resonates with her as much. And I think it depends because some people really like The Scrapyard as an example. Like they thought that it captured a certain mood and they felt it was very accessible actually, which I appreciated. But it depends on what they're looking for. Because like if you have like a short soundbite, like most people aren't going to call that poetry, especially if they have like a certain view on what poetry is.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, bless you.
So wait, does The Scrapyard stylistically different than Separation Healing?
I think they're similar, but I would say at least in terms of the actual approach, The Scrapyard, they're like sound bites. Some of the poems are a little bit more developed for like half a page, but some of the poems are literally just like a sentence or like a few words, while Separation Healing are more like, those poems are like more in depth.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I remember my mom, she read Legacy, my first book. And I'm like, are you sure you want to read that, Mom? She's like, yeah, I'll read it. So she read it. And this was before it got published. It was like right before. And she finished it. And then she hit me and said she was proud of me.
Oh, wow.
She hit you like with
she literally hit
closed fist?
No, she hit me like, with her. Yeah. It was just like, because she was a little freaked out by it. But it was like, it was funny because, yeah, she's like, that is like disgusting. And I could hear her reading it, which made me cackle because I know what was in it. I knew what she was headed for.
Right.
And I'd hear her like, oh my God, that's disgusting. And then she hit me and she's like, I am so proud of you. Well, thanks, Mom.
Well, I hope that I can get to that point where like I can be okay with like, I guess, maybe things that I don't always like about my writing, that I can be okay with like accepting the chaos. And my hope is that people will figure that out. Maybe it'll be the same moment for people I know who might normally not like something I'd written, but if they had it with that idea, like, oh yeah, like, you said that she was proud of you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. That would be such a great feeling. Yeah, because I don't write always expecting my books to be like accessible or even interesting to people. A lot of it is the process, like you get lost in this process of like trying to, it may sound romantic and cheesy, but trying to have like your vision and like trying to convey things that you feel. And it doesn't mean that you always like that. It doesn't mean that even people should always like it, but it doesn't take away from the quality or value. But I think oftentimes we conflate our enjoyment of something with like how good it actually is.
Yeah, my thing is when I launch a book, I'm just like, if they like it, great. Because I don't even write for a set audience. I mean, I'm just like, fuck it, everybody's gonna either like it or they're not gonna like it. I can't control it.
Yeah.
As long as I like it, I'm cool. And if other people dig it, that's cool too. I mean, because I know that not everybody's gonna be like, oh yeah, that's great. I have people like, that really sucked. I'm like, well, thanks, I appreciate that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You can't. You just, as long as you're writing for yourself, I think, when people ask me, should I write? I'm like, no, because it depends on why you're doing it. I mean, especially when
if you have to ask yourself, if you have to ask somebody, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you have to ask somebody, should you write, then you probably shouldn't, right? I mean, if you have to ask the question,
Right.
Yeah.
And then you have those other people who assume that you're a published author, that you're making a serious amount of bank.
Yeah.
And you have you're a cook at a nursing home, and people are just fucking flabbergasted. Like, but you write books. I'm like, yeah, I do. I do write books. It's a hobby at this point. It's not something that's self-sufficient.
They don't realize that only Stephen King actually, makes a really good living, off of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually showed somebody my last royalty check on PayPal, and they're like, "That's it?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's it."
How much was it?
It was $1.96. I was
but I mean that it's like, I know you don't mean it this way, but like that totally is like your blood, sweat, and tears. I mean, I know you can only buy a candy bar with that, but like, come on,
Yeah, I mean, for me though, I mean, I honestly knew going into this business, and make no mistake, it's a business. Going into it, the odds of me making of any money at all, were between slim and none anyway.
I'm just surprised that people actually think that writers are making bank. I don't know where that came from.
I know, it's weird. Because I was talking to my boss about it. She's like, "You don't make any money?" I'm like, "I made some here and there. I mean, every
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not making enough so I can quit this lovely place, I mean,
right.
They used to be able to support themselves based on that. Back when there was a pay scale and there were more professional, it was a whole system. Now it's chaos. Now and now anybody can publish. That's one good thing to come out of it. But they used to be an actual industry, an actual system.
Oh yeah.
A whole, setup. Now
I didn't know that. How did that work? Was this like with more traditional publishers?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Like Lovecraft and Bukowski, they could.
Oh, okay.
Bukowski got a salary.
Really?
But he could only write for one magazine for as long as the guy would pay him. Yeah, the guy actually paid him a salary.
Right.
But you can only write for me,
Right.
Dirty
books.
Yeah,
when I first started, when I first started writing, you had to have like a literary agent who then pushed your stuff to other people.
Right.
And then, I had the wife, the kid, and I stopped writing because it was either I could, be a parent or write. There wasn't time for both. So I just kind of like, okay, I'll be a father for a while. And then I got separated, started writing again, got in touch with, Morbid. Just for shits and giggles, I started writing just to see if I could still do it. I sent him a copy of Legacy, which was almost done, but not quite. Like, well, let me know what you think. And, if you don't like it, great. That's fine, And within, I would say, 5 minutes, she was like, I want to publish it. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Are you sure? So, yeah, and it just kind of stemmed from there. And then I got started, and then I got published with, other people. And occasionally a book will come out and it doesn't sell. I don't get depressed. I'm just like, at least it's published,
Right.
That's the important part. I may not make any money, but, I have books that are out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's impressive either way, honestly. I mean,
well, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do.
No. Well, and I've had similar thoughts of like, is this something I should be doing? Like, I've legitimately wondered if I should put my attention somewhere else. I couldn't, and I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't, but I've thought about it just with the pressures that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate saying that, but
I think we as writers don't do it because we think we're going to make money. It's because at some point it becomes a matter of like, if I don't write, I'm going to go insane.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And it's been a lot of fun for me because I went from splatterpunk to just kind of like whatever the fuck I feel like writing.
Yeah.
And having fun with it. So that's been a journey.
What you guys don't realize is that the reason that you write these stories is because these characters really exist out there in some alternate universe.
Right. Yeah.
Right. The multiverse is where they exist. Yeah.
I feel very sorry for that.
Hey, that was a pretty good example of the multiverse last weekend, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
I kept having it like waving in and out. Remember?
Yeah.
I don't think you had to set it up. You had to set it up, but I kept like taking it on and off, and it was like doing this wave movement.
Okay, wait. Get it.
Oh no.
I see where this is going.
Now, imagine if there was a video playing, and then you did the share screen, and once it does that, it's going to be moving while doing the thing at the same time. Like, I don't know how to explain this.
It's like picture in picture for psychopaths, maybe.
Yeah.
No, like be playing a video. Like, okay, pick a video to play, Jeremy. Just something on YouTube.
Yeah, Wheeler Walker Jr. is always fun.
I can't decide.
Search for Simpsons: A Life Well Wasted.
Okay, and then I'm going to do the share screen and click on my share screen once you let me know once you have the video playing.
Search for Simpsons: A Life Well Wasted and play that.
Hang on, I'm going to see what my boy John Goblicon's up to.
Okay, now I'm going to share screen. Do my share screen. Is it going? Yeah.
Okay. Then what? It's not showing it.
Where'd the video go?
You ruined it.
Oh, I think I need to be playing it.
Okay. Well, then
I like that John Goblicon. He's got a good look.
Oh, hey, get out that.
What the?
What the hell?
His
We get a
emails.
glimpse of like, yeah. We're gonna look at Zach's hate mail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the racial slur laden emails that he sends out to people.
His Christian on Christian battles.
Yeah. You Christian fuck.
I got swallowed by the multiverse, and I've come back after 100 years of hard toil working for Gauntlet.
Get an ad blocker, Zach.
And he went from telling Jeremy that he's reading books wrong to telling other Christians they're reading the Bible wrong.
Bring that up again.
I don't think it's freaking doing it.
No, it's not.
You broke the multiverse, Zach.
Yeah. You can never go home again. It's never going to be the same as that
whatever
first
you did,
time.
it was working better last week. What did you do?
Yeah, you broke it.
He broke it. You had one fucking job, dude.
What you do to me? You turned me to phone at me, bro.
Jeremy is disintegrating. Oh no. This is nightmare fuel right here.
This is definitely
Did you ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Anyone read that?
all three. Yeah, I read all three.
I haven't,
So,
but I haven't read it yet.
There's actually that semi-horror scene where everything dissolves. Do you remember? And it like technically wasn't happening, at least in real time, but it's when the computer dissolves because he doesn't understand the meaning of life, or because he understands it so well.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't read that. I've only read Dirk Gently's one of the Dirk Gently books.
Well, which one is that? Is that still by the same author?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Douglas. It's Dirk Gently's. Oh, what is it? I can't remember. Some kind of detective agency, and one book he's dealing with the god Thor or something like that.
Oh, interesting. Was that
Isn't that
science fiction
holistic?
too?
Hang on.
Yeah, I want to say it's Holistic Detective Agency. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want some nightmare fuel? I'll show you some nightmare fuel.
Okay.
Oh God.
We got to turn your camera back on.
Is it showing?
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
Look at that shit. That is. You tell me that's not scary?
Is this
That's
what you
like-
beat off to?
Yeah,
It's like Rob Layfield
I used
style
to.
shit.
I did. I used to.
was it like Mr. Fantastic rape scene or something? What's going on?
No, it's one of the versions of Spider-Girl getting eaten by flesh of the supervillain tandem Flesh and Bone. Look, she's saying as she stretches her mouth over her. It's scary.
Jeez. That is scary.
Wow.
What's the villain's name?
Flesh and Bone. Her skeleton is her sister, and they're constantly like going in and out of each other's as a body.
That sounds pretty good. I like that concept.
There's one line when she's getting ready to burgle some company of some evidence, and she's instructing her skeleton sister, just drop me in the night deposit box, and she's just these loose flapping things of flesh. Oh God, it's gross and scary. It's it's
I'm gonna
nightmare.
have to look this up.
I've never heard of this. I like that. I like that concept.
Well, what's the comic called?
It's the one of the old Spider-Girl, not Spider-Woman, but Spider-Girl.
Okay.
It's like, I think it's J. Jonah Jameson's niece or something, and she ends up dying anyway. But oh God, Flesh and Bone. They had to accept the curse that they would look like that in order to forever be thin.
Okay.
Just looking at this fucks up my reality.
Yeah, no, it's definitely disturbing. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that concept.
Look up a Simpsons A Life Well Wasted on YouTube.
Hang on.
What? Simpsons. Aren't you going to trigger Jeremy by talking about the Simpsons?
Yeah. You're going to have a fit here in a second.
This will be his replacement for the new Treehouse of Horror.
Simpsons what?
A Life Well Wasted. Put it on.
Okay, I got it.
No, just watch it privately.
Right. Yeah, no need to share with the class. The hell?
My family has got enough
They're gone now. They left you behind. Simply put, you could no longer provide for them.
No, I refuse to believe it.
Why are you crying?
Wow.
That was scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's your replacement for Treehouse of Horror.
Yeah, there you go, man. You got your fix now, buddy.
That would be a scary concept, though, if like everyone was just gone.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I think of that in two contexts. One is the Langoliers, of course, but then also I also think of it in the context of like just being in a post-apocalyptic world, like The Road or something like that. I Am Legend. Such a fascinating concept, though.
Yeah, apparently Brian Keene has a novella about that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like download only. It's ebook only. And it's basically just about a guy who wakes up to find that everybody's just gone.
Well, it's like interesting thinking about that in the context of those liminal spaces too, because like I actually pitched that idea to someone, and I think it did make them uncomfortable. I'm not sure, but that's what it looked like, because it's like we just don't think about it that way, but it's so true.
So, what are you reading, Phoenix? What are you reading?
What am I reading now?
Yeah.
So I'm actually reading Shakespeare.
Which one?
Well, I'm really curious about. I'm not reading them now, but I was curious about his history plays. And I think there's one play that's like three parts. So I want to read that, but I don't know if I'm ready to do that just yet. But right now I'm reading Hamlet.
Okay.
And I'm at the point where they're doing the play within a play.
Right.
And I was thinking about Shakespeare for a few reasons, one of which was because of the evolution of language.
Right.
Where like we can kind of understand Shakespeare even if we don't know all the words, but good luck trying to understand Chaucer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like it's so weird how, or even Victorian English, you know, like it's just a whole different thing.
Have you seen these videos where they have people that are have studied how the actual spoken language was in the world of Shakespeare, and they're able to speak in that fashion, and they can demonstrate it? Have you seen any of those videos of that?
No. Can you send the links?
I'll try to find it, man.
Oh, okay.
But, you know,
yeah.
But I could try to find it and send it to you, but I don't want to do it this very moment. But yeah, I've seen like a little, I don't know, mini documentary from these nerds, right? Obviously, they are nerds.
Yeah.
You know that their life study is to try to figure out exactly how people spoke, you know, and how the language was spoken, and how it sounded for real back in the day. Yeah, and it's very interesting. So I'll try to find that for you.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool.
We should have Jeremy do Shakespeare.
You know, I would like to see, some like would you next week? Well, maybe next month, Jeremy. Can you read the Tempest?
Yeah, maybe not the Tempest. What's that? The famous "We Are Such Stuff as Dreams Are Made of" speech.
I should be reading Romeo and Juliet. That would be kind of cool.
Who's picking the book club thing for next week or month? What?
No, we think you should read some of the Shakespeare.
Yeah, you should read. You should not Hamlet, but you should read Macbeth.
No, just like the famous sections from them. Like I don't know what's the famous section from Macbeth. I can't remember.
I don't know. We'll figure it out, and we can have them read it.
I can only think of Out Damn Spot from that.
I've got some Shakespeare. Yeah.
You would like do a reading?
Yeah, I like Macbeth.
Well, that was what was funny was I actually meant to read Macbeth and I confused it with Hamlet, but then I was already reading it. So
yeah, I think Macbeth is one of his shortest ones.
Yeah. It's only like 30 pages.
Well, I think it's longer than that, but it's definitely Gnostic, and I know that Zach wouldn't really like it.
Yeah, well, and I know Shakespeare is often quoted, but I'm like looking at his language, and I'm just like, I don't understand how he did it. Like.
It was multiple people.
You think so? Well, that was part of the reason why I was curious too, was because there was an episode I watched on how Shakespeare may not be Shakespeare, that maybe Shakespeare was Francis Bacon.
The anti-Stratfordian thing.
There's a movie about it called Anonymous.
Oh, yeah, that was made by the fucking hack that made the Godzilla movie.
Okay.
Yeah, the American Godzilla movie.
Are people really convinced that it was that Shakespeare wasn't a real person?
I'm sure
that he was a stand-in.
There's a whole movement about it called the anti-Stratfordians.
Okay. And people find that credible?
Oh, there's a bunch of people who do.
Yeah.
So what's the evidence? Because I watched the video, but I don't. Yeah.
I don't. The only evidence I can think of off the top of my head is that Shakespeare didn't leave any letters or any manuscripts behind when he died. Of course, the reason he didn't leave manuscripts behind is because he didn't own them. The playhouses own them.
Yeah. Well, there was this piece of evidence, although it was really shaky evidence, obviously. But the idea that Shakespeare's signature was very basic and messy, so it couldn't have implied his genius. So basically the idea is, and I'm not saying I like that, but saying that Shakespeare was different from the actual plays because it was being written by someone else.
I mean, there's also kind of a heavy kind of classist undertone to it, because it's like, well, this kid who was basically just a middle class guy from from a small town, he couldn't have possibly been the greatest writer in the English language. It had to be an aristocrat.
Yeah, I definitely didn't agree with that, because I feel, they said that in the video too, that they had said that he had to be educated on all these class issues and things. I'm like, no, he might have intuited it through language. I mean, I think that's completely possible. And it also, and again, you had said it's classist, and I agree, because there's no reason why. Because then Shakespeare even used the vernacular anyway. If we're talking about speaking, Like, it's not even necessarily this, like, it's not, for lack of a better word, snooty. It's not that kind of writing.
I mean, this was apparently, like, they'd say, like, oh, he couldn't have known these things. Well, there was a lot of things he didn't know. He thought ancient Rome had clocks.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, and the thing that I'm fascinated with Shakespeare is the language. Because, like, I find myself, and some of it is the gap of 400 years. So with the language changing, but there's something, the fact that he was writing in blank verse, the fact that he was writing basically poetry, the fact that his plays were so structured and kind of referencing themselves. There was a lot of things going on that I think overlap on some trends or strands of postmodernism. Because, like, I think when you're talking about strictly the language, like, you're in the company of someone like Joyce, you know? Like, it's not, I guess, and maybe this is contradicting myself. The weird thing is that Shakespeare was so accessible in his time that he was making a lot of money from it. That is a little weird because I do think it's very, like, it's just very in depth, and I don't think it's easy to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
It
like,
died.
when you think about it, like, yeah, he was very accessible in his time. At that was kind of just the standard for plays at the time, but they were like that.
Yeah.
They're, and I'm sure, like, when they're acted out on the stage, and if you lived there at the time, it was a lot easier to, intuit what was going on.
So, yeah, one of the things that's fascinating with that is that the character Bottom from Midsummer Night's Dream represents the bumbling, I would say in our terms, it would be like a bumbling working class person. But what's interesting about that play specifically is how much depth and volume Bottom added to the play. And I'm spacing it a little bit because it was a long time ago when I read it a few years ago. But the idea is that Bottom brought this depth and complexity of thought that supposedly, a lower class person couldn't have. And I think that's kind of Shakespeare's message, that it isn't. And I don't know. I mean, I know that a lot of art, we've talked about this, but I think a lot of art is hierarchical. But the thing that I would say is, like, what's interesting about some writers, such as Shakespeare, is they kind of incorporate the best elements of kind of both worlds of, like, super education, but also more intuitive things. And I would say, too, that if with watching Shakespeare even now, it is more accessible when you watch it.
Yeah, and one thing to remember is his, like, whenever he was, like, political, it did appeal to the, popular political opinions of the time. Like, Richard III basically was propaganda against the actual historical Richard III to make, Queen Elizabeth look more, legitimate.
Yeah. Do you think that was true in the context of the time?
As in that they didn't know that, or if they
do you think it was obvious that he was, I mean, I don't want to use the word pandering, but, like, that obviously he wanted to appeal to a higher court?
Like, to an extent, yeah. You at that time, if you didn't appeal to the higher court, you weren't getting anywhere.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. I mean, did the guys that painted all the religious artworks really want to be painting that, or did they just do it because that's what they wanted them to paint? Right.
Yeah.
Like,
the fact that Michelangelo was probably gay, and that he wasn't gonna be painting homoerotic pictures at the time.
Yeah. No, and that makes sense, and that's a hard thing because, like, I don't know. I mean, so I'm tossing out a lot of generalizations, but I think one of the things I've heard is that even with art, like, it is still very much a class thing. Like, people that get the attention tend to be higher class. I don't want to say that that's always true.
Oh, man, yeah.
I'm not sure how,
especially if you're talking like modern art and stuff, right? I mean,
yeah. I think because, like, that's what's interesting is, like, that I think some artists do feel the need to have a certain type of status, and so they do it a certain way that it'll please a certain crowd.
Right.
And I guess that's what I was interested with Shakespeare, is just that I don't feel like with the character bottom as an example, he was kind of subverting that, which I think is Shakespeare's genius. Like, I don't think it's the obvious things of, ornamented language and that he knew blank verse, even though that's impressive. I feel like there's deeper messages. But
I think you're right. I think he was able to combine high and low art and everything in between. I think it's probably why he endures.
Yeah. I mean, when Shakespeare, it used to be that poetry was considered like a low form of art, wasn't it?
Shakespeare was a low form of art?
Well, maybe not Shakespeare. I think Shakespeare probably was considered like somewhere low to middle brow.
Okay.
Like at least partially because of his background, partially because he was doing, plays that were popular with, the people. And even if it did pander to the higher courts, it was most popular with like the everyday person off the street.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I know I've said this already too, but that's why I get frustrated with that kind of dichotomy of like feeling like, how do I explain this? That I don't want to have to acknowledge my influences. I want my influences to be as vague as they can be. But I realize that through like education as an example, I think I write a certain way. And so an example, to wrap it back around, my mom didn't like the style of the scrapyard. Well, some people thought it was accessible, but maybe it depends on how you're reviewing it. But what if there's an element to my writing that might come across as kind of like maybe too educated, that it's too steeped in these things, and so it loses its appeal? Like, and again, I don't want to make the dichotomy of writing for the masses versus writing for a certain class, but I feel like I'm influenced by these things and they took root, and I don't always know what to do with that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I believe any of that, because I think it's much more in flux, but I think it's still interesting to think about like what influences your writing and like why you write a certain way. Because there's no reason why, because I was very interested in like working class fiction for a while. There's a book by James Hanley which captures a lot of the working class elements, and it would probably be considered more lowbrow, but it's very well done. Like, there is a degree of art, and I don't understand why there would have to be a class distinction. But I feel like there is, just with the way that it's categorized and criticism and stuff.
I mean, is that mainly due to the topic or the subject matter of the
possibly
work?
The subject matter, because it is about a boy who becomes a sailor, and then is basically, it's well, I won't give it away, but tragic ending. But the whole point of it was to capture the difficulty of getting out of certain circumstances. There's another book I read. I don't think it was written necessarily by, it could have been actually, but A Kestrel for a Knave, which is about a kid who is also trying to break out of his circumstance, and he can't because it's just too overwhelming. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So, I mean, is like Old Man in the Sea, is that considered to be, lowbrow, highbrow?
Yeah, I think people would consider Hemingway to be more lowbrow, which I think is unfortunate, because then he gets dismissed by the highbrow kind of.
Not really.
Crowd. Really?
Not really. Yeah, he was.
A lot of teachers that I studied with really didn't like Hemingway.
Well, I think
sort
of fell out of fashion to like him because of there's a lot, because of his, I guess, misogyny in a lot of ways.
Okay.
I think that kind of made him fall out of favor with the modern academy.
No, it seemed to be more because of style, at least with the people I'm referencing. Like, a lot of the instructors, it seemed to be that Hemingway was too simplistic, which I don't agree with, but that was kind of the criticism, like, because you wanted more complicated style. And again, this is what I worry about with my own writing, is thinking I have to express it a certain way, but then maybe that makes it out of touch. It's kind of a hard line.
I mean, it does really depend. Like the teachers I've had thought highly of Hemingway, but there were others I had that thought more highly of John Updike. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's not exactly black and white.
Yeah, totally. No, totally. And I'm not even saying that I would like these ideas. I just think it's a lot of what I've heard and internalized. And sometimes it's hard to separate out because you don't know like what you actually think about it. Because like, as an example, like, Shakespeare was unpopular in certain crowds, but I admit that I like him. Like I like a lot of postmodern works, but I also like classical literature, and I shouldn't feel like, that's like too, I don't know what the term would be, but maybe not cool enough. But like, I think there's a lot of value in a lot of different writers. As they say, read widely, you know, and I try to do that. So
what is that?
Catnip.
No, Jeremy's rolling the pots.
Yeah.
Your cat really loves your microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all ready for bed?
I'm getting
I'm
there.
ready for dead.
I'm getting there. There were other things there were other books I wanted to talk about.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Jeremy.
Well, I found 4 different books that seem to reinforce my idea of multiversal storytelling, you know. And I'm talking about multiverse. When I'm reference multiverse, I mean it in a different way than Zach, where he's just amused by a shiny thing on the computer. I mean it in a storytelling way. I found 4 different books that corroborate my opinion that there are several authors now working in this idea of, you know, several stories exist on multiple levels of existence, and it's not just one Earth, because it can't be, because we want there to be room for all our different stories, and some of them are apocalyptic, and so they'd have to be. You see what I'm saying?
Sounds
Isn't that
pretty
what Brian Keene? Isn't that what Brian Keene's like extended universe thing is?
Yeah, but Keene and King both do it, and I think
but with King, everything is connected to the Dark Tower.
No. But I'm about to point out 4 different examples of authors who are also doing it. I think
let's see it.
It's going to catch on as a regular thing more often, and I think it's because we are frustrated when we read an apocalyptic story, because that's the only thing that could happen to that reality. And well, what about all these other stories? Well, okay, they happened on different Earths. Boom, problem solved. See what I'm saying?
Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yes. I mean, I'm not saying it's an original idea. I'm saying that it's necessary for those of us who take storytelling as serious as I do, you know. So here's am I sharing the screen? I'm not, am I? Okay.
No. You don't take it seriously, Ben.
Yeah.
No. No.
Piranesi by Susanna Clark. Piranesi's house is and you see he's like a little pan flute.
Yeah, I need to read this. I liked her first book.
What did she write? What else? Jonathan Strange? Okay.
Yeah, that was good.
Piranesi's house is no ordinary building. Its rooms are infinite, its corridors endless, its walls are lined with thousands upon thousands of statues, each one different from all the others. Within the labyrinth of halls, an ocean is imprisoned. Waves thunder up staircases. Rooms are flooded in an instant. But Piranesi is not afraid. He understands the tides as he understands the pattern of the labyrinth itself. He lives to explore the house. There is one other person in the house, a man called the Other, who visits Piranesi twice a week and asks for help with research into a great and secret knowledge. But as Piranesi explores, evidence emerges of another person, and a terrible truth begins to unravel, revealing a world beyond the one Piranesi has always known. Okay, you can get that feeling from that it's basically talking about multiple layers of realities, a big labyrinth that with all these different multitudes in it, you know, it's a big kooky cosmic thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good. I gotta check that out.
Next one.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Next one. Exhibit B. The flagellant, not the flatulent, but the flagellant. That everybody knows what a flagellant person is,
I don't
right?
know, that looks pretty dang gay.
Is one of those Omniverse or Omegaverse books?
Isn't that what I just said about the last one? Yeah.
No, I said Omega. No, I meant Omegaverse. Is this one of those Omegaverse books?
Oh, you mean like Omega Male or some shit?
You know about that universe thing? That weird thing?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
It used to be like, it was like this weird fan fiction thing that basically turned characters into wolf people, and there's a whole lot of fucking rape and stuff about alpha males and omega males and shit like that.
Wolf made me rape me gay or something.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Single.
What in the blue fuck?
By the way, Michael, are you really going to try to write a Monster Girl story like we were talking about with that that one author who's making bank on the Monster Girl fiction? Remember that?
I'm gonna try it, man, and see how far I get with it.
Cool.
He's just gonna pay somebody to do covers for him.
Right.
So
like,
flagellants are like think Silas from the Da Vinci Code. If anybody's read that,
Right? Yeah, I know what a flagellant.
Yeah.
They punish themselves by using like a razor strap on their back or something.
Right.
The Flagellant, Suffering is 9 to 5 by Reed Alexander. Did you find yourself rooting for the villain in a horror movie? Maybe it's because horror films represent the victims as cowering lambs ready to throw their own mother in the jaws of death to save themselves. The usual pack of unsuspecting teenagers, through their own stupidity, serves themselves up as fodder. These are not people you feel sorry for. These are the same self-centered schlubs plotting around society, aggravating everyone around them. That victim is that smart-mouthed prick who screwed up your order at the Waffle Hut, or that bimbo who had your boyfriend beat you up, or that guy from payroll who shorted you and told you somehow your fault. It's that jet set life handed to him Ivy League boss you told you defended that prick from payroll because it's good for the company's overhead. If a victim's death in a horror movie seems cathartic, it's because the directors and writers know we'll pack theaters for that very reason. We'd love to see that boss, that accountant, that bimbo, and her pinhead boyfriend, and that little prick at the Waffle Hut get what's coming to them. But my book is not about the victims. My book is about you. The bloodthirsty thinks they should run the world, him or her hoping the slave gets fed to the lions. The Flagellant is about why we love to watch the victims get theirs and what that says about us. It focuses around our protagonist, Maddock, as he attempts to infiltrate unholy nests of evil. Maddock is no normal man. He's a special soldier of the Inquisition known as a Flagellant. His very soul is owned by the Inquisition. Maddock was pulled from hell, and if he wants to stay here on Earth, he'll fight.
That pivoted very quickly.
He'll fight for the Inquisition without question for 1,000 years. Each nest of evil is unique and protects itself by concealing its root cause. So you get another idea of another kind of multiversal thing unfolding there.
That description really should have started at the Inquisition thing, because of that whole early part about horror movies and stuff makes this sound like a far less self-aware version of my work is not yet done.
Oh, by Legate.
The Sad Goblin.
Exhibit C, Clock's Watch. Clock the Chaos Mage, a stranger out of time hidden in the folds of shadow. He is the guardian of Coney Island's supernatural borderlands.
Whoa.
And the only thing standing between our reality and the demons that thirst to destroy it. That almost seems Bradbury-esque, doesn't it?
That sounds pretty cool, and that's a much better description.
Yeah, I like that.
The other one was way too long, man.
All that stuff about.
There are varying levels of abilities between these authors, but they're all utilizing the same tools, you know. And finally, this one I've actually finished reading, Standalone by.
Does it actually stand alone?
Well, apparently not, right?
Serious.
But this was published by Weenie Head Max Booth's Perpetual Motion Machine, and I gave it 5 stars anyway. But
is it another film one, judging by the cover?
Yeah, they're killers.
Okay, so there's another connection with the obsessions we've had on the show.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the cinema conspiracy thing. Yeah.
Is it better than Flickr?
No, nothing's better than Flickr, son. Okay,
I've got to read it. Yeah.
The synopsis for this one is the most streamlined and to the point. That's one area where I guess Perpetual Motion Machine stands out. They're killers. They're monsters. They're evil. They stalk through summer camps, abandoned hospitals, rundown schools, and isolated houses, hunting anyone foolish enough to visit these places, leaving behind carnage, terror, death, and destruction. Sometimes there are survivors. Always there is blood. And they do it to protect and preserve all of existence across the multiverse. But now they're the ones being stalked and hunted. And life as we know it hangs in the balance unless they figure out a way to survive. 4 different examples, attacking it from very different slants of multiversal threats and a reality on a scale we can barely comprehend that leaves room for all kinds of storytelling. This is the wave of the future, guys. I'm telling you, the multiverse, not Zach's little fancy shiny thing, but actual actual acknowledgement of a bureaucratic agency that navigates through time and space to rearrange or influence things on a cosmic level. This is the wave of the future. This is what all kinds of authors are going to be writing about in the next few years. I'm laying down that prediction now.
No, I know what's better.
I gave you 4 solid examples.
Okay, imagine all the good shiny things and all kinds of sounds just like morphing together with a consistent nu metal track in the background. That's better.
That sounds like a nightmare.
It's insanity. You're mad.
What's an example of nu metal? And is it spelled like N-U?
Yeah, it's spelled N-U.
Limp Bizkit, Korn, Deftones, System of a Down,
Mushroom Head,
Cole's Chamber, Mushroom Head, Incubus, Not,
Disturbed,
Mudvayne, Disturbed. No, not Godsmack.
Alien,
God,
maybe.
Yeah.
No, God, no.
Well, slightly. Yeah.
Godsmack would be nu metal without a doubt.
They're freaking generic.
Drowning Pool.
I think so. I think so. I don't know.
Taproot. Anybody?
I'm not sure that I really like that stuff.
Nobody does.
I didn't when I was young, and now it's like I'm just getting back into it because of hauntology.
What kind of music do you like, Gregor?
Slipknot is pretty good, but yeah, a lot of nu metal is just butt rock.
I like a lot of different types of stuff. You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what genre are you talking about? I guess.
You like the
what kind of rock do you like?
I like Misfits quite a bit, like the Danzig. I don't know. Well, who gives a shit?
There's Jeremy.
There we go. That's what I did before. That's what I did before. That right there. It's the thrust and like wave thing. See, look.
The multiverse.
Nu metal on.
It's the old in and out. Look at that.
Now, is this not better than the multiverse that you described?
Fuck no, it's not.
No, this isn't even the multiverse.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so does that mean the show is ending?
Who is that? Aha!
What the hell was that?
It was you all along, Ben.
What are you talking about?
You were playing music.
No, I wasn't.
I muted you and it stopped.
So?
Now I'm bringing it back. Now I'm going back in. Now I'm bringing it back. Going back in. Bringing it back. Going back in for more, boys. Look at that. Bring it back.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Shiny things are kind
of.
I think we did lose Frank and Void hours ago. I think
so. Yeah.
I think it was the religious talk.
Probably,
yeah.
But look, those were Void's last words tonight.
I'm getting this. Yeah.
We gotta get Void on here too, man. He's here every week watching. He's
Get
not
who?
Uncle Void here. I pulled it up on the screen.
Oh, I thought you said something else like quid or something.
No, we've got to get Void on here every now and then. He's here every week watching, along with Frank and a few others, like a handful of people. All right. Bringing it back, going back in. Bringing it back, going back in. I'm bringing
back
it back
into the left. Back into the left.
Okay. Uncle Void is actually a fan because of me.
That's cool. Thank you.
That's good to hear.
We really should wrap up, boys. I know we're all, let's face it, we're all dead right now. So
put some nu metal on, and this will be the end.
No, I don't want you all to watch me sleep.
What?
Kind of disturbed. That's kind of creepy, Zach, even for you.
He said leave it on. He said leave it on.
Put some nu metal on.
Oh, okay. Well,
no, I thought he said he wanted to watch you sleep. I'm like, damn, that's a little creepy.
What kind of nu metal did you have in mind?
Deftones.
Oh fuck!
Don't like Deftones, Mike?
There's only one song.
Everybody, give me one nu metal recommendation, and I'll Pick from the
Just play some Death
Dream. Wait and Bleed.
Wait and Bleed. Bad one. What about you, Mike?
If you're gonna play a Deftones song, you got to do Passenger. It's like their only decent song.
Oh, with Maynard.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite. I mean, it's. I don't know what they're talking about in that song. I don't know what they're even. Is it like?
How Can I Live by El Nino, which is this music video to Freddie.
El Nino is too like clubby.
Generic as heck, but
yeah, El Nino is too like indie clubbish for me. That's like too street teamish for me.
But Freddie versus Jason, Jeremy.
I can't do it, man.
Did you enjoy Freddie versus Jason?
How about Mudvayne?
I did.
Mudvayne. I did enjoy Freddie.
I liked it. Yeah, I did too.
How about Mudvayne? I've played the shit out of Slipknot and Mushroom Head the last few weeks. So, I mean, it's like, how about Mudvayne?
Yeah, might as well.
They got some good songs. I've played Deftones a few times too. I want to play something that I don't get play a lot to close out.
Watch the freaking things fall to the center at the end.
You mean like that? I hate that disintegration graphic. I don't like it. Okay, anyway. I know what I'll close with, and this one is badass. This is seriously hardcore new metal. This is not pussy new metal like Alien Ant Farm. This is like hardcore new metal that almost sheds the bias. Yeah.
Close on the one song that goes Berber ding, Berber ding, Berber ding.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
What is that? What is that?
I can't even remember.
I know what you're talking about. That is probably one of the most best known songs.
What I'm picking is better than all that anyway. So, all right, you're going to be echoing now as I change over. All right, so you might want to wrap up, boys. Yeah. And we miss you.
Phoenix.
Happy birthday,
Yeah,
Phoenix.
happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
And
Hey, Phoenix, how old are you?
31.
he already said. Hey, and you're probably not listening. You're probably doing something way more social than any of us right now. But we miss you, and we hope that you're able to fix your technical snafu soon. All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Don't forget to tune in for episode 99 next week when we compete for an Amazon gift card.
What about episode 100?
I don't know yet, but we're gonna tell campfire ghost stories or whatever. So it's gonna be fun.
That's like a band behind you.
Phoenix, Phoenix, are you gonna participate? You want to try?
What is it exactly?
Okay, I'm gonna have to change the settings back over to tell you.
No, that's okay. I probably will.
Zach, will you fill him in? Zach, fill him in for me, would you? Okay. I'm gonna have an Amazon gift card as a prize. All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm gonna go die now. Have a good night.
Just do it quietly.
This is the quiet.
I
will not go quietly. How's that one poem go? Do
Into
not
this good night. Yeah.
What?
Just die already, God. Stop prolonging your suffering. Fucking do it, you pussy.
Yeah, that's what Dylan Thomas wrote. Fucking die, you pussy. Bye.
Bye.
This isn't the freaking multiverse.
Snap!
What the heck? What happened to multiverse?
Shut up! You ruined it! No, stop it!
Look at that thing.
Shut up! No! Doesn't work!
Hey, put it back on the distance right there.
No.
Hey, that was on my Facebook.
You heard him. Nothing remains.